It is noon and the scorching sun is high in the sky. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Xuanjing City, #1 High School. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. All students, please prepare to awaken in order. The sound of the broadcast echoes all around. The playground is bustling as lines upon lines of students gather there. They gaze at the supreme altar for the awakening ceremony on the high platform. Everyone is extremely nervous. The awakening ceremony could make their lives soar to new heights. But at the same time, it could also make them fall to the bottom. Regardless, today will be a turning point in their lives. Many years ago, games descended into the real world. That day is known as the Awakening Day. Once people turn 18, they can participate in the awakening ceremony. By touching the heavenly steel, they can change classes and unlock their professional status panel. Awakened ones can gain experience, attribute points, and skill scrolls by killing ferocious beasts of all races and completing missions. They use these to level up, obtain equipment, learn skills, and continuously grow stronger. The most powerful professionals can even move mountains and fill seas, shatter the void with a punch, walk through the air, and wield the power to twist the rules. In the world, there are countless artifacts waiting for people to discover, but humanity is not the only favored race. Accompanying the descent were numerous massive beasts and terrifying dungeons. The Tower of Sky Silence, the battlefield of all races, the abyss of death, countless challenges await humanity. Humanity must fight constantly to ensure the continuation of its lineage. I hereby announce that the 127th Awakening Ceremony of Xuanjing #1 High School officially begins. A booming voice spreads across the entire school. The noise of the students on the playground suddenly dies down. Under everyone's gaze, the first student walks up to the high platform. He places his hand on the awakening heavenly steel. Suddenly, a pale purple magic pattern flashes, forming a phantom light that coalesces into the shape of a blade of grass. Wang Chang, class change successful. Life profession, planter. Innate attribute, 3 stars. Below the stage, there is a round of whispering among the crowd. The first student is not a combat profession. Our school has some bad luck this year. Actually, it's not bad. His planter profession is one of the more useful life professions, and he will have a high status in the future. That's true, and his innate attribute is not low. 3 stars is quite good. I'm really looking forward to my own profession. A few students whisper to each other off the stage. Wang Chang on the stage relaxes his brows and lets out a long sigh of relief. Whew, good, I'm satisfied. Wang Chang doesn't have high demands. As long as he has a profession, it counts as a success. After all, if the awakening fails, one becomes a non-professional, the lowest class in society, with no hope of promotion for a lifetime, and will have to work 14 hours a day. One can imagine what kind of hellish life that is. So even if he only awakened a life profession, he is satisfied. In this world, professions are divided into 2 main categories. Combat professions such as warriors, blade masters, mages, etc. Life professions include blacksmiths, tailors, enchanters, forgers, and so on. Although life professions are merely auxiliary and their status is not as high as combatants, they can guarantee logistics, such as forging weapons, enchanting armor, and manufacturing healing potions. They are also an indispensable part of the human front line. In any case, as long as the awakening is successful, making a living is not a worry. Additionally, besides combat professions, there are hidden professions. Once awakened, one will inevitably become successful in the future. But these hidden professions are 1 in a million, and ordinary students should just think about it. One after another, students walk up to the high platform and place their hands on the awakening heavenly steel. Li Songyang, awakening successful, combat profession. Warrior, innate attribute, 2 stars. Qin Yu, awakening failed. Song Likuang, combat profession. Bagger, innate, 4 stars. Yang Jun, life profession. Continuous voices ring out from the high platform. It is really somewhat noisy. Among the crowd off stage, a young man suddenly opens his tightly closed eyes. His gaze is cold and sharp, completely different from the aura of the surrounding students. Su Ming has woken up. His eyes tremble as he looks around in confusion. What's going on? Didn't I perish in the death cave? He discovers that the environment here is completely different from inside the death cave dungeon. At the same time, it is somewhat familiar. Wait, this is Xuanjing #1 High School, my old school? He is extremely shocked. Is today, by any chance, Awakening Day? A flood of memories surges into his mind, vivid and clear. The shock in Su Ming's heart is beyond words. Could it be that I have been reborn? He raises his right hand. He sees a pitch-black ring worn on his index finger. Its texture is cold as jade, with some ancient divine patterns inscribed on it. Those patterns have all dimmed. The anti-Dao divine ring? I actually brought this divine artifact back to my high school era. Su Ming's heart is shaken. Could the anti-Dao divine ring really reshape the body and reverse the path of time, he thinks to himself. He bites the tip of his tongue hard. Dex, a numbing, sour pain mixed with the metallic taste of blood floods his mind. Is revelation? It is not a final flashback before death, nor a hallucination. I, Su Ming, have returned. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the thousands of thoughts in his heart, and regains his calm. Nobody around him can see the turmoil in his heart. Since I've lived a second life, I must rewrite every regret. Su Ming's eyes are cold as he makes up his mind. After the awakening day ends, the first thing he must do is kill those two bastards, Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, to vent his hatred. In his past life, they betrayed him. It was because of them that he met his end in the death cave. Thinking of this, his gaze becomes extremely cold and sharp. He glances towards the front, at the queue of the class next to him. Su Ming's eyes lock onto those two people in the crowd like a hawk. Ren Xiaoman, the girl he once adored in his past life. He had pursued her countless times at school, but she always rejected him coldly, keeping him at a distance. But in this life, Su Ming will never be a lackey again. For her, there will be only pure killing intent. The host's killing intent has reached a critical threshold. The system is binding. The strongest class transfer god slaying system, binding successful. A beginner's lucky draw is granted. Do you want to use it immediately? His expression shows a slight surprise. Well, if rebirth can happen, what is a system? His heart is already firm as a rock. So after just a slight surprise, he recovers to normal. Use it immediately, he thinks to himself. The next instant, a wheel appears in Su Ming's mind and manifests before his eyes. Inscribed on it are countless small slots, dense and myriad. A golden pointer engraved with divine runes floats among them. Skill transfer scrolls, skills, experience points, artifacts, and equipment. The wheel is full of everything imaginable. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, ancient, legendary, mythic. All qualities are available. Su Ming even sees the God-Slaying class transfer scroll, which is of legendary quality. The God Slayer is a top-tier special transfer for assassins. It is unique in the world. That is to say, once he transfers to a God Slayer, he will be the only one in the whole world. Generally speaking, one needs to undergo many class transfers to become a God Slayer. But if he gets this transfer scroll, Su Ming can skip everything in between and transfer to a God Slayer immediately from his unawakened state. Crossing levels can be called taking a step into the sky. Su Ming moves his mind and gives the command to draw. Hop! The wheel spins rapidly. Su Ming is nervous watching the pointer sweep past countless rare treasures. Finally, ding! Draw successful. The pointer lands on a golden slot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythic talent. Sublimation of all things. Sublimation of all things mythic. You can perform quality upgrades on loot dropped in any dungeon, such as combat techniques, equipment, scrolls, etc. Any item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's face is shocked. This mythic talent can actually sublimate items at will. There is no limit to item upgrades. In other words, if one is lucky, one can even upgrade a silver item to mythic in one leap. This is too terrifying. Su Ming is shocked to the core. For every major realm you break through, you can perform one draw. The system's voice is very pleasant. He pretends to be calm and looks ahead. He sees Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman, that pair of bastards, standing in the front class queue and talking to each other. Staring at their backs, Su Ming frowns tightly. Right, looking back at his previous life, all the turning points happened today. He awakened successfully as an assassin and with a 9-star innate attribute. The future was limitless. So after tonight, the attitude of Ren Xiaoman, this former goddess, toward him began to shift 180 degrees. The shift was so sudden because it was all Zhang Tang's scheme behind his back. They had long had their eyes on his future talent. They only chose to associate with him for the sake of future benefits. As the saying goes, those in the game are confused, while bystanders see clearly. Today, as a bystander, Su Ming realizes everything is so transparent and clear. It is laughable that he was so dull in his previous life and never saw through it. He closes his eyes and exhales a deep breath of murky air. Those two bastards are going to meet their end tonight. He sneers. At this moment, a status panel naturally appears in his mind. Su Ming, profession, unawakened. Talent, sublimation of all things. Skills, God-slaying / legendary proficiency, return to simplicity, the ultimate move of a God Slayer. Wherever the nether dagger reaches, it destroys all things, killing gods with a single slash. God Hiding Step, legendary, return to simplicity, a top-tier footwork technique. After activation, it grants immunity to all physical, magical, and mental attacks, making one untargetable, invincible in a state of selflessness. Total Concealment, legendary, return to simplicity. You can hide or rewrite all your data, equipment, profession, and skills at will. Eye of Insight, legendary, return to simplicity. Your eyes possess the power to see through the true essence, allowing you to discern the fundamental information of all substances. Looking at this panel, it feels as if a clap of thunder has exploded in Su Ming's head. The once calm heart is stirred into turbulent waves again. His eyes tremble and he can hardly believe it. What is going on? My skills, have they also followed me back through rebirth? In his previous life, Su Ming's initial class was an assassin. Through a lifetime of hard work and multiple class advancements, he finally rose to become an 8th rank God of Slaughter. And the God of Slaughter Blade was the most terrifying skill he had ever mastered. It was precisely with this skill that he slew the strongest beast in that S-rank dungeon and obtained the heaven-defying ring. Stealth Step of the Gods is also a unique skill exclusive to the God of Slaughter class. Once activated, it is as if the user vanishes from the very rules of this world. Insert a skill that combines invisibility, untargetability, and displacement all in one. While active, no physical matter can do him any harm. He could go anywhere in the heavens and the earth. And it was by using Stealth Step of the Gods that he managed to survive his trip through the Death Cave. The Eye of Insight also has an impressive origin. It was a skill Su Ming obtained from an extremely high-level dungeon, and it is the only one of its kind in the world. But all 4 of these skills consume a massive amount of energy. In his past life, after experiencing a bloody battle and being ambushed, Su Ming had no stamina left at all. Therefore, he couldn't activate any skills and ultimately died with deep regret. What a wonderful surprise. Not only did I reincarnate, but I also kept these 4 skills. But I must not be careless. Although some skills remain, my level has not been preserved. My current body is too low-leveled and far too weak, Su Ming muttered to himself. If I were to force a full-power God of Slaughter Blade, I fear I would exhaust myself to death before the enemy even falls. I had hundreds of skills in my past life, yet only these 4 strongest ones were kept. But I am satisfied. This is enough, Su Ming thought to himself. Just then a girl's voice came from behind him. Hey Su Ming, what class do you think you'll awaken? The girl's voice was crisp and melodious. Su Ming turned around and was momentarily stunned. A girl in white with a graceful figure and delicate features was standing behind him. Her voice sounded so familiar. She smiled faintly, tilted her head slightly, and asked. She looked exactly as he remembered, her eyes bright and shining. It was his desk mate Ji Yao. Hey, I'm talking to you. Ji Yao reached out a fair hand, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and leaned in closer. A faint fragrance wafted over. Su Ming's expression softened. In this instant, all the hatred in his heart was temporarily buried. My class, Su Ming said slowly. Looking at her, Su Ming had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, and so much he wanted to say. Seeing Su Ming's intense gaze, Ji Yao's face flushed. Why are you staring at me like that? She had an outgoing personality, but being stared at like this still made her shy. She had long harbored a crush on Su Ming and had hinted at it many times at school. But Su Ming had always turned a blind eye. He was a completely dense guy. She knew that Su Ming only had eyes for the school beauty Ren Xiaoman. So over time, she had given up. You gloomy thing. Did you only just realize that this girl is actually pretty? Let me tell you, it's too late. She put her hands on her hips, laughing playfully as she teased him. Her face seemed to glow in the sunlight, but what she didn't expect was that in the next moment, Su Ming made a remarkably bold move. He stepped forward and pulled her into a tight hug. Ji Yao was completely stunned and stood there frozen. The surrounding classmates were all wide-eyed with shock. Oh my God, Brother Ming, you're a legend, said a chubby boy. He was the first to awaken his class, Wang Qiang, an enchanter. Wait, am I seeing this right? Did Su Ming just win over our class beauty? Damn it, Su Ming, take it easy. Don't get caught by the teacher. The classmates started jeering. A faint smile played on Su Ming's face. After gently letting go, her body trembled slightly, her face flushed red, and she almost lost her footing. You! What was that for all of a sudden? Ji Yao said, feeling both shy and angry. My awakening will be terrifying. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, just that. With that, he turned away. He had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but in the end, he held back. It's enough that I'm the only one who knows about the rebirth. In his previous life, this girl had died with him in the death cave just to protect him. When the whole world abandoned him, she was the only one who stood by his side. It took a lifetime for him to finally see people's true hearts. She was the one truly worth protecting. In this life, I must keep her safe. Ji Yao's face burned hot as she kept her head down, stealing glances at Su Ming's back, unable to recover from the shock. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Su Ming looked toward the awakening stage. Next, Zhang Tang. Hidden Combat Class, Magic Hammer Warrior, Innate Attribute Rank, 8 stars. The awakening teacher's words caused a gasp to ripple through the crowd. 8? 8 stars? To think our school would produce an 8-star genius so quickly this year. The students were shocked. It's normal. After all, it's Zhang Tang, the eldest young master of the Zhang family. His father is a war emperor class and his mother is a magic warrior. His bloodline was naturally very pure. It wasn't just the students. Even the school leaders at the viewing platform were pleasantly surprised. Wonderful, our school has produced an 8-star genius so soon this year. What a great start. Several school leaders said with joy. Su Ming watched Zhang Tang on the stage with a grave expression. It seems it's just like in his previous life. Zhang Tang awakened the hidden class, Magic Hammer Warrior. His initial talent was exceptionally high. Coupled with the fact that the Zhang clan is one of the strongest families in the country, his power was plentiful. The family behind him poured countless resources into him. Eventually, Zhang Tang reached a very high realm, and among all that, Su Ming's help was indispensable. In their past lives, the two had gone through life and death together. However, in the end, he betrayed Su Ming. This time, Su Ming had made up his mind. He must kill him right from the start to avenge himself. Ji Yao, what class do you think you'll awaken? He heard a female student behind him ask Ji Yao. Me? Me? Ji Yao was slightly taken aback by the question. Afterwards, she quickly adjusted her state. At most, I'll be a blacksmith. After all, both my parents are blacksmiths, she said with a crisp, gentle smile. Although blacksmiths can't exactly rise to fame and fortune, it's pretty good. No need to go through all that killing. That was exactly her personality. Su Ming smiled faintly. Not necessarily. Ji Yao, who knows? You might even awaken a hidden class. Su Ming didn't turn his head. He said it suddenly with his back to her. Hearing Su Ming's words, for some reason, Ji Yao felt an urge to believe him. She took it as encouragement. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, Su Ming, I'll take your word for it." Next, Ji Yao. Ji Yao ran quickly onto the stage and placed her palm on the celestial monument. A wisp of pale gray smoke emerged, coalescing into an ancient scythe. Engraved upon it were many ancient magical runes. Hidden Combat Class, Necromancer, Innate Rank, 7 stars. The whole place was in an uproar. Another hidden class? A necromancer is considered a relatively high-tier hidden class. Compared to ordinary summoners, necromancers possess many unique skills. Skills like corpse explosion and blood siphon are exclusive to necromancers. Necromancers are extremely rare. Most importantly, the summons of a necromancer can almost be revived infinitely, even in a dungeon. If a summon is defeated by a monster, it only takes some time or mana to resurrect it and get back into the fight. This is a level of durable combat capability that other summoners simply do not possess. And so at this moment, the eyes of all the teachers and students fixed upon Ji Yao were filled with shock. Many others, however, were green with envy. No one expected this fair-skinned, pretty classmate to awaken such a dark and violent class. It is quite a contrast. My God, a necromancer! It has been years since our school produced someone with such a hidden class. I am so jealous. With her high innate stats, crushing tomorrow's newbie dungeon will definitely be a breeze. Do not speak too soon. The difficulty of the newbie dungeon is still very high. I think she will need a team to clear it. She is going to be a hot commodity. Let us go and ask to join her team later. Off the stage, Su Ming's mouth curled slightly. He was not surprised in the slightest, because everything was exactly the same as in his previous life. He stood off the stage, his expression calm and indifferent. Ji Yao looked at Su Ming, her face full of shock. How could he? It was as if Su Ming had known all along. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence? She thought to herself, then quickly ran off the platform. She was also overjoyed at having awakened a hidden class. After stepping down, she hurried over to Su Ming and said happily, "Su Ming, you really guessed it! I am a necromancer. From now on, I will have your back," she said triumphantly. Su Ming smiled slightly at her words. Sure. Ji Yao was somewhat shocked. Usually, Su Ming would have made a sarcastic remark to her. What is going on? Did Su Ming turn into a sweet guy without me even noticing? She felt her face getting warm, and she was a bit unaccustomed to it. No, I just awakened a powerful class. I should be the one in control. Why am I being teased by him again? The girl's heart was pounding and her cheeks flushed with shyness. Immediately after, Su Ming went up to the stage. Next up, class 1 of the 3rd grade, Su Ming. Su Ming walked up to the heavenly monument, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. At this moment, the students off the stage wore serious expressions. Su Ming from class 1? That guy, he maxed out all his subjects and studies very hard. But he has been an orphan since he was little. Living on welfare and scholarships, he is indeed very diligent. I admire him for that. But his biological parents were most likely just ordinary laborers. His talent must be very poor. It is highly likely he will fail his awakening and be a laborer for life. Sigh, he will eventually realize that hard work cannot change anything. I can only wish him a bright future on the path of a laborer. The crowd sighed and commented. The next instant, a celestial phenomenon appeared. Hum! Suddenly, the heavenly monument shook violently. A terrifying fluctuation, unlike anything from the previous students, erupted. The mysterious energy permeating the heavens and earth condensed into a phantom pattern hanging in the sky. It was extremely clear. Countless patterns flashed all around it, exuding an awe-inspiring power. All the teachers and students were shocked at this moment. At this very moment, in the viewing area, the dozen school leaders sitting there trembled. This kind of fluctuation, could it be the birth of a genius with innate attributes of 9 stars or higher? An old professor said in shock, "Hiss! It is highly likely." An old man said with sharp glints in his eyes, "Let us not get too happy yet. What if this student awakened a lifestyle class? That is indeed possible, but that would still be very impressive. In any case, he is likely the student with the highest talent we have had at First High in years. Our qualification for the Heavenly Tower competition this year is secured," a director said excitedly. The school's top management was very happy. Su Ming, on the platform, was also filled with wonder. His expression was icy as he stared fixedly at the heavenly monument. What is going on? Was my initial class not supposed to be assassin? He wondered with surprise. This current celestial phenomenon is not something a normal assassin class could possess. Could it be that my body was reshaped during reincarnation and thus my class changed as well? The next instant, the system answered his question. "The system has bound a brand new class to you." Su Ming was horrified. "I did not expect the system to have this feature." Afterward, above the heavenly monument, the terrifying aura and the celestial phenomenon condensed and shrank. It was almost forming a long sword. A 3-foot blade caused cracks in the very fabric of space. A holy sound of sword humming resonated continuously throughout the sky. A sound emerged in Su Ming's mind. Awakening successful. Mythical class, Sword God. Holy crap, a mythical class? A tier higher than the legendary class Godslayer, a mythical class. Su Ming could not help but curse out loud. Who awakens as a mythical class on their first try? I must have been the first one in history, right? He immediately secretly activated his passive skill, Complete Concealment. This skill could disguise all his information, including his class. This was the top-tier disguise skill of the Godslayer, capable of even deceiving the heavenly monument. He immediately disguised his class as the similar sword wielder. He must not expose the sword god class, otherwise there would be many troubles coming his way. Su Ming understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. Afterward, the phenomenon at the heavenly monument subsided slightly. Finally, it condensed into a tangible long sword. Looking at the ancient celestial-looking giant sword in the sky, the entire school fell silent as death. All the teachers were stunned. The students also trembled in their gaze. After a long while, the awakening teacher announced the result with difficulty. Su Ming, innate attribute level, 10 stars. The audience erupted. An instant explosion. What? Innate attribute 10 stars? What kind of heaven-defying monster is this? This is the talent level of a provincial top scholar. My god, I thought Zhongtang's 8-star magic hammer warrior was terrifying enough. I didn't expect a 10-star maxed one. The students were all stunned. Then the teacher went on to announce Su Ming's class. Hidden class, sword wielder. At this, the whole place went quiet for a moment. Only after a long while did it explode. Wait, sword wielder? I thought it was a swordsman. Look at the patterns on the blade. It is indeed a sword wielder. The awakening teacher's judgment must be correct. Damn, I am speechless. How could he be that class? Some were smirking. Good, good, I was almost jealous to death. As expected, if God opens a door for you, he will close the back door. A sword wielder that cancels out his 10-star maxed attributes. After all, sword wielder is the biggest trap among hidden classes. Although rare, it is truly weak. People sighed. The sword wielder is very similar to the swordsman, but there is a big difference between the two. The swordsman is a melee class, and the sword wielder is a hidden class that can do both melee and range and cultivates both physical and magic attacks. Just hearing that, you might think it is very strong. But the sword wielder is actually very weak. Many people think that once you become a sword wielder, it means you will be stylish, handsome, romantic, and kill enemies with flying swords. Just like a cultivator in a novel! However, the reality is quite the opposite. The biggest disadvantage of a sword wielder is that they are very weak in the early stage. Because they have to cultivate both physical and magic, they need more attribute point investment than other classes. Therefore, in the early stages, the sword wielder's combat power is even far inferior to an ordinary swordsman, and the sword wielder's skill tree does not have many powerful skills early on. Even if Su Ming has 10-star innate full attributes, it is difficult to fill this bottomless pit. Su Ming heard the result with a calm expression. If the sword god class were exposed, it would bring both fortune and disaster, and that was not what he wanted. The concepts of sword wielder and sword god are completely different. One is a hidden class with poor combat power, most described as promising for the future. High emotional intelligence, promising for the future. Low emotional intelligence, trash in the early stage. But the sword god is a top-tier mythical class that can influence the development of a country. The sword god is the only top-tier class in the world. Besides Su Ming, there is no second one in the world. If the sword god class were exposed, it would not just be the country protecting him. There would also be assassinations by hostile forces. He would not even be able to sleep well. Disguising as a sword wielder was a choice he made after weighing the pros and cons. 10-star talent, and he turned out to be a sword master? How devastating must this emotional blow be for him? Someone shook their head and said, "Don't be so quick to judge. Sword masters are actually quite powerful in the late game. Combined with Su Ming's talent, I think he'll be able to make something of himself." Keep dreaming! It's questionable if a sword master can even clear the novice dungeon. Exactly, sword masters are too weak. You guys should stop sucking up to him. Even with 10-star talent, it's not going to be much use. The students were in a state of chaos. They were arguing endlessly with one another. Meanwhile, the mood at the leadership podium in the distance was completely different. My God! A hidden class, plus innate 10-star attributes. All the department heads spoke with trembling voices. An old professor slammed the table and stood up. How long has it been since First High produced a student with an innate 10-star full attribute combat class? Another teacher added, "Forget just First High. Looking at the entire Xuanjing city, you don't see a genius like this even in several years." The teachers couldn't stop marveling. The other students are too naive. They only focus on the present and don't understand what an innate 10-star really means. Even as a sword master, he can definitely reach his potential. Yes, although the sword master class is a bit, actually very weak in the early stages, but it's very powerful in the late game. The principal, Wang Tingshen, looked grim. The sword master is a hybrid physical and magical class. This kid needs a massive amount of resources poured into him to reach his perfect growth. For his combat power to be fully unleashed, he also requires higher attribute stats than other classes, almost double. It's a good thing he has innate 10-star full attributes. Director Zheng, go to the school warehouse immediately and get a marrow strengthening pill. I want to give it to this student as a reward, the principal said with a serious expression and a wave of his hand. Marrow strengthening pills are expensive to produce, requiring various materials and an experienced professional alchemist to craft. Taking one can cleanse the marrow and cut the bone, taking an awakened person's physical strength to the next level. Another professor looked shocked. A marrow strengthening pill? Principal Wang, isn't that a bit too heavy-handed? We don't have many of them in total at the school. Wang Tingshan impatiently interrupted him. Enough talk, I am the principal. His tone was unquestionable. And it's not just the marrow strengthening pill. I also plan to contribute personally to give him. The principal's generosity left the First High teachers stunned. Su Ming walked quickly down from the platform. His eyes were fixed on the leadership podium in the distance. He had been secretly observing the reactions of the principal and the directors. In his previous life, when he awakened innate 9-star attributes, it also shocked the whole school. That very evening, he was summoned by the principal and received a marrow strengthening pill as a reward. In this life, not only do I have innate 10-star attributes, I'm also a hidden class, the Swordmaster. I wonder what kind of gift the principal will give me in a moment. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he saw Zhang Tang and Ren Xiaoman from the class next door staring at him in shock. Zhang Tang's gaze was quite unusual. His fists were clenched, and his dark expression was deeply complex. It held shock, hesitation, and jealousy. He was the eldest son of the Zhang family. He was supposed to have the talent that overshadowed the whole school. Yet, Su Ming stole all the spotlight. At this very moment, he was in a terrible mood. Zhang Tang lowered his head slightly and whispered something into Ren Xiaoman's ear. "Ah, young Master Zhang, are you sure we should do that?" Ren Xiaoman looked shocked. "Don't worry, there are plenty of accidents in the dungeons. You won't have to endure him for long," Zhang Tang said. "At most, in a few years after we've squeezed enough benefits out of him, we can just find an opportunity in a dungeon to get rid of him, right?" Ren Xiaoman nodded, then a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Su Ming caught all of this. Even though he was too far away to hear exactly what they were saying, he could guess most of it. Seeing Su Ming's cold, steady gaze looking over, the couple mistakenly thought he was greeting them. Zhang Tang waved with a smile, looking perfectly harmless. Ren Xiaoman tossed her hair, looking alluring as she waved back at Su Ming. However, she still felt a bit of disdain in her heart. A poor kid is still a poor kid. Even after awakening full 10-star attributes, he's still sucking up to me and actively looking my way. Pathetic! Sigh, I can only blame my own charm for being too great, she thought to herself. Yet on her face, she still put on a flattering appearance. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Ming saw through her thoughts long ago. He gave a cold laugh. "No matter how arrogant you are, you won't survive the night anyway." Su Ming composed himself and slowly returned to his class line. All the classmates had already swarmed around him. "My God, Su Ming, you actually awakened full attributes. Although the Swordmaster class is a bit weak, I'll have your back in the early stages." "Brother Ming, my dear Brother Ming, am I still your good brother?" someone said, fawning over him. Even if the Swordmaster class isn't as good as other standard classes, the appeal of full attributes remained. Many people were still crowding in. "Su Ming, I'm the class monitor. Don't forget how many times you didn't do your homework and I helped you cover it up." Someone used their history to try to build a connection. "Su Ming, remember back in freshman year, I treated you to a bowl of beef noodles." A girl walked over. "You mean it's like, oh, these some people The classmates' voices drowned Su Ming out. "Su Ming, please let us join your party. We need you for tomorrow's novice dungeon." Su Ming just brushed it off with a smile. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. In this life, he wouldn't easily trust anyone again. "Everyone, don't be so excited. I just happen to awaken with better attributes. It's just luck. Don't forget, I am a Swordmaster, which is very weak in the early stages. As for the future, it all depends on personal effort, so please stay calm. We'll talk about forming parties after we enter the novice dungeon tomorrow," he said calmly and lightheartedly. The crowd, however, showed no signs of stopping. Damn, he's so low-key. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, the demeanor of an emperor. He's so cool. I want to party with him. It wasn't just his classmates. More students from around the area were surging in like a tide. It could be said that Su Ming was already famous. It wouldn't be long before his reputation spread throughout Xuanjing City. Su Ming looked at the people surrounding him, feeling speechless. He didn't expect his words to have the opposite effect. There were those who fawned, and those who mocked. Fawning over a Swordmaster, how pathetic. Once we're in the dungeon, I'll show him what a berserker's speed looks like. Even if my attributes aren't as high as his, I'll still crush it. Right, being a Swordmaster means a slower start. What's he pretending for? People kept talking and talking. The playground was in total chaos. Luckily, at this moment, the teachers from each class stepped in to stop the situation from escalating. "Attention, everyone, stay calm. Anyone who disrupts the order of the awakening ceremony will be expelled from school. Everyone, return to your groups." A teacher's authority still carried significant weight. The crowd gradually dispersed. Whether they were praising or mocking, they all drifted away. At that moment, Su Ming only saw one girl standing tall and graceful. She stood in the crowd, quietly looking at Su Ming from afar. Without needing any special gestures, she was the most eye-catching girl there. "Su Ming, congratulations!" Ji Yao smiled calmly with absolutely no intent to fawn. She once liked Su Ming just for who he was, not for any of his side benefits or talents. Therefore, she could remain unmoved and always stick to her principles. And that was precisely what Su Ming admired most about her. Yeah, Ji Yao, congratulations to you too. Su Ming replied briefly. The awakening ceremony continued. The following students mostly had ordinary talents. Except for one person, he was the only one worth Su Ming's attention. Yanzhe from Class 4, Grade 3. He was a thin boy with sharp eyes. Hidden class, Demon Hunter Ranger, talent level 9. He even surpassed Zhang Tong. His awakening naturally caused a fair bit of commotion. It's just a pity that Su Ming's 10-star talent came first. Even with 9 stars, he couldn't cause much of a splash anymore. Soon the cheers gradually died down. However, there was still plenty of discussion. Another genius. I'm numb. I'm honestly just numb. First High is definitely cheating this year. Yanzhe is usually so low-key with no big family background, and he has 9-star talent. 9 stars! That's wild! And unlike Su Ming, his class has powerful combat capabilities in the early stages. Quick, find him and form a party. Many people sought to party with Yanzhe, but he had a cold personality and rejected almost all of them. Su Ming stood below the stage, looking at this 9-star talented classmate with a thoughtful expression, because in his past life experience, Yanzhe died in the novice dungeon. After the awakening ceremony ended, Su Ming returned to his private dorm. That's right. After the ceremony, his dorm was upgraded by the principal to a private version, the same standard as the teachers. Independent room, private bathroom, independent shower, 24-hour hot water. This was a setup that no other student at First High would dare to dream of. Su Ming lay on his bed and opened his personal profile panel. Su Ming, Level 1, Fuansu experience points, Class Sword, God Mythical Grade, Unique in the World, Strength 10, Physique 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10, Luck 10, Talent Myriad, Thing Sublimation, Origin Sword Body, Skills, God Slaying Slash, Total Concealment, Hidden God Step, Eye of Insight. Upon awakening, all attributes were 10 points. This was the gold value of 10-star talent and full attributes. The total sum of all attributes reached 50 points. By reverse logic, a person with innate 1-star attributes would only have 1 point in each of the 5 dimensions. A person with 7-star innate attributes like Ji Yao would have 7 in each. Su Ming's initial attributes were already comparable to some level 5 awakened ones. So one can imagine how terrifying his attributes would be when he actually reached level 5, and how far he would surpass others. This is the importance of talent. Although he told others that talent didn't matter, only he knew what high talent really meant. All your training will yield twice the result with half the effort, breaking through will be easier, and your combat power at the same level will be higher. It can be said that, to a large extent, high talent determines the limits of your life. The Sword God class is mythical grade, and its future ceiling will be higher than the God-slaying class I had in my previous life. Su Ming said solemnly. God-slayer was only a legendary grade class, slightly inferior to Sword God in rank. After all, it was transferred from a common starting class like Assassin. However, the God-slayer's skills were also very strong. Su Ming noticed that there was an additional talent in his profile. Origin Sword Body. Presumably, this was the innate talent skill that came with the Sword God class. When others change classes, the first thing they awaken is a skill. But for him, it was a talent straight away. Su Ming immediately checked the details of this talent. The moment the panel expanded, he gasped. Origin Sword Body, mythical passive talent. With the source as the heart, the sword is born from heaven. You can learn all sword-related skills, ignoring any requirements. All sword skills, power increased by 300%. All sword skills, speed increased by 300%. All sword skills, proficiency growth rate increased by 300%. As your cultivation realm improves, these effects will continue to grow. This talent is top tier from the moment it appears, reaching the mythical level. Looking at these effects, Su Ming was stunned. Insane, absolutely insane. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that sword art power triples is huge. This alone is terrifying enough. This means that even if Su Ming were given the most basic iron sword now, he would have the confidence to solo monsters below level 3. That is without him knowing any actual sword techniques. Simply monstrous. Tripling the proficiency growth rate is also an overpowered effect. Any skill can be upgraded once its proficiency reaches its peak. For instance, Su Ming's Inside Eye evolved from a bronze-level assassin skill called Hawkeye, which required maxing out its proficiency multiple times. A 3x proficiency boost means Su Ming's sword skills can evolve at a pace far beyond normal people, eventually reaching the peak. And the 3x slashing speed is also incredibly effective. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. Powerful, way too powerful. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. Not only that, I still have my skills from my past life, the Slayer's Stealth Step and the Slayer's Blade. So in a way, I am basically a dual classer. Though I only know the ultimate move of the Slayer class, not the other skills. Su Ming felt a surge of adrenaline. If there ever comes a time when I can't beat an enemy with a sword, then sorry. I'll just have to pull out my dagger. He touched his chin, falling into deep thought, his eyes flashing with sharp light. It seems I can consider challenging the most difficult boss in the Novice Dungeon. The Novice Dungeon is the first challenge every 18-year-old newly awakened class changer must face. The Novice Dungeon will descend early tomorrow morning, or rather, it doesn't descend, it sucks everyone who has just awakened into it. There is no choice in the matter. Once you successfully change classes, you are destined to enter the Novice Dungeon after one day. Novices can choose to form a party or go lone wolf to challenge it. Survival rates are much higher in a party. You could say that unless they have a death wish. Basically, no one chooses to go solo. The Novice Dungeon's rank is the lowest, F rank. The 7 dungeon difficulty levels are S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. F is the lowest and S is the highest. But F rank doesn't mean it's easy, it is extremely dangerous. Even some level 10 plus first tier class changers have died in F rank dungeons, so no one dares to underestimate them. Although the Novice Dungeon is F rank, its rewards are far more generous than typical F rank dungeons. Most importantly, this year's Novice Dungeon contains a hidden boss. This is information only Su Ming possesses. Hidden bosses are the most unique monsters in a dungeon. The chance of them appearing is extremely slim. Their combat power is also extremely violent, sometimes far exceeding the dungeon's current difficulty level. If one appears and is defeated, you can obtain rewards far beyond the normal standard. Everyone only gets one chance in their life to enter the Novice Dungeon. In his past life, Su Ming played it safe and only killed the regular boss to complete the run, and he even did it in a party. After all, he had just awakened back then and lacked skills, so he naturally didn't dare to be reckless. In his past life, he chose to avoid the hidden boss because it was simply too dangerous. But in this life, he has to give it a try. Starting now, he needs to acquire every possible resource. For that, taking some risks is worth it. After the dungeon appears tomorrow, I will go to that area alone and solo the hidden boss. He made up his mind. He was prepared to go without a party. After all, he figured that besides himself, no one would dare to enter that dangerous area. He didn't have to worry about Ji Yao. Based on his past experience, she would also complete the dungeon safely and unharmed with another small team. Now it's time to think about revenge. A sneer curled the corner of Su Ming's mouth. He took out his phone and found 2 text messages. They were sent by Ren Xiaoman. Su Ming, haven't you always liked me? I've changed my mind. Su Ming smiled indifferently. The exact same messages as in his past life. It was these 2 texts that led him and Ren Xiaoman to confirm their relationship that very night. He immediately typed a reply. Meet me on the rooftop of the academic building tonight. After replying, Su Ming started to ponder, where can I go to buy a good sword? At this very moment, inside a motel off campus, a steamy scene was unfolding. A moment later, Ren Xiaoman was covered in sweat, her face flushed. Zhang Tang was panting. He had an after-sex cigarette in his mouth, his breathing clearly uneven. Clearly, they had just finished an intense encounter. Ren Xiaoman picked up her phone, her brows furrowing slightly. Test Kate, Brother Zhang, Su Ming took the bait. Zhang Tang frowned upon hearing this. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, a pro-level lung hit. White mist filled the room. Then, he revealed a cold, sinister smile. Very good. Even though his class is just sword wielder, his stats are so high that upper-level figures will definitely invest in him. His future is limitless. I want you to get close to him and squeeze him dry of all his value. Zhang Tang laughed wickedly. As the legitimate son of the Zhang family, a large clan, he had been studying the art of manipulation since he was young. How to obtain more resources had been a compulsory course since he was 10. Classmates' talents in his eyes, they were all just pawns. He intended to use this woman, Ren Xiaoman, to extract resources from the 10-star genius Su Ming. That's how the Zhang family rose to power back in the day. Today, the Zhang family's influence has spread throughout the Dragon Country enough to even sway national policies. This is the power of the Zhang family, one of the 3 great clans of the Dragon Country. With his family's influence, the things he could get from Su Ming in the future wouldn't really seem that rare to him. But he had to do it. He wanted to prove to the family that he has the capability and the ambition. Ren Xiaoman gave a charming smile, leaning into Zhang Tang's arms. "So, young Master Zhang, I have to leave you now. Don't you have any thoughts on that?" Zhang Tang gave her a harsh slap. "Ha ha! You little slut!" The battle continued. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived outside the school. Following his memory, he went to a weapon shop. The place was buzzing with people. Every year at this time, business here is at its peak. After all, today is Awakening Day. Every student with a bit of money in their family comes here today to buy a handy weapon as their starter gear. When challenging the novice dungeon, having a decent starter weapon can significantly increase survival chances. There are many weapon shops in Xuanjing City, but Su Ming came specifically to this one because the owner of this shop is a very experienced blacksmith. His blacksmith class level is quite high. In the remote Xuanjing City, he is considered top tier. The weapons he forges are of good quality and affordably priced, and this shop is quite large. They don't just sell forged weapons. They also sell weapons dropped in dungeons that they acquired from various other class changers. Selection is very diverse. For a Su Ming with empty pockets, this was his only option, because here he could purchase a very powerful weapon at a low price. All because Su Ming knows one piece of information. In this shop, there is a stone longsword. As long as you break the outer layer of stone, you can reveal the true blade inside. It is a silver quality longsword, but the selling price is extremely cheap. Because it looks so rough on the outside, no one knows its true value. He must seize this opportunity to get it at a bargain price.
Outside a luxurious weapons store, the streets were bustling with heavy traffic and crowds of people. Spanning thousands of square meters, this was one of the largest weapons stores in Xuanjing City. Many luxury cars were parked at the entrance. A large number of students packed the entrance of the store so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. On the walls hung a dazzling array of cold weapons, including countless swords and blades. They were made of various materials. Among them was even a long sword forged from pure profound vein cold stone. The sword was incredibly beautiful, reflecting a brilliant azure icy glow. It was extremely eye-catching. It drew all the students to stop and stare in fascination. But the sword was so expensive that no one could afford it. So, they could only look. Su Ming also glanced at the sword from the corner of his eye. A fake. He only thought coldly to himself. In his past life, he frequented this store often and gradually got to know the owner. He had even shared drinks and talked through the night with the owner. So he knew that this sword was fake. The real one was hidden in the owner's warehouse. The real version of this sword was truly extraordinary, a diamond-grade longsword. It was called the Dragon Frost Heaven Cold Sword. A single strike could freeze the blood inside a monster entirely, making it shatter with a light tap. If used by a master sword expert, this sword would be even more immensely powerful. Unfortunately, Su Ming couldn't afford it right now. After all, it was the store's prized treasure, so it was naturally expensive. Therefore, his primary target was not this sword anyway. Su Ming's arrival caused quite a stir among the students. "Hey look, isn't that Su Ming? The Swordmaster Su Ming is here. He really is handsome." Some girls already had stars in their eyes. Since ancient times, top-tier swordmasters have always been very handsome. Although weak in the early stages, they are indeed handsome. Su Ming was no exception. Wow, what a celebrity! He's here to buy weapons too. Well, it makes sense. Tomorrow is the newbie dungeon. Even with 10-star talent, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant. He has innate level 10 max stats. He's a genius among geniuses. If it weren't for his swordmaster class, he would have shocked the whole province by now. It's just a pity his class is a bit underwhelming. The students whispered to each other. Su Ming acted as if he didn't hear them. He walked straight toward the counter with steady steps. Just then, a young woman in her 20s stepped out from the crowd of students. She blocked Su Ming's path. Su Ming frowned slightly and stopped. He didn't know this woman. Why was she blocking his way? He looked up. He saw a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and black silk stockings with a hot figure. She looked elegant and wealthy. She definitely wasn't short on money. She was clearly startled for a moment by Su Ming's icy gaze. That was the look of a killer, one that could only be forged through many life-and-death battles. She thought it was an illusion. Soon, she returned to normal. "Sorry, student. I mean no harm." With that, she gave a charming, mature smile. Then, she handed a business card and placed it in Su Ming's hand. "I am Zhang Lan, the vice president of the Zhongnan Consortium. For your weapon purchases here today, I will cover the full cost on behalf of the Jiang'an Consortium. She made a bold claim. As soon as she said this, all the surrounding students gasped. Weapon store, all expenses covered. That was truly a grand gesture among grand gestures. Among the students around, there were some who lived in villas and had parents with powerful jobs, possessing some extra cash. But none of them dared to say they would cover all expenses. After all, weapon stores are one of the most expensive places to spend money in the world. Ordinary families could simply not afford to spend lavishly here. Looking at her alluring smile, Su Ming's expression remained calm. Oh, all expenses covered? May I ask, Miss Zhanglan, what is the price for this? In this world, nothing happens without interests. Su Ming didn't know her at all. They were meeting for the first time. She would never pay for him for no reason. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Ming knew this all too well. Hearing Su Ming's calm reply, she looked a bit surprised. She had already inquired that Su Ming was a poor orphan without parental support. He must be short on cash coming here to buy weapons. She had specifically banked on this point to offer her funding. Only when the other party has a need can there be a deal. This was a merchant's eye, but what she didn't expect was that Su Ming was just as smart as she was. He didn't agree immediately. Facing such temptation, he remained unmoved. She admired him inwardly. It seems student Su Ming is not only exceptionally talented, but also extremely clever. She complimented him first. You guessed correctly, I do have a request of you. Sure enough, Zhanglan smiled faintly. She waved to someone in the crowd. Then, a girl in green with a petite figure stepped out. Su Ming noticed she was wearing a defensive barrier ring on her finger. That is an extremely expensive item. Once she receives fatal damage, this ring will instantly explode to form a barrier blocking that attack for her. It was enough to show that her family was very wealthy. This is my younger sister, Zhang Yunqing. As long as you join her team and protect her to complete the challenges in the newbie dungeon, I will provide the funds for you to buy a weapon. How about that? She said with a confident, faint smile, her voice full of authority. Money is the root of a person's confidence. Su Ming, hearing this, remained unmoved. He looked the girl in front of him, Zhang Yunqing, up and down. Zhang Yunqing looked calm, facing Su Ming neither humbly nor arrogantly. Although her talent was slightly inferior to Su Ming's, she had money. Faintly, there was a touch of pride between her brows. Su Ming stared at her with a cold expression, his gaze as still as water. This Zhang Yunqing was the same age as him. Both were new job changers of this batch, but she was a bit too weak and delicate. It's no wonder her sister wanted him to watch over her. This was normal. Su Ming was already used to it. Only newly awakened job changers can enter the newbie dungeon. All family experts and bodyguards are unable to enter. This means that this second young lady of the Zhang family would be venturing into a dangerous zone without any protection. This might be her first time. Under these circumstances, her family naturally needed a powerful expert to escort and protect her. And newbie dungeons are basically all new job changers. No one has a naturally high level. So the only choice was basically to pick from those with strong enough aptitude. And he was the perfect candidate. First, he had high aptitude, with base stats inherently higher than the average person. Second, he was poor enough to be easily bought off. Su Ming quickly deduced the reason. Although his class was Swordmaster and his skills might not be as strong as others, his stats were fierce enough. And among the newcomers in Xuanjing City with talent, he was the easiest to buy off. The other geniuses basically didn't lack money. He stroked his chin and looked at Zhonglan. He put on an innocent expression and said with a smile, "Fine, then I want to buy the Dragon Frost Heaven Cold Sword. Fine, then I want to buy the Frost Dragon Cold Sky Sword." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhonglan's eyes trembled. She never imagined that Su Ming would make such an outrageous demand. The diamond-grade weapon, the Frost Dragon Cold Sky Sword, was the pride and joy of this store. It cost as much as 10 million advent coins! Even for her, it wasn't something she could just pull out on the spot. She had originally thought that a silver-grade weapon would be more than enough to dismiss this inexperienced, penniless student. The surrounding students also looked on with slight shock. Is Su Ming a bit too shameless, even if he is the top-tier attribute freshman? Don't forget his class is Swordmaster, which is very weak in the early stages. That is right, he really surprised me. My impression of him has dropped significantly. That is a diamond-grade weapon. He is just a newly transferred player. It is a question of whether he can even equip it. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Su Ming couldn't have cared less. In his heart, there was only his own objective. There was a flash of annoyance in Zhonglan's eyes. Su Ming's outrageous demand was making her lose face. She narrowed her eyes and her expression turned serious. "Are you serious?" With clear eyes, Su Ming nodded. "I am serious." "Is there a problem, miss?" He tilted his head slightly, pretending to be puzzled as he spoke. This demeanor only made Zhonglan grit her teeth in anger. But she couldn't show it. Finally, she sighed. "Sorry, Su Ming, can you choose something else?" No matter what, she could not just let Su Ming have his way for the sake of appearances. For a merchant, money always comes first. Weighing the pros and cons is the most important thing. Even though her family was wealthy, they couldn't spend money recklessly. The Frost Dragon Cold Sky Sword is simply too expensive, and I don't think your current combat value justifies such an investment from me. If you switch to a silver tier weapon, I would be very happy. She wore a professional smile. Su Ming shook his head, looking very firm at that moment. "Then forget it. I only want this sword, nothing else." Su Ming's voice was calm. She walked forward gently, the sound of her high heels clicking crisply on the floor. Su Ming smelled the expensive perfume on her at close range, but his expression remained cold and unchanged. "Are you sure?" she asked. Su Ming's face was like an iceberg. "I am sure," he nodded. Zhonglan shook her head slightly, clouds of worry in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Fine then. Yuanqing, let us go." Her eyes turned cold as she led Zhang Yunqing away. Zhang Yunqing turned her head to look at Su Ming, and at that moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time she had ever seen her sister lose the upper hand in a negotiation. This made her feel that her schoolmate Su Ming was not just exceptionally talented, his mind was not simple either. What a strange person. After they left, Su Ming took a deep breath. He had never intended to accept this deal anyway. But if he had refused too bluntly, the other party would inevitably keep pestering him. That is why he demanded the Frost Dragon Cold Sky Sword, just to drive them away. He knew there was no way they would buy him such an expensive sword. As it happened, Su Ming was planning to go to the most dangerous area to solo the hidden boss. If he had accepted the deal and had to protect Zhang Yunqing, how could he go to that dangerous area? He felt no regret about missing out on this free weapon. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The crowd looked at Su Ming, buzzing with noise. Even though he was clearly poor, he had initiated the breakdown of the deal and given up a chance to get a free weapon, which the people found truly puzzling. Su Ming remained expressionless, acting as if he hadn't heard anything. He walked through the crowd alone to the counter. He said to a female attendant, "Take down that stone sword," Su Ming said with a calm look, uttering something quite surprising. The attendant's eyes narrowed when she heard this. She followed Su Ming's finger, looking up high. There, in a glass display case on the wall, hung a lump of gray stone shaped like a sword. It was pitted and ugly in appearance. Faintly, one could make out the rough shape of a longsword. It was basically just a weapon embryo. Not to mention cutting anyone, it would probably be a struggle to even cause a bruise with it. Would anyone really buy this? The attendant was full of wonder. "Are you sure you want this weapon?" she asked, parting her red lips. She also knew of Su Ming's reputation as a 10-star swordmaster in Chuanjing City and a genius from #1 high school. Naturally, she didn't want to sell him a piece of junk weapon, causing him to perish in the beginner dungeon. So, out of kindness, she asked Su Ming to confirm. Su Ming stood his ground and nodded. The attendant had no choice but to operate the screen in front of her. Then the glass case opened automatically. With a flick of her fingers, the display lowered, presenting the stone sword to Su Ming. Su Ming took the stone sword and weighed it in his hand. "Good weight." A faint golden light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! It lasted for only a split second. It was the eye of insight. He scanned the information of the stone sword. Weapon stone embryo, silver, a reward dropped by a ferocious beast in an F-grade dungeon. It looks like an ordinary stone longsword on the outside, but once the stone shell is shattered, it can be unsealed, revealing a sword of quality within. This is the sword! In his past life, Su Ming had personally seen a student buy this sword. Then, while in a beginner dungeon, he accidentally shattered the stone casing, revealing its true appearance. That is how he knew the truth about the sword. "Great. How much is it?" Su Ming asked, holding the stone sword in one hand. His strength stat was a full 10 points, almost 2 to 3 times that of other students. So holding it in one hand, he didn't find it heavy at all. A transparent screen appeared before the attendant and was displayed to Su Ming. Student, according to our store manager's requirements, every awakening day, students can get discounts based on their awakening level. Those who transfer with an attribute rating of 5 stars or higher can buy weapons at 50% off. This stone sword's original price is 1,000 Advent coins. With your discount, the price is 500 Advent coins. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with this price, and it was within his budget. After all, other silver weapons would easily cost around 10,000. He should take this opportunity to secure it. Su Ming knew full well that if the stone seal were broken, the sword's value would increase by more than a dozen times. He was determined to get this sword. With a thought, his personal balance appeared before him. The entire blue planet had been digitized long ago, and transactions were made using data. In just a blink of an eye, the account balance was transferred. Transaction complete. The sword immediately became Su Ming's property. Thank you for your purchase. The attendant bowed slightly, giving a mechanical, professional smile. Su Ming held the stone sword and turned to walk against the current. He walked slowly toward the gate. All the students watching were absolutely shocked at this moment. Is Su Ming crazy from poverty? This sword might be cheap, but can it even kill a monster? Sigh! Buying a stone sword like that is just asking for death. Does he really think he's invincible just because he has high natural stats? New class advancers only get one starting skill. What good are high stats anyway? In the crowd, a male student wearing glasses looked grave. These stone weapons often drop in dungeons, but they are basically trash that shatters at a single strike. But there is an extremely small chance that they contain stone-sealed weapons. The weapons inside would be quite valuable. Could it be that he wants to take a gamble? He analyzed thoughtfully. The student's words stirred up a wave of reaction, but it didn't calm the crowd down. Instead, it incited even more sneers. Some students even drew their own conclusions. My father is a blacksmith too. I know better than anyone how low that probability is. Someone immediately chimed in. Right. I bet if we took all hundreds of stone weapons in this shop and smashed them all at once, we wouldn't find a single good item. These kinds of stone weapons are, if not 100%, at least 99.9% trash. Someone narrowed their eyes and said slowly, betting 500 arrival coins on such a minuscule probability. I can only say he is a fool. Su Ming, hearing the chatter around him, slowly stopped walking. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he spoke. Is anyone here willing to take a bet? He said loudly. At the same time, he held the stone sword high. If I shatter this sword and a good weapon comes out, you pay me 3,000 arrival coins. Otherwise, I will give you 5,000 arrival coins. Who dares to take it? Su Ming looked around. His voice echoed throughout the entire shop. Hearing this, never mind the students. Even the waitresses thought he had lost his mind. Stone weapons are a common type of reward in dungeons, but stone weapons are essentially consumables that shatter at a single hit. Admittedly, some stone weapons from high-level dungeons have a certain probability of containing a stone-sealed weapon. But that probability is extremely low, definitely 1 in 1,000, if not 1 in 10,000. Su Ming dares to gamble on such a slim chance. Even their shopkeeper, an experienced blacksmith, hadn't seen anything magical about this stone weapon. Yet this Su Ming seemed so confident. So, to say nothing of the students, even the staff here wanted to join the bet. After all, Su Ming was practically giving away money. Everyone here was betting against Su Ming. In an instant, many students rushed forward, eager to join the bet, regardless of whether they were wealthy or not. Everyone was enthusiastic to participate. Finally, a burly male student was the fastest. He rushed in front of Su Ming with an excited grin, as if he had already picked up free money. I will bet with you, he said with a wide grin. Good. Su Ming remained calm and detached. In that instant, he used Insight Eye to see the student's information. Yang Ding! Level 1. 100 Merchant EXP. Class, Shield Warrior. Combat Class. Strength, 9 points. Constitution, 9 points. Agility, 5 points. Spirit, 5 points. Luck, 7 points. Skillful Power Slash, all stamina into a single powerful strike. The sum of his 5-dimensional attributes reached 35 points. Divided by 5, that's a 7-star innate attribute. He could be considered quite talented. Looking at him, Su Ming's eyes grew serious. Yang Ding was a familiar face. He was a wealthy second-generation kid who acted extremely arrogantly at school, often bullying poor students. In his past life, Su Ming had even been set up by this guy in the novice dungeon once. Seeing it was him, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. What a small world. Su Ming felt absolutely no guilt about swindling him. Come, let's sign the betting contract, Su Ming thought to himself. A panel appeared in front of him. It contained the details of this betting agreement, whether this stone sword contains a stone-sealed weapon. If yes, Su Ming wins. If no, Yang Ding wins. Ming's stake, 3,000 arrival coins. Yang Ding's stake, 5,000 arrival coins. Once the two signed, there was no turning back. Even if Su Ming won, he would only get 3,000, but if he lost, he had to pay 5,000. And the probability of a stone-sealed weapon was already extremely low. No matter how you look at it, this was an unfair bet for Su Ming. The students watching this scene were truly shocked. Wow, he's so serious he even brought out a contract? If he loses and can't pay, the interest will skyrocket. With the contract binding them, no one can back out now. Yang Ding hesitated slightly when he saw the details. But soon, he made up his mind. If you don't dare to bet when the odds are so much in your favor, can you even call yourself a man? Besides, 3,000 arrival coins weren't a huge fortune given his family background. His bet this time was also to crush Su Ming's arrogance. He was one of the students with the highest talent this year at number 1 high, aside from Su Ming, Yan Zhe, and Zhang Tang. Like Ji Yao, he was also a 7-star innate talent. He was supposed to be quite the star. However, his thunder had been completely stolen by Su Ming. With the appearance of a 10-star talent, not to mention 7-star, even 8-star Zhang Tang and 9-star Yan Zhe were completely overshadowed. This had been eating at him for a long time. Today, he finally found the opportunity to suppress Su Ming head-on. He would use Su Ming as a stepping stone to become famous. He immediately signed his name on the contract. Su Ming looked at Yang Ding with an expressionless face. The fish has taken the bait. Yang Ding folded his arms across his chest, staring at Su Ming with a cold sneer forming on his lips. He still didn't know what kind of fate awaited him. Go ahead, shatter your rock. Honestly, I really doubt a poor wretch like you can even come up with 5,000 to give me, he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But he didn't finish his sentence. It came to an abrupt halt. His expression shifted from smugness to extreme shock. His eyes were even trembling. Because at that moment, Su Ming had already cleanly and decisively shattered the stone sword in his hand. Crack! A crisp, loud sound echoed throughout the entire weapons shop. Everyone in the shop stood as if turned to stone. The scene froze instantly. The previous noise gave way to absolute silence. Stone chips fell away. Within there appeared an ancient pitch-black steel sword. A 3-foot-long blade. It had some dark red patterns that flowed through it, as if they were fresh blood. Black iron crimson blade. Special attribute, blood drinking. After this sword cuts a monster, it can absorb the blood stained on the blade to heal the wielder's wounds. Su Ming used his insight eye to scan the sword's data and felt very satisfied. He held the sword, gave it a casual swing, and could feel exactly how sharp it was. The best part was that it could heal him after wounding a monster. This was like having a mobile healer with him. You have to realize healers are one of the rarest types among support classes. Teaming up with them is extremely expensive and requires impressive strength. But with this sword, he didn't need any healer. He gripped the sword, feeling as though it were an extension of his own arm. With a casual swing. Zephyrus, swish. The sword glow was like cold dew, sharp to the extreme. It even faintly sliced through the air itself. Looking at the sword, everyone watching was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. The waitresses had their jaws dropped open. The entire shop went deathly silent for a moment. After a long while, a student rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, He actually mined a weapon out of the stone? Someone's pupils dilated, pointing at the sword. And judging by its appearance, this sword isn't just bronze quality. At the very least, it's silver level. The crowd's voices erupted instantly. It became incredibly noisy. Su Ming and Yang Ding stood in the center of the crowd, swallowed by the noise. When Yang Ding saw the sword, his face turned pale. He unconsciously took half a step back. unable to believe it.
No, no.
That's impossible. He struggled for a long time before he could barely spit out those two words. He stared blankly at the sword, completely shaken. Jet black steel flashing with a sharp edge. Dark red patterns, resembling living veins of blood, pulsed within it. It is at least a silver-grade weapon. His breathing became visibly ragged. He thought this would be his moment of glory, but instead the tables were turned on him. Su Ming's expression was calm as he reached out to him from a distance. "Yang Ding, pay up." It was as if he had anticipated all of this. Yang Ding's mind was in total chaos. He never expected that he would lose. No, your weapon hasn't been appraised yet. We don't even know what grade it is. He stammered. This was his final act of sophistry and struggle. However, before Su Ming could even retort this time, the students who were watching the spectacle chimed in one after another. As much as I don't want to admit it, Su Ming definitely won. Yang Ding, you should just admit defeat. Whether it's been appraised or not doesn't matter. According to the rules, as long as a sword was opened from the stone, Su Ming wins. The students saw the truth clearly. Under the burning gazes of everyone, Yang Ding had no way to go back on his word. Besides, the betting contract already showed that Su Ming had won. Su Ming wins. He gritted his teeth, speaking with extreme reluctance. Consider yourself lucky. Afterward, he transferred 3,000 from his account and handed it to Su Ming. There was no choice. The contract was binding. Even the gods couldn't break it. This is the rule of the world. If he defaulted, massive interest would accumulate every single second. So he had no choice but to pay up immediately. Su Ming smiled faintly after receiving the money. Thank you. He didn't walk straight out of the shop. Instead, he turned around and went back to the saleswoman at the weapon shop. I want to buy a scabbard, an ebony one that fits this sword. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, she finally reacted. Oh, okay. The saleswoman was so shocked that she was stumbling over her own hands. She took out a precision instrument to measure the thickness, width, and weight of the blood-drinking black steel sword. A custom-made scabbard would be ready very quickly. Customizing a scabbard cost 1,000 descent coins. Originally, Su Ming couldn't afford it, but now he had the money. Seeing this, the group of students erupted in an uproar. Damn, he spent the money the second he got it to buy a scabbard. He's basically rubbing Yang Ding's face into the dirt. Isn't that just classic rubbing salt in the wound? He's just asking for trouble. The students clenched their fists. Watching him, could it be that he knew there was a sword in that stone all along? That is indeed possible. After all, swordmaster skills are strange and varied. Maybe he has a skill that can sense data on bladed weapons? A moment later, Su Ming received an antique-style ebony scabbard. He fastened it to his back with a strap. The black steel sword slid perfectly into place. Combined with his black outfit, he looked just like a wandering swordsman. Su Ming strolled out of the weapon shop. From start to finish, his expression remained unmoved. Yang Ding watched this, his face turning from blue to white. He was so angry he could practically smoke. His voice trembling, he spoke in a low tone as Su Ming passed by him. Su Ming, I'll remember this. Su Ming heard this and picked at his ear. Oh. Then his figure disappeared into the street. Back in his private dorm, Su Ming drew the sword from its sheath. He swung it a few times. Hum, hum, hum! A crisp, pleasant, ringing sound echoed from the blade. I have the primordial sword body talent, which can amplify all my sword techniques. But I don't have any sword skills yet. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Skill scrolls are expensive, and I don't have much money left, so I can't afford them. I can only hope that a sword technique scroll drops in the beginner instance. He muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes flashed with intensity. Right, I also have another talent, sublimation of all things. A skill that can upgrade any loot dropped in instances. Su Ming hadn't used it yet. He immediately placed the sword in front of him and activated the sublimation of all things talent. Hum! A divine golden glow flashed. Suddenly, the longsword before him underwent a transformation. Moments later, the light subsided. The blade was fully revealed. The sword appeared even purer black, and the blood-colored patterns seemed to have branched out into many more lines. The entire blade looked even more bloodthirsty and dark, quite chilling to look at. Sublimation successful. Profound steel blood-lapping sword, high-grade silver. Blood drinking, After this sword cuts a monster, it can absorb the blood stained on the blade to heal the wielder's wounds. Bloodlapping, after this sword kills a monster, it can briefly increase all the wielder's attributes by 5 points for 30 seconds. It went directly from low-grade silver to high-grade silver. Su Ming was incredibly astonished. This talent is truly miraculous. It directly added a new special effect, bloodlapping. After slaying an enemy, it grants a temporary buff that boosts all his attributes. That's undeniably powerful. Moreover, after the sublimation, the sword's material felt heavier. The texture felt even sharper. Su Ming raised his hand and slashed down at his table. Swish! The wooden table split cleanly apart without any resistance. The cross-section was smooth as a mirror. It didn't even make a sound. You can clearly see the sharpness of the edge. Su Ming was speechless. It was even more violent than he had anticipated. Much sharper than before the sublimation. He glanced at the sky outside the window. "It's nightfall," he said calmly. This meant that the time for his meeting with Ren Xiaoman had arrived. He walked out of the dorm alone. In his eyes, murder intent was resolute. At dusk, Su Ming stood on the rooftop of the building. Hidden in his pocket was an ordinary dagger. To unleash the maximum power of the god-slaying blade, a dagger is the most effective weapon. If he were to use a sword, he could barely trigger the god-slaying blade, but its power would be significantly diminished. That is right, he intends to use his strongest technique to kill Ren Xiaoman. His expression was calm, devoid of any fierce intent to commit murder. A true assassin never reveals their killing intent before the strike. On his way here, he had avoided the crowds as much as possible. After all, he was about to commit a crime, so naturally he did not want anyone to see. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, with a gentle breeze brushing against his face. The moon in this world has a notch in it. Looking at it, there is a kind of sacred beauty. Footsteps came from the stairwell. Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. She had arrived. "Su Ming, why did you pick such a place for us to meet? It is too remote." He could hear her complaining from far away. Su Ming looked over. He saw her walking quickly towards him tonight, wearing a simple yet elegant black dress. The collar of her shirt was left unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. It was hard to tell if she had come in such a hurry, or if it was intentional. A younger, more naive boy would have already been wrapped around her finger. Su Ming, however, remained expressionless and said coldly, "You are here." She nodded. There was an unmistakable impatience hidden in the depths of her eyes. Su Ming caught it keenly. "Although I said I had a change of heart, I need to test you for a while. Only then will I consider whether or not I want to be with you. During this time, it all depends on how you perform." As she spoke, she flashed a meaningful look. Su Ming just gave a cold smile upon hearing this and said nothing. "Test me for a while? What a beautiful euphemism." The truth is, it is just endless manipulation. During this period, she would keep him on a leash, making him work like an uncomplaining servant. He would have to offer up a large amount of his resources to her. In his previous life, he had fallen for it. This time, he would absolutely not repeat the same mistake. In his past life, Su Ming had worked himself to the bone, struggling day and night in the dungeons. Yet more than half of the rewards were handed over to her. Looking back now, he was simply hopelessly stupid. He had poured his heart and soul into her, only to be met with death and betrayal. Su Ming's smile appeared somewhat bloodthirsty in the moonlight, sending a chill down Ren Xiaoman's spine. Why are you smiling so terrifyingly?" She suddenly noticed that Su Ming seemed different from before, but she could not quite put her finger on what exactly was different. Su Ming remained expressionless and slowly walked toward her. The closer he got, the more she could feel the bone-chilling murderous intent emanating from him. She felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Sensing that something was wrong and beginning to feel afraid, she slowly backed away. "Su Ming, don't come near me." She raised her hands in a defensive gesture, her voice filled with panic. Su Ming ignored her completely. His mind was made up. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward. At the same time, he smoothly pulled a short dagger from his pocket. The motion was seamless and incredibly fluid. The moment she saw the dagger, Ren Xiaoman's eyes filled with utter terror. She never expected Su Ming to become so ruthless. He meant to kill her right from the start. Now she finally understood why Su Ming had arranged to meet her in such a remote place. She was a support class professional with very low attributes. How could she possibly be a match for Su Ming? If you dare touch me, young Master Zhang Tang will not let you off." In a panic, she shrieked. Su Ming intentionally put on a puzzled look and stopped in his tracks. "Oh? Why do you mention Zhang Tang?" She mistakenly thought that Su Ming had been intimidated. After all, the Zhang family is one of the three most powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom. They were an absolute behemoth. A poor boy like Su Ming, even with a 10-star talent, could not possibly compete with them. She sneered. Let me tell you. It was young Master Zhang Tang who sent me to get close to you. I assume you have already guessed as much, so there is no need for me to pretend anymore." She dropped the act entirely, her expression becoming sharp and mean. "Su Ming, you don't really think someone as poor as you could make me change my mind, do you? In this world, no matter how strong your 10-star talent is, it cannot compare to the foundation of the Zhang family." After saying this, she felt as if she had let out a sigh of pent-up anger. "You even wanted to kill me just now, how ridiculous. Just the name Zhang Tang was enough to make you afraid to strike. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I will be rewarded with 100,000 arrival coins. Since everything is exposed now, it actually saves me the trouble. I have to thank you, Su Ming." Her smile was cold and heartless. However, to her surprise, Su Ming, having heard all this, was not trembling with rage, nor did he look shocked. He remained as calm as a breeze. Calmness is truly the most terrifying thing. "Very good." Su Ming smiled faintly. "Are you ready to die now?" he asked, his face turning cold. Ren Xiaoman was stunned by his words. She had initially assumed that Su Ming would be too terrified of young Master Zhang Tang to take action. That was why she had dared to insult him so brazenly. But Su Ming's composure was genuinely terrifying. In her heart, she began to feel afraid. Yet, on the surface, she was still putting up a front. You dare lay a hand on me? I really don't believe." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming struck. He did not want to say another word. For this woman, he had only complete and utter disappointment. He gripped the dagger and lunged forward. The movement was incredibly fast. The killing intent in his eyes was chilling. In that instant, Ren Xiaoman finally fell into total panic. She realized that Su Ming was absolutely determined to end her life. "Wait! Don't do this!" she screamed. Su Ming remained expressionless, his actions constant. God-slaying blade activated. He transformed into a stream of blood-colored light. The next instant, squelch. A brilliant thin line of blood slashed through the air. It was as if the night sky itself had been split in two. The blood-stained trail left by the blade lingered in the air for a long time, refusing to dissipate. An overwhelming murderous intent swept out, blanketing everything. Like a surging river, it swallowed Ren Xiaoman in an instant. In that moment, she felt as if she were in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, with countless wailing souls beside her. Su Ming was like a demon god, unleashing a slash of pure blood. This blade slashed perfectly across her neck. Blood gushed out. She stared at Su Ming, her eyes vacant with shock. This blow was too fast! It was almost like teleportation. It completely exceeded her ability to comprehend. She felt that not only her body, but even her will had been shattered by this strike. This was not a skill that a level 1 newcomer could possibly possess. Her eyes were full of disbelief. All her arrogance completely vanished. Her body collapsed powerlessly. Blood sprayed from her neck like a fountain. Su Ming had severed her artery. Her dying process was instantaneous. For her, it wasn't long, but it was enough to contemplate and regret. Even as she died, a look of extreme shock remained in her eyes. They were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a touch of hysteria. Su Ming flicked the dagger to shake off the blood before storing it in his personal space. He lowered his head, staring at her corpse, his expression icy cold. One had to admit that this woman was indeed very beautiful, being the school belle of the first high school. With an attractive figure, delicate features, and skin as white as jade. She also had a very charming sense of style. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he had been so smitten with her. Unfortunately, she was beautiful on the outside but rotten within. Once the heart decays, the most beautiful skin is useless. Revenge was served. Su Ming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. But at the same time, he also felt a wave of weakness and lightheadedness. This was the precursor to exhausted mental energy. In this world, regardless of the class, using skills requires mental energy. Whether it is a mage's fireball or a warrior's cleave, Every skill requires the consumption of mental energy to be unleashed. If one's mental energy is depleted, they will fall into this state of extreme weakness. It requires sleep to recover. In extreme cases, one might even need potions to fully recover. God-slaying blade, the consumption is indeed too high. At my current level, I cannot unleash its full version. Su Ming's breathing was heavy. After a long while, he finally recovered. Now, as long as I use the God-slaying blade, I will immediately drain all my physical strength. My mental energy will also be completely wiped out. This means that this blade is his ultimate trump card. If he slashes and the enemy does not die, Su Ming himself will be at their mercy. Although the power is not at its peak, it is invincible enough against low-tier monsters and human. In the old days, the true God-slaying blade could even shatter space and pierce through all defensive measures. It could even slay S-rank dungeon beasts. That was true terror. However, Su Ming felt no attachment to his past life. In the past, he relied on no one, using only talent and effort to climb to the 8th rank. In this life, his future will definitely take him even higher. In the beginner dungeon, even the boss shouldn't be able to withstand my God-slaying blade, Su Ming analyzed while gazing at the fading scar in the air. Especially regarding the speed of the kill, it is extremely fast. This strike is so fast that no one in the world could ever dodge it. You could even say that at the same level, Su Ming can now point and kill anyone. What does point and kill mean? It means if he calls your name, you are as good as dead. A guaranteed kill. If Su Ming says you will die at midnight, you won't live to see daybreak. The God-slaying blade is sufficiently powerful. This gave Su Ming the confidence to enter the dungeon tomorrow and challenge the hidden boss. He slowly crouched down and found her mobile phone in Ren Xiaoman's pocket. The first thing to do was to delete the chat history between them. He had to ensure that no trace was left behind. After deleting the evidence, Su Ming was ready to destroy the phone. But suddenly he discovered the chat history between Ren Xiaoman and Zhang Tang. Su Ming opened it to take a look. June 7th, exactly today. Ren Xiaoman, young Master Zhang, I am ready to take down Su Ming tonight. Zhang Tang, very good. Drain him of all his value, and in a few years when he matures and has plenty of treasures on him, we will find an opportunity to kill him in a dungeon. Regardless of whether it succeeds today, I will transfer 100,000 to your account. Ren Xiaoman. Brother Zhang, you are too generous, I love it. This stupid boy doesn't even know I only value the benefits I can get from him. Unlike me, who is devoted to you, Brother Zhang. Zhang. Haha, you slut. Don't forget to find time to keep in contact with me after you're with him. Naturally, Brother Zhang, your skills in bed are something no one else has. That is exactly what I like about you. The conversation between the two was utterly disgusting. Su Ming flicked his wrist. With a snap, he crushed the phone. Zhang Tang, you won't live much longer either, he muttered. Then he turned and left the rooftop.
Su Ming had a stern expression on his face. He walked quickly back to his dormitory. Tomorrow morning, the dungeon will arrive. He must seize the time to get some rest. Along the way, the school was deserted and very empty. After Awakening Day, many students had gone home. After all, the beginner dungeon was about to open. While the dungeon holds massive opportunities and rewards, it also comes with death. For new class changers, the mortality rate in dungeons is very high. So many people needed to go home to see their parents, as it might be the last time they see each other. Su Ming returned to his dormitory door all by himself. He suddenly discovered a box outside the door. There was a letter on top with the principal's signature. Su Ming carried the box inside and locked the door tightly. This must be something the principal sent me. He opened the box. Inside, 2 items were placed clearly. A pitch-black wooden brocade box containing a jade-colored medicinal pill, marrow refining pill, gold mid-grade. A pill refined from various materials. After consuming it, one can cleanse their marrow and bones to increase physical attributes. It is very expensive and can only be effective once for anyone. The current market price, 200,000 descent coins. In addition, there was a black garment. Snake skin black coat, silver mid-grade. This black coat was made by an experienced armor smith. After putting it on, your walking becomes light and silent. Made from mutated snake skin, it is extremely tough and can resist sharp attacks like clawing or sword cuts. Market price, 5,000 descent coins. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The principal is truly generous. He didn't just give me a marrow refining pill, but also a piece of clothing. This garment is of silver quality, a piece of defensive equipment that can keep me safe. It seems the principal wants to do his best to protect me, a genius, so I don't die in the dungeon. That's why he didn't give me a weapon, but instead provided gear geared toward defense. The goal is to increase my durability so I don't die in the dungeon. The pity that these two items were created here on the Blue Star by life professionals, blacksmiths, and alchemists. They aren't loot dropped in a dungeon, so my myriad sublimation skill cannot sublimate these two items. Su Ming tried to use myriad sublimation, but it indeed had no effect. Only loot dropped in dungeons can be sublimated, but he was satisfied nonetheless. Su Ming immediately put on the black coat. He could feel that the fabric was very resilient. It felt somewhat smooth to the touch. Looking closely with his eyes, he could even see that a layer of snake scales was indeed embedded inside the garment. With this equipment, Su Ming's survival probability had greatly increased. Afterward, he looked at the letter. He tore it open. The letter read, "Student Su Ming, hello. I am Principal Wang Tingshen, and this is my personal letter. First, I must congratulate you on awakening with full innate 10-star attributes in the Swordmaster class. In the box, there is a marrow refining pill I gifted you on behalf of the school, and a silver mid-grade piece of equipment I gifted you personally. I know that you have always lived a simple and very poor life. I have taken the liberty of increasing your scholarship amount this year to 10,000 descent coins, which has already been deposited into your account. You may stand in a very high position in the future, but no matter what, please do not forget your alma mater when you achieve success. I wish you a bright future." At the end was the principal's signature. The brushwork was like a dragon. Su Ming opened his personal profile panel. And so what Chelmo was now. Zake, why sure this branch is take. So what a generous gesture. Su Ming couldn't help but mutter. All these things combined were worth a fortune. This was actually a form of investment. The principal had a long-term vision. What Wang Tingshen was looking forward to was not immediate gain, but the returns that Su Ming could bring to the school in the future once he grew up. From this perspective, the principal is indeed the principal. His vision was truly on a different level compared to short-sighted people like Ren Xiaoman. Su Ming smiled slightly. "Principal Wang, your investment is worth it." Su Ming would repay everyone who helped him in the future, and those who tried to harm him, he would take revenge one by one. Afterward, Su Ming immediately swallowed the marrow refining pill. He sat cross-legged on the bed. He waited for a moment. No agonizing pain struck him. No impurities were expelled from his body either. After all, this is reality, not a pill from a fantasy novel. Dozens of seconds passed, and Su Ming only felt a faint glow emanating from his body and a warm feeling within. Constitution attribute plus 10. Experience points plus 100. Promoted to level 2 class changer. Obtained 10 free attribute points. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Because he had full 10-star innate attributes, all his attributes were already 10. He had almost reached the limit for a level 1 class changer. At this point, swallowing the marrow refining pill couldn't give a massive attribute boost. It only added 10 points to his constitution, with half the effectiveness of a normal case. Fortunately, the world rules converted the remaining attribute increases into experience, raising Su Ming's level so nothing was wasted. Overall, he still indirectly gained 100% effectiveness. Every time he levels up, he can get 10 free attribute points. These attributes can be assigned freely. Because Su Ming has 10-star talent, he gets 10 attribute points every time he levels up. If it were 5-star innate attributes, he would get 5 points per level up. This is the importance of talent. In the long run, the higher the level, the greater the gap. Su Ming stood up and looked at his profile. "Let's add these attribute points to agility," he said in a deep voice. The agility attribute was immediately boosted. It doubled directly. He immediately felt his mind clearer and his body more agile and light. Sword God, a class that uses swords. The main focus is speed and ethereal movement. Of course, I need to add agility points. It's actually quite similar to the assassin from his previous life. Subsequently, Su Ming checked his profile again. Su Ming, level 2 out of 200 experience. Class, Sword God. Mythical level, unique in the world. Strength, 10 points. Constitution, 20 points. Agility, 20 points. Spirit, 10 points. Luck, 10 points. Talent, Myriad Sublimation, Source Sword Body. Skills, God-Slaying Blade, Complete Concealment, God-Hidden Steps, Eye of Insight. Su Ming nodded to himself. Very good. Now he was one level ahead of most people. This seems like a small step, but after entering the dungeon, he would be able to get a huge lead over everyone else. Su Ming began preparing for tomorrow's dungeon.
He first opened his personal space.
This is a feature that all class changers have. He put the mysterious steel blood-sipping sword from the table into it. This way, he could use it when entering the dungeon. By the way, the reverse Dao God Ring reshaped my body. Can it be used again? He was curious and peered into it with his mind. Reverse Dao God Ring, mythical, unique in the world. Eons of destiny left behind, surely solving the fated death of heaven's will. After being replenished by the power of time, it can reverse the laws of the Dao and reshape the body. Current status: charging. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise. It seems the resurrection feature needs time to recharge before it can be used again. The runes are all dim right now. It looks like I need to be careful and not gamble with my life. Just as Su Ming was getting ready for bed, he suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a text message. After the awakening, everyone has a personal profile bar that integrates all functions. This includes remote communication, the auction house, personal space, and more. But since it was only just after the awakening, many people were still in the habit of using their phones. He opened it and saw to his surprise that it was Zhang Tang. Su Ming, this is Zhang Tang. Your talent is very high, and the Zhang family is in need of talents like you. Join my team for tomorrow's newbie dungeon. I am an 8-star magic hammer warrior. I can cover you in the early stages. Seeing Zhang Tang's friendly words, Su Ming's eyes turned cold. He gave a brief reply. I already have a team, sorry. Then he turned off his phone. At that moment, Ji Yao sent him a team invitation from her personal space. Su Ming, want to team up? She even included a cute emoji. Su Ming smiled slightly but declined, because he planned to challenge the hidden boss, and it would be too dangerous if he brought Ji Yao along. Sorry, Ji Yao, I want to challenge the dungeon alone. All right then, if you change your mind, let me know anytime, Ji Yao said. Afterwards, Su Ming immediately lay down, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep. When he killed Ren Xiaoman, he used the God-slaying blade, which consumed a significant amount of his physical strength. He needed to sleep to recover to his peak state. He felt a hazy, floating sensation in his body. By the time Su Ming woke up, it was already the next morning. When he opened his eyes, he was completely enveloped by a brilliant blue light. The dungeon has arrived, he said with a heavy look in his eyes. The next moment, his body suddenly vanished from Blue Star. The heavenly slaughter is about to begin. All newly awakened class changers across Blue Star. This is a dungeon filled with slaughter and opportunities where you will engage in combat and complete challenges. There is only one way to leave here and receive rewards. That is, the boss-level monster in the dungeon must die. Regardless of who kills the boss, the dungeon will be settled. Each of you will receive rewards based on your individual contribution. A voice resonated in his mind. Su Ming opened his eyes again and found himself in a forest. It was lush and green with blood-red vegetation everywhere. Everything he saw was stained with blood-red color. The grass was blood-red and it would squirt juice when stepped on, just like fresh blood. The trees were blood-red and the veins on the leaves were multicolored, looking strangely eerie and highly disorienting. One could tell from the ecosystem of the vegetation that this place was completely different from Blue Star. It was filled with an aura of danger. The maps for the annual newbie dungeons are always different. But Su Ming had the experience from his past life. So for him, this wasn't his first time here. But even Su Ming did not claim to know this place entirely. There were still many areas he hadn't explored in his past life that were full of danger. Therefore, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he immediately opened his personal panel. At the very bottom, it displayed information about this dungeon. Wild Tide Forest, newbie dungeon, level F. A smell of rot permeates the air. This place is filled with the scent of death. After that, he opened the world chat channel. He saw many people wailing and crying inside. My God, my spawn point is on a tree, and below it are all steel-spiked wild boars charging with force. What should I do? Just wait to die, buddy. Your situation is still okay? I'm facing a puddle of mire filled with fecal maggots, and there's a rotting mutant tiger corpse inside. Forget about that for now. What are your talents? Yes. Report your talents first so we can team up. I'm a 5-star swordsman with the starting skill Horizontal Slash. I have 3-star innate attributes and a hidden combat class Forest Shaman.
I am.
Su Ming looked at the chat messages, his eyes grave. Star rating is the shorthand people use for talents. He had a 10-star talent and his class was Sword God, so he's referred to as a 10-star Sword God. But this is only for newbies to communicate their talents. Once they reach level 10 and complete the first advancement, they no longer use this star rating system. Instead, it's referred to as first advancement, second advancement, third advancement. Every 10 levels is one advancement, also known as a major realm. In the World Channel, people were still shouting. My name is Li Dabiao. I am a 6-star barbarian fighter. I have a very sturdy body. My starting skill is brute force. A massive short-term boost in physical ability. I can tank and dish out damage. Who wants to team up with me? My coordinates are 4234, 2371. Those nearby first. A 6-star talent is already considered very powerful. Hey! Me! I'm a ranger! I want to join the team too. I'm a fire mage. Add me in. People were eagerly signing up. Hold on a second. There's a huge bloodthirsty rat charging at me. I'll deal with it first, Li Dabiao said. But the next instant, a message appeared on the World Channel. All players were stunned in that moment. The first player has died. Player Li Dabiao was bitten to death by a bloodthirsty rat. Afterward, the World Channel went into an uproar. What's going on? How did someone with a 6-star talent get killed in a second? Isn't the bloodthirsty rat the lowest level monster? It's over. This dungeon seems a bit terrifying. Help! Who can escort me to safety? I'll give you 10,000 arrival coins after we get out. Brothers, I don't have anything else. Only a bit of beauty. My coordinates are. Help me out. Players started to realize that this dungeon wasn't child's play. People were actually going to die. They began to group up for protection, spontaneously forming teams with whoever was nearby. But in Su Ming's eyes, these were all foolish actions. True smart people would have already found their team members and formed squads before the dungeon even started. That way, their spawn points would be clustered together when they entered the dungeon. Only then could they look out for each other. Su Ming had no intention of teaming up. He had always been alone. He put away his virtual screen with a calm expression. Bloodthirsty rat, huh? This type of monster that killed Li Dabiao had fierce combat power and extreme speed. It's called a bloodthirsty rat. It's only one character different from the lowest level bloodthirsty rat, but their combat power was worlds apart. The monsters in this forest dungeon were all kinds of mutant beasts. Su Ming took out his dark steel blood-sucking sword from his storage ring. In order to weekend for was notification. I'm for us and for as matter period of our calendars have a silver word Quinn German. All of us as a trans as a wheel travel. As extensive. He began to explore ahead. His origin sword body was constantly in effect. So when he gripped the sword, Su Ming felt as if it were an extension of his own arm. He walked lightly, moving along his path. Suddenly, he heard a scream coming from the jungle ahead. Su Ming moved close to the ground, slowly approaching. Thud! A corpse fell from a tree. Correct. It was a female class changer. Using the inside eye, Su Ming saw her data. She was a rare healer. The locking sets to heal. And so, or licebit, insubit. We're on the road with this promise that to Pfizer and the instrument road trying to stars. So in the road, this transit is temper divorce and prepping connected the dining rate growth too. We are Logan's dom. So all the reason results then, they're just contraries then. Now choose the crutches for things. The ours man. The body was a horrific sight. A lone healer with no combat power is just a buffet for the monsters. It must have been a carnivorous ape that killed her. Su Ming analyzed from the wounds. The next moment, roar! A loud cry rang out. A massive, extremely ugly-looking ape dropped down from the tree. It joined its arms together to form a giant hammer and smashed it towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression was cold, and he violently sidestepped. He managed to dodge it by a razor-thin margin. He had already predicted this strike. The monster had dropped the corpse to distract him and then sneak and attack. So Su Ming chose to play along and lure the monster into attacking. It had indeed taken the bait. Su Ming's reaction was too fast because he had been prepared all along. He was agile, as his agility stat far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He nimbly avoided the monster's strike. Then he lifted his hand and slashed with his sword. Squelch! A huge gash was immediately cleaved into the mutant ape's head by Su Ming's sword. Blood was dripping from it, but it wasn't dead yet. It had long, dense fur and a monkey face that looked like a ghost. It looked extremely terrifying. It stood on all fours on the ground. Its eyes were truly horrific. Its entire body was covered in scarlet fur as if it had been soaked in blood. Half of its head had been split open by Su Ming's sword, and its brains were spilling out, yet it still wouldn't die. In that instant, Su Ming felt a shock in his heart. The carnivorous ape let out a loud screech and lunged over. His cry was extremely shrill. Its thick arms, like two pillars, came crashing down towards Su Ming's head. In that instant, Su Ming was also secretly startled. Just now, although he hadn't used any skills, he had executed a normal sword slash. But his sword was a high-grade silver weapon, incredibly sharp. Coupled with his super high strength and agility attributes, the power of that slash was terrifying. How could an ordinary monster endure it and still have the strength to fight? He immediately used his Eye of Insight to scan the monster's data. Fierce Beast, Carnivorous Ape King, level 3. Strength, 28 points. Physique, 24 points. Agility, 5 points. Spirit, 6 points. Luck, 4 points. Who'd Skolins? Skill Slam? Su Ming suddenly realized it wasn't an ordinary carnivorous ape, but the king of the apes. No wonder it was so big, over a head taller than the average carnivorous ape. The monkey's eyes were scarlet and it smashed down with a strike. But at that moment, Su Ming's figure disappeared. Without a sound, he transformed into a dark shadow, slipping directly out of the Ape King's line of sight. The next moment he reappeared, he was already behind it. Hidden God Step. Even at Su Ming's current level, when activated, he could enter an invisible state and reach extreme speeds. It also allowed him to dodge most attacks. However, the only downside was that it could only last for a split second and consumed a massive amount of energy. Su Ming could have avoided it without using this footwork, but for safety, he chose the more secure approach. Spirit power can be restored, but getting injured would be very troublesome. He appeared behind the Monkey King and lunged with his sword. Squelch! The strike landed perfectly, piercing from the back of the head into the Monkey King's brain. It completely ended its life. The Monkey King collapsed, kicking up dust. A screen appeared in front of Su Ming. Fierce Beast defeated. Loot. 1/ skill scroll, low-grade bronze. A skill scroll landed in Su Ming's hand. Not bad. Su Ming was quite satisfied. Although it was bronze grade, at least it was a skill scroll that fit his class. The next moment, a message appeared on the World Channel. The Dragon Kingdom Swordmaster player has achieved the first kill. The player has obtained the title First Blood. All Dragon Kingdom players have received 1 healing potion in an instant. A health potion appeared in the hands of every person in the Dragon Kingdom. The World Channel was in an uproar. What? The first kill was completed by a job changer from our Dragon Kingdom? Magnificent. Great, I was just injured. I finally have a healing potion. Swordmaster? Could it be that Su Ming from the first high school? He seems to be a 10-star Swordmaster. He's been the talk of Xuanjing City lately. It might not be him. There are several Swordmasters across the surrounding cities this year. Great, our Dragon Kingdom is leading the way this year. Su Ming's expression was solemn. A title slot appeared in his personal profile. First Blood, all attributes +5. This is kind about interest in in the words. Punch. Great. Su Ming's current all attributes reached 15 points. Agility also reached 25 points. His combat power increased a little more. He looked down at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it was bronze quality, he could sublimate it. Right now, what he needed most was sword technique. He focused his mind. All things sublimation. The skill scroll in his palm immediately changed its appearance. It turned into a silver quality skill scroll. Draw sword slash no grade silver. Sheathe the sword, focus the mind, slash in 1 stroke. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. It actually jumped directly from low-grade bronze to silver quality. That's crossing 2 sub-levels. His luck this time was really good. All things sublimation evolves items randomly. If you're lucky, you could even strengthen a silver item directly to the mythic top tier. But the probability of that is too low. In most cases, it just upgrades by 1 tier based on the current quality. And any item can only be upgraded once. Looking at the skill scroll, Su Ming chose to use it immediately. Learn skill, draw sword slash, sword technique, low-grade silver, current proficiency, 0/1000. Su Ming immediately sheathed his Yuan steel sword. This technique requires the sword to be sheathed before it can be used. Then Su Ming activated the technique. Suddenly, a crisp sword chime rang out. He transformed into a beam of azure sword light, slashing horizontally. This strike was unbelievably fast. The power was terrifying. Wherever it passed, fallen leaves within several meters were sliced apart. A shallow trench was even carved into the ground. Boom! Ahead, a large tree, 1/2 meter in diameter, collapsed instantly. It had been severed in half by that single strike. Su Ming was somewhat shocked. An ordinary silver quality skill couldn't possibly have this much power, especially since my attributes aren't that high yet. Could this be the effect of the source sword body? Everything sword related has its power and speed increased by 3 times. Truly fierce. Su Ming was very satisfied. The skill consumption isn't too high either. He could use it multiple times. Proficiency plus 30. The next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. Just by using it once, he gained 30 points of proficiency. And that was even without hitting a monster, just swinging at air. If he used it dozens of times, wouldn't he easily max out the proficiency? That is absolutely ferocious. For ordinary people, proficiency usually only grows by a few points. But for Su Ming, it's multiplied by 3. Sheathed his sword and carried it on his back. With this draw sword slash skill, he could draw his blade and strike instantly whenever combat starts. His reaction speed would be incredibly fast, and he won't have to worry about surprise encounters. He carried his longsword and traveled through the dense forest. Occasionally, small mutated monsters would jump out only to be easily slaughtered by Su Ming. His combat experience was simply too vast. For most monsters, he knew what moves they were about to use just by the way they shifted. You killed a ferocious tiger, experience plus 80. You killed a mutated wild rabbit, experience plus 49. You killed a sunken shell turtle, experience plus 100. Not long after, Su Ming's level reached 4. In total, he had gained 30 free attribute points. And he invested them all into agility. Now, compared to other novice job changers, his attributes had reached a terrifying level. Su Ming, strength, 15 points. Physique, 25 points. Agility, 45 points. Spirit, 15 points. Luck, 15 points. The hidden boss will appear behind the Red Rock Cave. Su Ming's gaze was focused. My current location is in the north of the forest. It should still take some time to get there, he muttered to himself. Better pick up the pace. He moved at extreme speed, rushing forward. Monster packs encountered along the way were ruthlessly crushed by him. A large amount of loot was collected into his spatial storage. There were many animal hides and meat, as well as some turtle shells and tough mutated beast bones. Those were all excellent crafting materials. After returning to Blue Star, they could be given to blacksmiths to forge into equipment. They could also fetch a good price. Su Ming knew that from the moment he left the dungeon, he would no longer be poor. Su Ming was speeding along, running at full tilt. As he slaughtered the monsters, his level kept climbing higher. Before long, he reached level 5. Slash! His sword draw skill was unleashed once again. Furthermore, he also obtained a few brand new skill scrolls. Among them was a basic swordsmanship manual. Basic swordsmanship, bronze grade. After use, randomly awaken a sword type skill between level 1 and 10. Su Ming immediately used all things sublimation to upgrade it. Sublimation, successful. Thunderbolt sword technique, silver grade. A lightning attribute sword technique with immense power, focusing purely on speed. This scroll had been boosted to a mid-tier silver grade. It was even a small tier higher than sword draw. This far exceeded Su Ming's expectations. This would be his most powerful skill for now. Su Ming grinned and crushed the scroll instantly. In an instant, he had fully mastered this skill. With just a slight shift of his intent, suddenly the black iron sword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of lightning. It crackled with energy. The power was terrifying, and it shone with a brilliant light. This elemental effect was like an enchantment, instantly boosting the sharpness and power of Su Ming's blade by a huge margin. Roar! At that moment, a gray-backed wild wolf appeared in front of him. It charged at Su Ming, clearly having no idea what death meant. Su Ming raised his hand and swung his sword. A swish! Lightning surged, and in a split second he had completely slaughtered the monster. Its head rolled away and the wolf's corpse fell to the ground. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf? Experience points plus 123. Just as Su Ming was about to sheath his sword, a scent of blood wafted from the dense forest ahead, along with the sound of howling wolves. His eyes narrowed as he gripped his sword tightly. He took a closer look. Dozens of wolves were circling him from all directions. They were all mutated, gray-backed wolves. These mutated beasts were incredibly fast, and their claws were as hard as steel, capable of tearing a human body apart with ease. Su Ming's expression turned surprised. I thought there was only one. I didn't expect so many to show up. He felt a jolt in his heart as well. This was at least a small-scale beast tide. He hadn't expected his luck to be this bad. If it were a normal rookie squad, encountering a tide of monsters like this would be a guaranteed death sentence. If he were alone, he might as well just wash up and wait to die. Should I use Stealth Step to escape? Once Stealth Step is activated, he becomes untargetable. Even though there were many wolves, they wouldn't be able to stop him from breaking through. But with so many wolves, I really hate to let them go. Su Ming licked his lips, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. He scanned the wolves' information immediately. Beast, gray-backed wild wolf. Level 5. Strength 17. Physique 24. Agility 25. Spirit 8. Luck 3. Skill, claw swipe. These wolves have quite high agility, but they still fall short compared to me. Su Ming had abandoned the idea of running away. He decided to fight, because he had the blood-drinking black steel sword. After killing a monster, he could immediately restore his status. Furthermore, he had a spare healing potion in his personal inventory. So he had his own trump cards and was confident in the fight. In his eyes, these wolves weren't wolves at all. They were delicious, juicy piles of experience points. If he could kill this entire pack, he could level up at least several times. I'm the man who's going to challenge hidden bosses. How can I back down now? Su Ming's expression was icy. He had made up his mind to battle them to the end. Although this was risky, the rewards were also quite substantial. Come, he roared and charged forward. Sheathing his blade, he triggered sword draw. The wild wolves, relying on their numbers, were fearless and attacked in unison. In that instant, the forest was filled with the overlapping howls of the wolves. Oh! Roar, fierce and bloodthirsty. Su Ming swung his lightning-imbued sword, his movements impossibly fast. His sword speed was 3 times that of an ordinary person. The pack of wolves, while fast themselves, were simply child's play before Su Ming's sword skill. The Thunderbolt sword technique could be triggered simultaneously with sword draw. This allowed the power to multiply instantly. In just a few breaths, he had already cut down several wolves. Bloody corpses were everywhere, with limbs scattered about. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. I killed 3 gray-backed wild wolves with 1 strike. Experience points plus 150. Mastery plus 134. Experience points. Mastery continuously rising. Su Ming's expression remained cold. With every lift of his hand, a strike fell. In that moment, he was like a slaughter machine. Blood flowed, splashing onto the trees, flowers and grass around him. Su Ming's sword also had a special effect. That was after killing a monster, he could boost all his attributes for a short time. Therefore, every time he killed a wolf, he refreshed this buff status. This made his efficiency even more terrifying. Beasts remain beasts after all. The pack was being wiped out without showing any intention of retreating. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf king rushed out. It had silvery white fur all over, looking as if moonlight was cast upon it. This wolf was sturdy and clearly on a different level from the others. Its speed was also terrifying. In almost an instant, it lunged in front of Su Ming. Its vicious fangs were over a dozen centimeters long. Su Ming wasn't paying attention for a second and had his arm grazed. He spun around with a sidestep, barely managing to dodge the hit. So his guy actually got injured? His expression grew grave. He looked at his arm, where there were 2 long bite marks about 2 centimeters deep, with blood flowing steadily. If he had been a moment slower, he might have lost the arm entirely. Fortunately, the monster's teeth weren't poisonous. He immediately scanned the Wolf King's information. Silver-backed Wolf King. Level 6. Strength 34. Physique 44. Agility 56. Spirit 6. Luck 3. Silver Claw. Throat slit. Sharp tooth bite. Rapid charge. It was actually a level 6 monster. No wonder it was so fast. The Wolf King hadn't managed to kill Su Ming with its first strike. It landed, adjusted its stance, and prepared for the next attack. It watched him like a tiger waiting for its prey, circling Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the wolf, his face expressionless. Little Wolf King, you're strong, but it's a pity you chose the wrong opponent. He sheathed his sword and took a step forward. Su Ming was extremely confident. Despite being wounded, he chose to launch a proactive attack. Because just a moment ago, one of his skills had hit maximum mastery. Sword Draw Mastery has reached 1000 out of 1000. Skill upgraded. Sword Flash Silver Grade Mid-Tier Mastery 1000 out of 2000. Now he already had 2 mid-tier silver grade sword skills. He sheathed his sword back. Within his palm, his spiritual energy surged and poured directly into the blade's edge. In just a split second, the entire sword began flashing with lightning. Swish! Su Ming transformed into a streak of azure lightning. His blade left a long trail in its wake. He slashed straight through. This strike was too fast. The Wolf King didn't even have time to react before it was cut down. Blood sprayed into the sky and the wolf head rolled to the ground. Wolf King slain! Experience points plus 500%. Proficiency in flash draw plus 145. Proficiency in thunderclap sword style plus 100. Loot obtained. Iron cutting clawbone, Wolf King heart. At that moment, the black steel blood-sipping sword began to thirstily drink the blood from its blade. Soon, it was completely clean. Then a surge of warm, abundant power flowed through the hilt and into Su Ming's body. The wound on Su Ming's arm healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the surrounding wolves were filled with terror. Some of the cowardly ones even turned and fled. A chilling, murderous intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. You think you can just leave after coming here? His movements were lightning fast. He immediately rushed forward to hunt down the pack. He moved like a phantom. The battle with this wolf pack caused his level to skyrocket. He had reached the milestone of level 9. One more level and he would be at level 10. Naturally, he wasn't about to let these wolf pups go. Su Ming swung his blade, his black clothes splattered with wolf blood. In a hand, he didn't let a single one escape. Every single wolf was slain. Even the ones running away were hunted down. The wolves were completely baffled. They had never seen such a vicious two-legged creature. Wolves are stupid creatures after all. Even after mutating, their intelligence remains low. If they had split up and run, maybe a few would have survived. By huddling together, they made it easy for me to wipe them all out. Looking at the wolf corpses scattered everywhere, Su Ming's expression remained calm. His personal stats panel showed his level rising. Congratulations, you have reached level 10! Generating first-class change mission. Su Ming reached level 10! He had slaughtered too many monsters. This leveling speed was truly invincible. For an average player, gaining a few hundred experience points and killing a few beasts by the end of the novice dungeon was the limit. Reaching level 5 or 6 was already considered excellent. Yet before the novice dungeon had even finished, Su Ming was already level 10. The efficiency wasn't even on the same level. First class change mission. Kill the Guardian of the Red Rock Cave. It is a powerful elite monster. Reward promotion to first tier sword god. Su Ming's gaze became serious. This class change mission was perfect. He was already planning to head to the Red Rock Cave. For ordinary people, completing the first class change mission allows them to undergo their first profession advancement. For example, in the life profession of brewer, one can choose from various types, the most powerful being the poison brewer. Swordsmen can choose to become shield swordsmen, fencers, or sword masters, and so on. But Su Ming, being a sword god, was already in the strongest profession, so he could only follow this path to the end, advancing as a sword god through each tier. He wouldn't change his profession, but rather enhance his attributes and gain stronger skills. He moved with agility, walking swiftly. At the same time, he opened his personal profile. Su Ming, level 10, completing first-class change mission. Profession, sword god, mythical level, unique in the world. Strength, 15. Constitution, 25. Agility, 100. Spirit, 30. Luck, 15. Talent, ultimate sublimation, origin sword body. Skills, god slaying slash, total concealment, hidden god step, insight eye, thunderclap sword style, flash draw. That's right, he had put most of his attribute points into agility. He also added some to his spirit attribute. After all, unleashing skills requires spirit energy. Agility attribute has exceeded 100. Obtain sword god profession skill. Sword mastery. Sword mastery, passive skill. Quality, platinum. Low grade, proficiency, 0 100,000. You can equip any level of sword type weapon ignoring all requirements. Furthermore, all sword type weapons have their sharpness doubled in your hands. Su Ming's eyes twinkled slightly. This effect is quite strong. It meant he could immediately equip the top-tier sword-type weapons. Very well, now that I have several skills and terrifying attributes. It is time to challenge the Red Rock Cave. Su Ming followed the route he remembered as he traveled along. Once he defeated the hidden boss, the dungeon would be cleared. By the way, I must hide my performance. Thinking of this, Su Ming activated his total concealment ability. He hid his total kills in his current level. Total concealment is also a skill of the legendary god-slaying profession, and its effect is formidable. Once activated, even the supreme rules of the dungeon could not track him. In other words, he would not be ranked on the leaderboard. For now, he didn't want to draw too much attention. However, no matter how well he hid, his true ranking would appear once the dungeon was settled. At that time, Su Ming's performance would definitely shock the world. But for now, he needed to keep a low profile, because during the battle with the hidden boss, he couldn't afford any complications. At this very moment, inside the novice dungeon, Another party of class changers was gathered together. They had just spent a tremendous amount of effort to kill 2 gray-backed wolves. These 2 wolves were so fast, it was so hard for us to kill them. The experience from these wolves is too little. How come it's only 34 points? There's no help for it. Since we're in a party, we have to split the experience, so we naturally get less. Several people were panting, clutching their battered novice knives, completely exhausted. Yang Ding was the captain of this group. He was sturdy and had several scars on his body that were still dripping blood. At this moment, his face was cold and he was gritting his teeth. You are all useless! I'm the one doing all the work and tanking all the damage! I'm even sharing my experience with you. I'm the biggest sucker of all. Yang Ding berated the group. The others clenched their fists, but for a moment they dared not retort. After all, Yang Ding was the one with the strongest talent among them and had the highest combat capability. He was their boss. Of course, no one dared to argue with him. Damn it, if I hadn't been scammed out of 3,000 by Su Ming at the weapon shop back then, I wouldn't be stuck with this novice knife. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. He had only brought 10,000 with him, which was at most enough for a silver tier weapon. As a result, he lost 3,000 to the scam, and he didn't dare tell his parents. In the end, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Although he was from a wealthy family, his family's money wasn't infinite. Brother Yang, why don't you buy a bronze weapon to make do for now? This novice knife is just too hard to use, someone asked suspiciously. What do you know? A bronze weapon isn't much better than a novice knife. Yang Ding glared and shouted at him. All right. We worked ourselves to death and only reached level 4. Its efficiency is really poor. The group shook their heads. At least this wolf dropped a bronze tier bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger. Equip the bow immediately and be our main damage dealer. Yang Ding commanded. Despite the complaints, life had to go on. They continued on their way, slaughtering monsters as they went. Before long, their levels had improved quite a bit. They had even managed to loot a few pieces of equipment. After a grueling effort, Yang Ding finally obtained a bronze tier large shield. Wolf Bone Shield Bronze. Constitution +5. A very sturdy bone shield that can help you safely get through the early stages. With this shield, he could better serve as a meat shield, resisting monster attacks on the front lines. His team members also began to grow. They moved on for a while. Suddenly, everyone frowned. Even Yang Ding gasped. They had entered the depths of a forest. Everywhere they looked, there were dead bodies. Wolf corpses! The stench was overwhelming. My God, beast-hide? So many bodies? Which party massacred them? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding crouched down slightly to examine the wounds on the corpses. Is it possible that it wasn't a party but a single person? Because the fatal wounds on all the wolf bodies were inflicted by the same type of weapon, a sword. It could also be an elite party of swordsmen. Regardless, we wouldn't be able to beat them. I suggest we take a detour. His tone was heavy. Even though they had just looted some gear and were armed, Yang Ding still didn't dare to cross this elite party. Shortly after, the group began to move toward a remote side path. They were terrified of running into that group of swordsmen. People killing each other in the dungeon was common. They didn't want to run into that.
Xuanjing City, number 1 middle school. Inside the conference room. Many senior school officials are standing here with serious expressions. A holographic screen is displayed in mid-air. Everyone is staring at it intently. Novice Dungeon number 144. Leaderboard. First place, level 8, Li Chengguang. Second place, level 7, Yan Zhe. Third place, level 6. It's not just Xuanjing City. The names of talented newcomers from several surrounding cities are all on the list. But Su Ming is nowhere to be found. I've checked the top 500 and he's not even there. What is going on? Even though his class is a swordmaster, he was born with full attributes. Even if his skills aren't great, he should be able to kill a few monsters with brute force alone, right? How could he not even make it into the top 500? Several department heads said with serious faces. They were talking about Su Ming. With innate stats maxed out at level 10, there are very few geniuses of this caliber across the entire blue planet. There's no reason he wouldn't even be in the top 500, right? Principal Wang Tingshan sat with his hands crossed, his face extremely grave and his brows tightly furrowed. He had already heavily invested in Su Ming, expecting the returns he would bring to the school after he grew up. If Su Ming were to perish in the novice dungeon, it would be a heavy blow to the school. He remained silent, his heart heavy with gathering shadows. Suddenly, a dim light flashed across the horizon. A woman arrived through the air. Everyone in the conference room narrowed their eyes. Anyone capable of walking on air must be at least a fifth-tier expert. The woman soon entered the conference room and landed on the floor. She stood with her hands behind her back, expressionless. Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. "Vice Mayor, you're here." The rest of the school teachers and department heads also quickly bowed. The woman nodded slightly. "She is the current Vice Mayor of Xuanjing City, and Ranling. I heard your school produced some good talents this year. I came specifically for that," and Ranling said slowly. She furrowed her brows slightly and glanced at the big screen. "However, I don't see the student you mentioned, Su Ming, on the leaderboard at all." As soon as these words were spoken, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Tingshan's forehead. He had already reported to the higher-ups, informing Vice Mayor An about the student named Su Ming, who had awakened 10-star attributes. Innate 10-star full attributes is a huge event. If Su Ming performed well, the school could even get government funding right now. However, after waiting for so long, Su Ming had yet to appear on the leaderboard. This stood in sharp contrast to Wang Tingshan's confident claims. The novice dungeon has been open for several hours now. Regardless, a genius should have started to stand out by now, while mediocre ones would be buried. Wang Tingshan said slowly, "I'm sorry, Vice Mayor An. There is a detail I didn't disclose. That student named Su Ming, his class is a swordmaster, so his early-stage combat power might be slightly weaker." Wang Tingshan was interrupted before he could finish. "A swordmaster? Even if his class is swordmaster and he is not strong early on, it is impossible to be this far behind, failing to even enter the top 500 of a dungeon," and Ranling said with a serious face. Wang Tingshan and all the teachers felt immense pressure. They couldn't figure it out either. Could it be that Su Ming had such terrible luck that he landed in a pile of monsters as soon as he entered the dungeon and was killed instantly? If he really lost his life in the dungeon, that would be a total catastrophe. Vice Mayor An, don't worry. Besides him, we have several other promising students in our school this year. Wang Tingshan stepped forward and said with a serious face, "Yanzhe, 9-star talent, hidden class, Demon Hunter Ranger. Our biggest surprise this year, other than Su Ming. Currently, student Yanzhe is fighting hard for second place on the leaderboard. He will be our best candidate this year to compete with Li Chenguang, the genius from the neighboring city." Wang Tingshan submitted a list and said, "There's also a young girl who awakened the hidden class Undead Summoner, 7-star talent. Her future prospects are not bad either. She is currently ranked 19th. Zhang Tang, the son of the Zhang family, is also a hidden class magic hammer warrior with innate 8 stars. He is currently ranked 4th. Wang Tingshan recounted, listing almost every student with strong aptitude this year. Additionally, there is another student, innate 7-star attributes, hidden class meat shield warrior, named Yang Ding. His progress was a bit slow at the start. I don't know why, but he is now on the right track. He is currently ranked in the 40s and has already reached level 6. You could say the quality of our school's job changers this year is much better than in previous years," Wang Tingshan said sincerely, and Ranling's expression remained indifferent. She just nodded slightly. This student named Yanzhe is indeed very good. He is an unexpected dark horse." Her anger subsided a little, and she said slowly, "But Li Chenguang, the newcomer from the neighboring Wuyang city, is simply too outstanding. He has innate 10-star talent, and his class is the Hidden Blade Maniac. He can be called the pride of the prides of this generation." Vice Mayor An's eyes were very grave. Li Chenguang has completely overshadowed the students of our Xuanjing city's generation. Even Yanzhe is relegated to second place. I only hope that there is someone in Xuanjing who can catch up to him, or at least not lose too miserably. If we in Xuanjing City end up at the bottom again this year, and next year we won't even have the quota to let our students join the Sky Tower Association. At this point, a glimmer of worry appeared in Vice Mayor An's eyes. The talent of each batch of students affects the future of the city. The Sky Tower Association is an organization of the Dragon Kingdom government. They are responsible for hunting monsters and guarding the frontier. Once joined, it means limitless prospects. After joining the Sky Tower Association, one can take on missions and receive huge rewards, allowing for rapid strength improvement. And every year, only the absolute geniuses among the newcomers are qualified to join. Each province has a varying number of quotas determined by the talent of the current batch of students. The qualification for the Sky Tower Association is extremely precious. At this moment, Wang Tingshan stepped forward with a firm look. Vice Mayor An, our school has always adhered to a people-oriented educational approach. The students are very clear that they are not just fighting for themselves. They carry the fate of #1 middle school, Xuanjing City, and even the entire human race. Wang Tingshan's voice was sonorous and powerful. This blue planet is no longer a world exclusive to humanity. It is a world where all races coexist. Resources are limited, and competition is fierce. If humanity wants to continue, it must withstand the pressure. This requires all job changers to stand united against their enemies. New blood is the hope for humanity's future. Therefore, the annual newcomer competition is very brutal. It doesn't just affect each individual. It affects every aspect of the city and schools. I believe in my students. Please believe in them too. Hearing Wang Tingshan's words, and Ranling was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she took 4 tokens from her bag and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens are the qualification tokens for joining the Sky Tower Association this year. You have full discretion on who to give them to. The hope of our city depends entirely on your students. Wang Tingshan took the tokens and nodded solemnly. This is a heavy burden. He knew clearly in his heart that Li Chenguang from the neighboring city was simply invincible this year. They had basically already lost. These Sky Tower Association tokens might be the last few for Xuanjing City. Next year, there won't be any more. At this moment, Su Ming was still fighting intensely in the dungeon. He was racing along at a very high speed. Finally, he arrived outside the Red Rock Cave. This place was a huge mountain. The rocks were all blood red, looking extremely eerie, like stones formed from supernatural blood. Clank! Suddenly, a loud noise came from around him. Several goblins rushed out from inside the cave. They were short and emitted an extremely foul odor. They were ugly. Su Ming showed no mercy. He swung his sword a few times. Thunder exploded. With ease, he completely crushed these small monsters. Killed 3 goblins, experience points 302. Su Ming knew this was just an appetizer. Boom! A loud noise was heard. A massive figure rushed out from inside the cave. It was extremely burly, over 2 people tall. Its muscles were knotted like dragons. Its skin was dark green like moss. It wore a tattered grass skirt that covered its key parts. Data appeared in front of Su Ming. Lizard Goblin Leader, Elite Monster. Level to 10. Strength, 105 points. Constitution, 102 points. Agility, 25 points. Spirit, 8 points. Skills, Club Smash, Intense Rage, Poison Spit, Crush. A crossbreed variant of a lizard and a goblin. Its body is very sturdy and burly, capable of spitting poison, but its intelligence is lower than that of ordinary goblins. Looking at the goblin chieftain's hideous form, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Isn't it a bit too ugly? It's covered in hair and green filth. Just looking at it makes me want to hack it to pieces. Hokabakaji. The goblin chieftain looked at the 3 goblin corpses Su Ming had slain on the ground and let out a blood-curdling roar. It sounded as if it were grieving over the loss of its kin. Its voice was incredibly deep and grating. Su Ming felt like his head was about to explode from the noise. Then it lunged forward in a violent rush. The massive club in its hand swept through the air like a giant crescent moon. Su Ming kept his expression serious and his movements calm. He used nimble footwork to dodge the strike. This Goblin King has very high strength and constitution stats, making it extremely tanky and tough-skinned. I must fully utilize my agility to wear down its stamina to win. Su Ming had already formed his battle plan in his mind. After missing that strike, the Goblin King didn't stop and continued its frantic charge. It swung its giant club wildly, kicking up dust and scattering rocks everywhere. Huge trees were smashed down one after another. Su Ming remained composed and completely unruffled. He kept focusing on dodging. His speed was overwhelming, a complete mismatch. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, it couldn't lay a finger on him. Heck, it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Gradually, the Goblin King began to run out of stamina. It started panting, with foul-smelling yellow mist leaking from its mouth. How do Zhang Ka? The goblin chieftain roared and decided to activate a skill. Drool dripped from its mouth as it began to secrete toxins. It possessed the bloodline of a mutated lizard, allowing it to secrete poison. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and in that instant he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Goblins are among the more intelligent types of monsters, so it's not strange that they can talk. But Su Ming had no interest in knowing what it was saying. Because goblins are extremely cruel, taking pleasure in eating human flesh alive, torturing female knights, and imprisoning female professionals. Such monsters are universally detested. Su Ming found them equally repulsive. No need for conversation, just kill. The next moment, the Goblin King spewed its venom. Its fat body twisted, and a torrent of liquid shot from its mouth. It was a deep, yellow fluid. The toxicity was incredibly potent. Wherever it touched, it turned viscous and corrosive. Trees withered and leaves fell. Even solid stone was corroded into a large hole. Moreover, the speed of the venom spray was extremely fast. It was swept directly towards Su Ming. It was nearly impossible to dodge. Facing this attack, Su Ming remained expressionless. He channeled his spiritual power, and an aura of psychic energy appeared directly in his palm. It then spread over the sword hilt. The entire steel-blood sword suddenly crackled with lightning. He directly activated Sword Flash. He lunged straight forward into the attack. It was practically a suicide mission. How could a mortal body withstand such lethal poison? A twisted smile appeared on the Goblin King's ugly face. But the next second, the smile vanished. Because Su Ming's body had passed straight through the torrent of venom completely unharmed. In that instant, his presence seemed to vanish from the world. His entire figure transformed into a blurred shadow, robes fluttering. He had pierced through the venom stream following his sword shadow, because Su Ming had activated God Hidden Step. God Hidden Step consumes a lot of energy, so he could usually only maintain it for a split second. But it was enough. Once activated, he entered an untargetable state, effectively ignoring most attacks at the level of world rules. So the venom had completely missed him. His body swept straight past the Goblin Chieftain. This sword strike was a precise throat slit. A deep blue gleam of light transformed into a straight, long streak. It pierced the Goblin King's neck. The thick, multi-layered green neck was sliced open with a massive wound. Blood flowed freely, deep enough to see the bone. Dark green blood sprayed out. The Goblin King collapsed completely. Su Ming's strike was incredibly powerful. 3x speed and 3x power for all sword techniques. What monster could withstand that? Su Ming's face was cold as he flicked his blade. The remaining blood on the edge dripped to the ground. Slaying elite monster, Lizard Goblin Chieftain. First rank advancement quest complete, promoted to first rank sword god. All attributes plus 10. Experience points, 1000. Leveled up to level 11. Talent, origin sword body, mythic effect enhanced. Sword technique power increased, 10x. Sword technique speed increased, 10x. Sword technique proficiency increased, 10x. Received reward, 1 lottery draw. A stream of notification messages entered Su Ming's mind. He was shocked. The effect of the origin sword body had actually increased to 10x. That's brutal! If it had been 10x earlier, he could have one-shot the Goblin Chieftain. Obtained loot. Goblin Chieftain's treasure map. Silver, mid-grade Bolsher. Silver tier mid-grade sword technique scroll X1. Hearing this, a parchment map fell into his hand. Su Ming looked closely. He was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect a treasure map to drop. Treasure maps are a rare type of reward in dungeons. As long as you find the treasure, you get a reward, which is relatively low risk. But the drop rate is so low that they are highly sought after. Whether finding the treasure yourself or selling the map on the world channel, it's a great choice. Su Ming used all things sublimation to upgrade the map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map. There are many Goblin Chieftains, but only one Goblin King. Want my treasure? I've buried it all in one place. Go find it. The treasure map marked a specific location. Su Ming was slightly stunned. It actually upgraded to gold quality. Looks like it's worth making a trip. Coordinates for this map are inside the Red Rock Cave. He could pick it up on the way before killing the boss. He tucked the treasure map away. Additionally, the loot included a silver-tier mid-grade sword technique scroll. He immediately used his all things sublimation skill. Sublimation successful! Obtained gold-tier high-grade sword technique scroll. Su Ming's eyes were wide with shock. It actually upgraded all the way to gold-tier high-grade. Just one step away from platinum-tier sword skills. This will be the highest tier skill he owns for now. Crush it! Learned skill, sword control, dot, dirt, Martin bite, claw, right, gewas, averti, eat any keep like back and calls, in brick, avertik, true, zadaruzi, that padi estai, cut, betate, lastatne, kais. Su Ming smiled faintly, feeling very satisfied. Didn't expect to randomly roll this skill. Perfect? This can help me pose as a sword controller, making the disguise flawless. The sword control skill uses mental power to levitate the blade. Usually, it's a skill only sword controllers can learn. But since I am a sword god, I can learn skills from all sword-related classes. This skill has a high requirement. Even sword controllers only learn it in the mid to late stages, which is why sword controllers are so weak early on. Yet, Su Ming learned it at only level 11. He looked at the skill description. Sword control. Ixos, push him in the spars. Proficiency, 30,000. Control swords with the mind, hover to strike enemies, and take heads from 1,000 miles away. Controlling swords from 1,000 miles away would require astronomical mental stats. Forget about that for now. However, with Su Ming's current mental level, controlling a sword within 30 meters is no problem. He focused his intent. Whoosh! The steel blood sword in his hand seemed to react to his intent and began to tremble. Then it emitted a humming sound. It floated right up into the air. The blade reflected a cold light hovering beside Su Ming. Swish! 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 The blade slashed, rotated, and shot forward. It was as fluid as an extension of his own arm. In mere moments, the goblin corpse before him was shredded into pulp. Severed limbs were everywhere. Too bad, when I control the sword with my mind to fly, I can't use sword flash or thunder sword technique. Both these skills currently require me to hold the sword personally. But I believe that in the future I'll be able to use all sword techniques while flying the sword. As long as the proficiency keeps increasing, everything is possible. Then Su Ming called out to the system in his mind. I want to draw a prize. The next moment, the familiar wheel appeared in his mind. Advancing to the first rank was equivalent to breaking through a major realm. So he gained one draw opportunity. The pointer began to spin rapidly. Finally, it stopped on a legendary tier talent. Legendary is one rank lower than mythic, but still very good. Obtain talent. Automatic cultivation. All your skills will constantly gain proficiency, automatically updating every minute. Sword flash proficiency plus 102. Thunder sword technique proficiency plus 70. Sword master proficiency plus 127. Su Ming's eyes widened. This is truly getting stronger while lying down. Sheathing his sword, Su Ming let out a deep breath. Actually, he had once thought about finding Zhang Tang in the dungeon and killing him. But this dungeon was massive, and Su Ming wasn't in the same zone as him. Finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was just too difficult. So Su Ming had to put this matter aside for now. This was the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion, but one must never let it cloud their mind or drive them to lose their reason. If Su Ming sacrificed everything giving up on leveling and grinding to kill Zhang Tang, he would have lost. Those who can turn such emotions into motivation are the true experts. One day Zhang Tang will die, and the Jiang family behind him will be uprooted as well. Su Ming looked toward the interior of the cave with a calm gaze. He was ready to step into Red Rock Cave. Just then, Su Ming suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind. His eyes narrowed. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot out. It was a sneak attack, aimed directly at the back of Su Ming's head. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, dodging the arrow with remarkable ease. The arrow thudded into the tree trunk in front of him, remaining firmly embedded. A flash of killing intent glinted in Su Ming's eyes. Trying to ambush me? He certainly wouldn't tolerate something like this. Judging by the craftsmanship of the arrow, it must have been made by a ranger using their passive skill. Arrow crafting, combined with raw materials. Goblins would be incapable of crafting a weapon of this precision. He was fairly certain that it was humans who were trying to ambush him. Just by looking at the shape of a single arrow, Su Ming could identify the nature of his enemy. That is the mark of an experienced combatant. Su Ming turned abruptly and stared ahead. Several figures emerged from the bushes. They were each holding different weapons. It was a team of class-transferred players. A tank warrior, a ranger, and 2 mages. A total of 4 people in the squad. Su Ming activated his inside eye, instantly reading their profiles. What surprised Su Ming the most was, there was a familiar face in this group. Yang Ding! Su Ming's expression turned solemn. The figures before him wore grim expressions. What a narrow path to cross. A look of viciousness hung on Yang Ding's face. Su Ming, I never thought I would actually catch you here. He had been fantasizing about how he would take his revenge if he ever ran into Su Ming in the newbie dungeon. He couldn't believe he actually did. Yesterday at noon, he had lost a huge sum of money to Su Ming in a bet at the weapon shop. That not only caused him to lose face, but it also cost him dearly. It resulted in him failing to buy a weapon, putting him naturally behind everyone else at the start. I imagine you, like us, saw those wolf carcasses and were so scared you took the side path to get here, Yang Ding said coldly. Unfortunately, while you managed to avoid that squad of elite swordsmen, you couldn't avoid us. What good luck. It seems heaven itself wants me to deal with you. Yang Ding stared at Su Ming, his eyes filled with undisguised and vicious murderous intent. Killing you in this dungeon isn't against the law, and it's hard to trace. He sneered as he said this. His teammates also raised their weapons, entering combat stance. Surrounded by 4. If it were any other average rookie, they would have already fallen to their knees, begging for mercy. Humans killing humans in dungeons was not an uncommon sight. If you die here, you truly die in reality. Do you really think you can take me down with just the few of you? Su Ming looked around, his tone remarkably calm. His gaze remained as still as water. He wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Such courage was truly rare. Boss, he doesn't seem like an easy target. One of the female mages, looking somewhat fearful, gulped. Don't be afraid, Flower. He's just putting on a brave face. The ranger beside her sneered. Su Ming, stop with the act. I'll tell you the truth, our bossing has reached level 7 and just wiped out a massive wave of monsters. We've all hit level 5, with at least 2 skills each. You're all alone, and a sword wielder at that, the weakest in the early stages, so how do you expect to win? The other mage, who was tall and lanky, held a tattered wooden staff as he spoke. His equipment was the worst among the group. Clearly, he had bad luck. He hadn't found any drops and was still using a newbie branch. However, mages didn't have very high requirements for weapons. As long as they could cast spells, their power remained formidable. Su Ming, upon hearing their words, merely offered a slight smile. He remained as lighthearted and calm as ever. You, a 7-star talent punching bag warrior, trying to kill me with a group of small-time thugs? As Su Ming spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Punch? Punching bag? Are you saying my class is a punching bag warrior? Yang Ding had never endured such a humiliating insult. Once I reach level 10, I'll have 5 class choices for my first promotion. Sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle berserker. Aren't all of those better than your garbage early game sword wielder class? How dare you call me a punching bag? Yang Ding reflected on his journey, realizing he had always been at the front line of his party, acting as the punching bag. He felt even more offended. However, Su Ming, hearing his explanation, simply and nonchalantly picked at his ear. Oh, a punching bag. Su Ming's cold words were the very thing that could ignite someone's fury. This made Yang Ding grind his teeth in anger. It looks like you'll only fall to your knees begging when death is truly at your doorstep. Brothers, kill him! Yang Ding roared. Even though he has 10-star talent, he's just a sword wielder, the ranger said. I bet he hasn't killed many monsters so far, and his level is extremely low. The male mage added, we can definitely insta-kill him. The class-transferred players all made their move. The ranger's attack came the fastest. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. One wrapped in dark red light shot forth. Su Ming stared at the arrow, making no move to dodge. Because this was the skill, tracking arrow. No matter how he dodged, this arrow would pursue him. Therefore, he slashed his sword out. Clang! To an ordinary person, the arrow's movement was an instantaneous attack. But to Su Ming, it was like slow motion. He could see it clearly. His agility stat was simply too high. His sword flashed with a cold light. He split the arrow in 2 right in mid-air. Slicing it perfectly down the middle, the pieces deflected to the sides. Then Su Ming stepped forward and charged. He wouldn't hold back. Since you want to kill me, I will fight back. In truth, when they had first fired that cold arrow, trying to ambush Su Ming had already passed a death sentence on them in his heart. Squish! Thunder crackled around Su Ming's palm. Deep blue electrical currents flickered in the air, with arcs dancing and shining brilliantly. The power was not inferior to an ordinary mage's skill. Su Ming surged forward, bringing the blade with him. The speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! The group hadn't even reacted. Su Ming was already in front of the ranger. The outcome for a long-range class caught in melee range by a close combat expert was obvious. Su Ming slashed his sword without a hint of hesitation. Blood sprayed into the air. The ranger's throat was slit by a single strike. He slumped to the ground, dead. Su Ming's movements were so fast he bypassed Yang Ding, who was in the front row. The other three were shocked. They had never expected Su Ming to be this swift, and his strikes were so ruthless, killing without the slightest bit of hesitation. How could they know that this wasn't Su Ming's first time killing someone? As long as it's an enemy, it makes no difference whether you are a monster or a human. Su Ming had long since developed a cold-blooded mentality toward his enemies. The remaining members were beginning to feel some anger. After all, their companion was dead. The male mage's skill finally activated. He chanted something, completing the incantation. A basketball-sized fireball coalesced in midair and hurled toward Su Ming. The smell of scorching air spread around. High heat churned the air. Facing this attack, Su Ming just felt bored. Weak. Far too weak. Fighting them was just a waste of his time. He had only wanted to pass through Red Rock Cave, kill the hidden boss, and live in peace. Why did people always like to court death? With an icy expression, he sheathed his sword. Electricity flickered. Drawing blade flash, activate! The next moment, he flew out like a bolt of lightning. The speed of this strike was too fast.
High in the air, the fireball was instantly shattered into mist by Su Ming's lightning-entwined sword strike. He did not stop his momentum. His entire body transformed into a brilliant blue sword trail as he streaked across the sky. In a flash, he closed the distance. He pierced straight through the male mage's body. This was a killing blow to the throat. Fresh blood began to pour out. With a dazed look in his eyes, he still tried to cast another spell. However, he soon realized he no longer had the strength to fight. His vitality was fading rapidly. How could this be? His final words were filled with utter shock. Ultimately, he collapsed and died, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The female mage and Yang Ding standing nearby were stunned beyond words. To kill a full health player with just one skill. This requires not only terrifying stats, but also powerful skill attributes. From start to finish, Su Ming had only used 2 sword strikes to kill both men. It was essentially 1 kill per strike. This level of strength, it's simply outrageous. Could it be that Su Ming's level is already higher than Yang Ding's? Neither of them dared to believe this fact. Swordmasters are supposed to be very weak in the early stages. And Su Ming wasn't in a party, he was all alone. How could his leveling efficiency be this high? Ooh, don't be afraid, it's just that his weapon is high quality, that's why he can fight like this. As long as I hold him off at the front and you provide the damage, he's a dead man. Yang Ding roared. He knew that there was no turning back now. There was no possibility of a truce. So no matter what, they had to keep attacking. The words he spoke were convincing enough to make even himself believe them. Right. Qian Huayan nodded, raised her staff, and began to channel her mental energy. Finally, she formed a water spear that hovered in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Yang Ding charged toward Su Ming, shield raised. As his bulky body moved, dust churned beneath his feet. The bone shield in his hand formed a barrier, protecting him within. At the same time, he gripped a 50-centimeter novice machete in his right hand. He lunged at Su Ming with a fierce blow. He charged in front, acting as a meat shield. Su Ming watched that flashing blade, remaining as steady as a mountain. With a slight crouch, he dodged the strike. Then, Su Ming turned and sent out a light, effortless sword strike. A backhand strike, faster than anything. It was like lightning. It sent a chill down Yang Ding's spine. He could only panic and raise his shield, taking Su Ming's strike head-on. The strike looked light, but it carried immense power, knocking Yang Ding and his shield backward through the air. What a terrifying strike. It wasn't even a skill, just a basic attack, yet it took away most of his health. Yang Ding was shocked. He was a tank warrior after all, renowned for his high health. And Su Ming's strike had only hit his shield. How could the impact be so powerful? He pondered, feeling deeply confused. In the end, he could only attribute it to Su Ming's weapon. That sword must be of such high rank that it boosted his stats significantly. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. He suddenly crushed a necklace on his chest. The necklace emitted a brilliant white glow. A mysterious force suddenly shot out, wrapping around Su Ming's blade. Su Ming felt his sword being ripped from his grasp. The dark steel blood-drinking sword hovered high in the air, completely out of reach. Su Ming frowned slightly. Is this a one-time consumable item? Upon crushing it, a wave of light was released, briefly seizing control of his weapon. This is a very expensive luxury piece of equipment. An ordinary family wouldn't be able to afford it. Yang Ding finally felt he had gained the upper hand. He sneered. Su Ming, you've really forced me to spend a fortune. This necklace is a one-time use item. Even with my family's wealth, it stings. But the effect is powerful. Once activated, it controls your weapon for over 10 seconds. You're finished. Ooh, attack! His face hardened as he ordered the female mage. Qian Huayan nodded and attacked instantly. At that moment, a flicker of viciousness crossed her eyes. The water spear in the air surged forward. The speed was blinding. Mage's starting skill, water spear. It's quite powerful. If it pierces the body, the water can instantly enter the blood vessels and rage violently within the body. For an ordinary professional, being struck by a water spear means losing the ability to fight. A sense of satisfaction flashed in Yang Ding's eyes, as if Su Ming were already a dead man. However, the very next instant, whoosh! High in the air, the hovering blade suddenly trembled. It let out a crisp ring. Then it slashed down diagonally, as if an invisible hand were wielding it. Splash! The wind of the blade was lightning fast. It streaked down, shattering the water spear instantly. It turned into a spray of water, falling to the ground and merging with the soil. The attack was effortlessly neutralized. Su Ming stood tall and upright. He didn't even move an inch. Only his gaze shifted. The pitch-black dark steel blood-drinking sword spun and flew back in front of Su Ming. The 3-foot sword floated before him, hovering silently. The blade spun subtly, as if dancing in the air, following the focus of Su Ming's gaze. Seeing this, Yang Ding and Qian Huayan were petrified. Sword control? Yang Ding's voice trembled. That's clearly a high-level skill. How did Su Ming learn it? It's impossible for these wild monsters to drop high-level skill scrolls when our levels are this low. Logically speaking, in early-level combat, controlling the enemy's weapon means holding the initiative. Once disarmed, there's basically no room for resistance. That's why his necklace, which controlled the enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his ultimate trump card. He never imagined that Su Ming had already learned sword control. Recalling the weapon from mid-air just like that, Su Ming's expression turned icy as he formed a sword gesture with his fingers. He then pointed towards Yang Ding from a distance. Whoosh! The dark steel sword transformed into a black shadow and shot forward instantly. The friction between the blade and the air caused a sharp humming sound. The whistling sound of the air being sliced even rang out. Yang Ding clumsily parried 2 moves. Finally, skelch! 1 strike to the head. He died instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained filled with extreme shock. Now, the last female mage's face turned pale. Qian Huayan slumped to the ground, shivering so hard she couldn't even bring herself to fight. If you looked closely, you could see a yellow liquid pooling beneath her. She was so terrified she'd wet herself. Su Ming stepped forward slowly. The 3-foot dark iron sword floated beside him. At this moment, he looked exactly like a cold-blooded sword cultivator in black robes. His entire body radiated killing intent. I was wrong. Su Ming, don't kill me. She looked at Su Ming and said in a trembling voice, Please, I'm willing to be your servant. It was Yang Ding. Yang Ding made me attack you. I'm his team member. I didn't dare to disobey.
Facing this beautiful girl, Su Ming simply shook his head slowly. Some mistakes are beyond compensation. The moment you attacked me, you were already a dead person. The profound steel sword soared into the air, flipped upside down, and landed in his hand. Then Su Ming swung his blade down. A crisp and clean execution. Defeated a 4-person squad. Experience points plus 2088. Loot: Wolfbone Bristlebow, bronze low grade. Broken Wolfbone Shield, bronze low grade. Bone Staff, bronze mid grade. Illumination Necklace, bronze low grade, and more. Leveled up to level 12. Su Ming was now a first transfer player. This progress was absolutely far ahead of everyone else. For Su Ming, these pieces of equipment were barely worth mentioning. He had already looted plenty of bronze gear from killing monsters, and he didn't even care to use them. Among them, only one piece was worth his attention. It was an accessory dropped by that female mage. Illumination necklace, bronze low grade. When equipped, it illuminates the surroundings upon entering dark areas. For Su Ming, who was about to enter the cave, this was a good piece of gear. He equipped it immediately. Suddenly he felt his surroundings grow much brighter. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward the interior of the Red Rock Cave. It is time to go in. He took a deep breath. Su Ming stepped inside. The interior of the Red Rock Cave was very dim. Fortunately, he had the illumination necklace, otherwise, it would have been pitch black. Water was dripping inside the damp cave. Su Ming's expression was calm as he walked slowly forward. From time to time, swarms of bats flew by with glowing red eyes, creating a terrifying atmosphere. He took out the Goblin King's treasure map from his pocket to examine it. Get the treasure first, then go kill the hidden boss. Su Ming planned out his route in his mind. He followed the coordinates on the map, venturing deeper. The paths in the cave were winding and twisting. Occasionally, mutant frogs and a few dark feather or eating chickens would jump out, but they were all easily slain by Su Ming. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With the last dark feather or eating chicken slain by Su Ming, his level reached level 13. Su Ming allocated some of his attribute points to spirit, while also adding some to strength, constitution, and other stats. His current attributes were as follows. Su Ming. Level 13, 1455, 5000 experience. Class, Sword God, mythical, unique to the world. Strength. Constitution 40. Agility 110. Spirit 25. Talent, sublimation of all things, primordial sword body, auto cultivation. Skills, God slaying blade, full concealment, God hiding step, eye of insight. Thunder sword technique, sword flash, sword master, sword controlling. With his current attributes and skills, Su Ming had almost nothing to fear from most monsters. The only relatively low attribute was luck. This attribute affected the drop rate of all equipment and supplies, and to some extent, critical hit rate. If he were a god-slaying class player, he would definitely pour points into luck and agility. But in this life he was a sword god. Luck was not a crucial core attribute for him. Therefore, he decided to add luck later. In the early stages, combat power is the most important, raw strength is directly tied to survival. I will add to luck in the late game. Su Ming stated firmly. His spirit attribute had already reached 70, meaning his sword control range was now around 70 meters. This was already a very long distance. He moved through the cave with ease and great speed. Suddenly he smelled a strong foul stench. The tunnel ahead suddenly widened, like a small separate world. But there was a lot of excrement here, the stench was thick and methane was faintly accumulating. Goblin lair? He realized he had come to a disgusting place, and his brow furrowed immediately. Sure enough, several young goblins scurried out from inside. As soon as they saw Su Ming, they shrieked and charged at him fiercely. Su Ming had no pity. With a thought, his blade left its sheath, hovered in the air, and flew straight to slaughter them. In an instant, the goblins were killed. Su Ming walked directly into the lair. The depths were extremely foul-smelling. The scene before him left him shocked. Human limbs were scattered everywhere. The blood stank. Some limbs were even placed over a fire, being roasted and charred. One could easily imagine that a player squad had met a tragic death at the hands of these goblins. Goblins were the most cruel and bloody monsters. It was normal for them to eat people. What caught Su Ming's eye the most was the back of the lair. There was a wooden frame. Several people were tied to it, disheveled. Most of them were female players who had been tortured and were covered in wounds. Goblins had no females. If they wanted to reproduce, they had to capture human female players or other female creatures and tie them up in the lair. Fortunately, these women hadn't been defiled yet. Because Su Ming's approach had alerted the goblins here, prompting them to rush out and die in battle. Including that hulking lizard goblin leader. It could be said that Su Ming had indirectly saved their chastity. Hearing footsteps, one of the girls opened her eyes slightly. When she saw who it was, her eyes widened in shock. Su Ming, she gasped weakly. Su Ming frowned slightly, feeling confused. How did this female player seem to know him? He immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan her profile. Jiang. Level 5, 9-star talent. Class, Corpse Absorbing Healer, Hidden Combat Class. Strength 9. Constitution 9. Agility. Spirit 45. 9. Skills, Soul Absorption Heal. Soul Power 0-50, Exhausted. It was actually the second young lady of the Jiang'an Consortium, Jiang Yunqing. Su Ming had met her once. At the time, her sister wanted to pay Su Ming to protect her safety in a dungeon. He didn't expect to see her here again. Because she was so disheveled, covered in grime and bloodstains, with whip marks on her body. Su Ming hadn't recognized her at first. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Insight, which could reveal the data of all things. I didn't expect to run into you here. Su Ming looked at the poor girl and smiled faintly. Classmate Su Ming, please save me. She looked at him as if he were her savior, her eyes welling with tears. Her team had gone through a bloody battle. She had witnessed all her teammates being cruelly killed by the goblins. She was the only survivor. She had many expensive life-saving items on her, but in front of the goblin leader, they were like glass, shattering at the slightest touch. At this moment, she just wanted to escape this place. Su Ming heard this and pondered for a moment. Reborn once, he was extremely cautious and weighed the benefits before doing anything. She was a corpse-absorbing healer, also a rare hidden class. It was a variant of a healer. She could absorb the souls of dead monsters to restore her spirit. Furthermore, she could use that soul power to heal her companion's injuries. She was a support healer. The battle with the hidden boss would be extremely dangerous. If he had a powerful support, his chances of winning would be much higher. Moreover, her talent was very high, 9 stars. Overall, she was worth saving. I can save you, but I have a condition, Su Ming said firmly. Join my team and obey my commands completely. Jiang Yunqing didn't hesitate, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Yunqing has become a teammate. You have become the team leader. Su Ming lifted his sword and cut the ropes that bound her. She immediately collapsed to the ground, exhausted. After struggling for a while, she barely managed to crawl up. Her wrists and body were covered in red rope burns, and her face was pale. Thank you. Her eyes were red, and at that moment, she was so grateful she could have offered herself to him. It was no wonder. The experience she had gone through was simply too terrifying. Being captured by goblins and then being saved. Anyone who experienced this would be moved to tears. She took out a healing potion from her pouch and drank it in one gulp. All her injuries immediately recovered by about 70 or 80%. She had obtained this potion because players from the Dragon Country had achieved a first kill. Su Ming didn't pay her any mind and walked over to the other trapped female players. He reached out his finger, only to find that these women had already stopped breathing. Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to have survived until now.
Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to have survived until now. Su Ming, let's get out of this cave quickly. Jiang Yunqing's little face was pale. She looked nervous and kept glancing around. Su Ming, however, stood where he was, asking in return, "Why would we leave?" Jiang Yunqing gripped the ebony staff in her hand tightly. It was a gold-tier piece of equipment. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang'an Consortium, she was wealthy and had bought gold-quality gear at a weapon shop to protect herself. Yet, even with a gold-tier weapon, her squad couldn't defeat the goblin leader. There's no time left. Su Ming, there is still a goblin leader in this cave. It is extremely brawny, and several of my teammates died at its hands. The goblin leader heard the movement outside just a moment ago and rushed out. I reckon it will be back soon. If we don't hurry and escape now... Su Ming cut her off directly. Don't worry, it has already been slain by me. These words left her absolutely shocked. How is that possible? You are on your own. You are not even in a party, and you are a sword master. which is relatively weak in the early stages. Her eyes were glazed over, filled with disbelief. She even felt that Su Ming was bragging. After all, she had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying that goblin leader was. It slaughtered ordinary players like swatting flies. Su Ming was able to solo it? She found it completely preposterous. Su Ming presented the treasure map of the Goblin King right in front of her. This is the loot that dropped from it, a treasure map. Su Ming used this to prove the solid truth. Looking at the treasure map, her eyes glazed over, and she clearly froze for a moment. She blinked a few times, shocked to the core. Ultimately, she had no choice but to believe it. All right, fine, I believe you. You are truly too strong. That goblin leader was a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, she seemed to connect some dots and asked, "Could it be, Su Ming, that you are that Dragon Kingdom sword master player who achieved the first kill?" Su Ming nodded. She gasped. She didn't expect it to really be him. "Su Ming, there are still many dangers in this cave. Besides the goblins, there are many other monster colonies gathered here. The best choice is still to leave this place," she advised. Su Ming looked indifferent and said in a firm voice, "Don't say another word. We have already reached an agreement. The condition for me saving you was that you must join my party and follow my orders. I am going deeper into the cave now, and you must follow me. If you keep yapping, I will tie you up and bring you back," Su Ming said with a cold tone. Once these words were out, Jiang Yunqing had no choice but to nod. But deep down, she was still feeling quite sulky. Seriously, he doesn't know how to treat a lady with care at all. "I'm the second young lady of the Jiang and Consortium. If you were just a bit gentler, wouldn't you have already won my heart? By then, glory and wealth would be waiting for you. But you're still obsessing over the benefits of this dungeon. This Su Ming is truly a blockhead." Sigh. Miss Jiang sighed, lamenting his lack of romantic awareness. While she hesitated, Su Ming had already moved forward without looking back. Heading deeper into the cave, she looked around, feeling that the place was pitch black, terrifying and eerie. Alone, she really didn't dare to stay. She had no choice but to follow closely. She stuck to Su Ming's side, not daring to leave his shadow. The two spent several hours rushing ahead. Su Ming moved very fast, hardly waiting for her. She had to run at full speed just to keep up with his pace. Inside the cave, there were countless monsters appearing like waves. Since this was a hidden area, the density of monsters was naturally high. But those monsters were basically slaughtered by Su Ming at first sight. Experience points plus 78. Experience points plus 79. She was practically gaining experience by just lying there. Even during this period, a small wave of beasts rushed out. More than 20 bloodthirsty mutant salamanders were easily killed by Su Ming alone. He moved alone, controlling his sword as he traveled, and soon the salamanders were scattered everywhere, dead. Among them, even a salamander king was killed by Su Ming in a single stroke. And he himself only sustained a minor scratch. Witnessing Su Ming's strength throughout, Jiang Yunqing was shocked repeatedly, her jaw practically dropping. Especially that flash of his sword. Under the influence of the origin sword body, its speed and power were multiplied by 10. The might of it was simply terrifying. After seeing that technique with her own eyes, she felt her legs going weak. If Su Ming were an enemy, she would have long since been torn to pieces. By now, she was completely convinced by Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming slowly walked up to her. "What are you dazed for? Heal me," Su Ming said. "Oh right, okay." Jiang Yunqing quickly activated her skill. A cluster of purple light appeared in her palms. She drew soul energy from the crowd of salamander corpses around them. Then she poured it all into Su Ming's body. The injury on Su Ming's arm healed up quickly. The black steel blood-sipping sword does have the ability to heal wounds. But it is very weak and cannot compare to a real healer. That is why Su Ming brought her along. "What level are you now?" Su Ming asked. Thanks to you, I am level 10 now, and my first class advancement quest has been generated. I need to kill an elite level monster, she said nervously. Very well, I will help you complete the quest in a while, and you shall advance to a soul healer, Su Ming said. She nodded, feeling a bit surprised inside as well. For the first class advancement of a corpse drawing healer, one of the optional classes is Soul Healer. They can not only heal teammates but also gain several buffing skills. Su Ming actually knows her class so well. There are countless classes in this world, and to casually name the advancement branch of a specific class requires a very extensive knowledge base. Su Ming really has both brains and brawn. She felt a touch of admiration. Even though her family had poured countless resources into her since she was young, and she had attended numerous tutoring classes, she didn't consider herself as capable as Su Ming. And Su Ming came from a poor family. To achieve this level of strength all on his own, he must have suffered a great deal. Whether in mental fortitude or combat ability. She completely admitted that Su Ming's strength was fully capable of being her team leader. Directly ordering her to switch to a soul healer is a lifelong decision that cannot be changed later. So Su Ming's words were somewhat domineering. Fortunately, she had already intended to become a soul healer, so the two didn't conflict. Moreover, Su Ming saved her life, so she had no way to refuse. Su Ming walked to the side of the Salamander King's corpse and collected its meat. The meat of the Salamander King is a rare delicacy and tastes very good. He collected it into his storage for future needs. Team cooperation between two people definitely has a higher error tolerance and a higher survival rate. But the only downside is that experience points will be split. However, Su Ming's level is already too high. Killing monsters in this beginner dungeon won't get him many levels anyway, so there's no need to feel bad about it. Su Ming arrogantly kept all the spoils of war for himself. After all, he is the leader. Experience points have already been split in half with her. As for the loot, he naturally has to take it. Later, Su Ming brought her to kill another elite monster, completing her first-class advancement quest. She successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Block buff, bronze lower grade. Target a teammate and consume mental power to continuously increase their block probability. Soon, Su Ming brought Jiang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure location. In Su Ming's hand, that map instantly turned into streams of light and merged into the earth. Arrived at the treasure location, please begin digging. Su Ming immediately activated his sword-controlling skill. The black steel sword on his back hovered and was drawn from its scabbard. It flew directly to slash at the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soil flew everywhere. The sword light flickered, and soon it carved a large pit into the ground. A dark purple treasure chest was lying there. Su Ming flicked his finger and returned the black steel sword to its scabbard. He scanned the information of the treasure chest.
Scanning treasure chest data. Dark purple treasure chest. Grade, low tier gold. Su Ming did not open it immediately. Instead, he directly activated his Myriad Things sublimation talent to upgrade the chest. Upgrade successful. As long as it is a treasure in the dungeon, it can be upgraded. He watched as the chest changed its appearance, with spots of purple radiance flowing over it, and the material became inlaid with several transparent blue gems. It even grew a size larger. Dark Moon treasure chest. Grade, low tier platinum. Su Ming stared in a daze. Low tier platinum. It went straight from low tier gold to low tier platinum. It jumped up a whole major grade. Myriad Things sublimation is too insane. A platinum grade chest is definitely top tier. Among the items it drops, there will be at least one piece of platinum quality treasure. Su Ming chose to open it directly. Opening successful. Obtained. Shadow Sword Hair Ornament, low tier platinum. Shadow Sword Footwear, low tier platinum. Shadow Sword Arm Guards, low tier platinum. Shadow Sword Trousers, low tier platinum. Shadow Sword Cape, low tier platinum. Shadow Flow Longsword, mid tier platinum. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, high tier platinum X1. Seeing this long string of pop-up notifications, Su Ming was shocked. It actually dropped a full set of low-tier platinum armor. This is extremely rare. That sword is even more terrifying. It's a mid-tier platinum weapon. My luck is truly against the heavens. He equipped all of them immediately. Hum. A strange vibration echoed. The next instant, a longsword appeared before Su Ming. The texture of this sword was bizarre, filled with dark purple patterns. Only the hilt was solid, while the blade was like a shadow made of a phantom material. He swung it through the air. Swish. The blade flickered, and in an instant, it sliced through the air in front of him, leaving a pitch-black trail in midair. Looking at the information for this sword. Shadowflow Longsword, mid-tier platinum. Shadow Escape. This sword can be stored in your shadow and carried around, manifesting whenever necessary. Mental Drain. Since shadows are reflections of the spirit, this sword can wound a target's shadow, causing their mental power to gradually drain. Dark Slash. While wielding this sword, all your slashes deal an additional 50% shadow attribute damage. Grasping the sword, Su Ming felt his overall stats increase significantly. At the same time, he equipped the Shadow Sword set. His outfit changed instantly. He swapped his black snakeskin coat for a light gray robe. It had some ancient-looking dark runes that looked like moonlight scattered upon it. A subtle gray gemstone appeared in Su Ming's short hair, tied by a strand of hair and dangling near his ear. A pair of gray arm guards appeared on his hands. Shadow Sword set, low-tier platinum. 5/5 effect active. Dark Sword Surge. After equipping, all sword-style skills deal an additional 50% shadow attribute damage, which can bypass physical defense. Shadow Slash. When activating sword skills, there is a 60% chance to manifest a shadow, performing an additional follow-up strike equal to your basic attack damage. Su Ming felt overjoyed as he looked at the long list of descriptions. These effects are genuinely powerful. It directly adds 50% shadow attribute damage. Combined with the Shadowflow Longsword, it adds up to 100% additional shadow attribute / damage. The only pity is that he can't use his Myriad Things sublimation talent to upgrade these items further. Because these were opened from a sublimated chest, any item can only be sublimated or indirectly sublimated once. Su Ming's thoughts shifted slightly. The Shadowflow Longsword slipped from his hand and fell into the shadow at his feet. Sure enough, the physical longsword dissolved into dark, shadowy water and merged into Su Ming's shadow without a trace. Whenever he wants to use it, he can instantly summon the sword from his shadow. That is truly practical. Su Ming thought to himself. To activate the Shadow Sword set bonus, he only needs to equip 5 pieces of wearable gear. As long as 5 pieces of the Shadow Sword set are equipped simultaneously, the buff is active. Clothes, shoes, trousers, arm guards, and hair ornament make up the 5-piece set. In other words, even if he doesn't use the Shadowflow Longsword and uses a steel sword instead, Su Ming can still get the 100% bonus. Jiang Yunking's eyes went wide as she watched Su Ming change into the full set of gear. Platinum-grade equipment could easily sell for millions on the outside. Even as the second young miss of the Jiang Incorporation, she would still consider that a huge number. She was so shocked she could hardly speak. You take this scroll and use it, Su Ming said, tossing a scroll over. Soul Healer Skill Scroll, high-tier platinum. An ordinary person might only learn a platinum skill after their 4th or 5th job advancement. One can only imagine how expensive a platinum-grade skill scroll would be. And yet Su Ming just pulled one out, giving it to her for free. This made Jiang Yunking feel extremely astonished. You're just giving it to me for nothing? This could fetch a good price at an auction outside, no less than $1 million. Jiang Yunking hesitated as she took the scroll. She reminded him. She thought Su Ming didn't know the value, which is why he gave it to her. Su Ming remained persistent and calm. There might be a tough fight later, and the better your skills, the higher our chance of winning. To him, money is just an external object. What good is money anyway? Strength is the only thing that truly belongs to you. Therefore, he would do everything possible to prepare for challenging the hidden boss. Jiang Yunking having one more skill might mean one more chance of victory later. Su Ming knew exactly how powerful that hidden boss was, so he would spare no effort to make thorough preparations. She didn't say any more and used it immediately. Usage successful. Obtain skill, Soul Amplification, high-tier platinum skill. Proficiency, 300,000. Uses soul power to activate. While active, all party members gain an additional 200% experience. Seeing this skill, Jiang Yunking was overjoyed. Wow, it's actually the late-game Soul Healer skill, Soul Amplification. As long as there are monster corpses, I can harvest souls and increase the experience gain. Su Ming, with you in my party, even if I share a portion of the experience, you'll still get 100%. She was so happy she almost danced with joy. This skill is incredibly rare and helps people level up fast. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. Very good. With this skill, his experience won't have to be split with her anymore. Even in a party, he can still get full experience. For other teams, this is something they couldn't even dare to dream of. I guess I'm lucky to have encountered her, a professional with such a rare soul healer class.
Su Ming found a clean corner in the cave, started a fire, and began to cook. In the dungeon, combat is extremely exhausting. Having fought continuously for several hours, Su Ming was already ravenously hungry. He took out the chunks of salamander king meat and washed them in a spring he found in a corner of the cave. Then, he took out 2 legs of the mineral-eating dark-feathered chicken, plucked them, and placed them over the fire to roast. Before long, a delicious meal was ready. Roasted dark-feathered chicken leg, a tasty chicken leg overflowing with juices, crispy skin, tender meat, and roasted to perfection. Effect after consumption: increases mental attribute by 10 points for 3 hours. There was also the roasted salamander king meat. Roasted crispy salamander king meat. Pale yellow salamander king meat that has undergone a Maillard reaction during roasting, creating a natural crispy crust. It tastes exquisite. Effect after consumption: increases physique attribute by 20 points for 4 hours. Jiang Yunqing was also famished. She grabbed the chicken leg Su Ming handed her and began to eat in small bites. But soon she struggled to maintain her elegance. Because it was just too delicious. She gradually began to wolf it down. As the saying goes, to capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. And Su Ming had clearly mastered that. She never expected Su Ming to be such a skilled cook. In his past life, Su Ming had fought in dungeons frequently. Naturally, he had honed his culinary skills in the dungeons, learning how to use limited ingredients and primitive cooking methods to create the most delicious meals. Without any seasonings, he relied entirely on heat to bring out the natural flavors of the ingredients. After eating their fill, both of them received a significant boost to their attributes. Although the effects weren't permanent, they were quite impressive. Only exceptionally delicious dishes can trigger buff effects. Food that tastes bad usually comes with negative side effects. Alright, it's time to find the hidden boss. Su Ming thought to himself. He stood up and continued their journey with Jiang Yunqing. The two headed deeper into the cave. Soon they found a crack. Su Ming swung his sword, shattering the stones blocking the crack. Dust scattered everywhere. A small exit appeared before him. A beam of daylight shone in, blindingly bright. Su Ming and Jiang Yunqing stepped out. She felt a sense of relief, the air even felt much fresher. Finally, I'm out of that cave. She stretched her arms. Outside the cave lay a vast forest. Many exotic beasts could be seen moving about within it. In the center of the forest was a massive blood-red lake. It looked as if boiling blood was churning within it. Gazing at the scene, Jiang Yunqing clicked her tongue in amazement. Su Ming's expression was calm, but he involuntarily became serious. The hidden boss fight was coming up soon. That's right, the Red Rock Cave was just a shortcut. By passing through the cave and coming out here, it was like entering a whole new world. The hidden boss would appear in this area. The boss would respawn in the center of that bloody lake. Su Ming was secretly keeping track of the time. In about an hour, the hidden boss would appear here. It is terrifyingly powerful and has a very high level. Its combat strength can be described as invincible. The Red Rock Cave wasn't the only entrance, it was just the closest one for Su Ming. There were other players in this area as well. Su Ming knew about the hidden boss thanks to his experience from his previous life. That's because the strongest class changer from his school in his past life, Yanzi, died right here. Yanzi discovered the hidden boss and just before dying, used the channel to tell Su Ming the location, warning him to avoid it. But he himself died. He wasn't killed by the hidden boss. He was killed by Li Chengguang, a genius from a neighboring city. Su Ming remembered this incident very clearly. Therefore, Su Ming was keeping his guard up as well. That 10-star genius from Wuyang City was a cold-blooded and ruthless character. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dungeon, a team of survivors was left bruised and battered. Don't kill me, we're all human," a male player said in terror. The very next instant, he was struck down, his head rolling on the ground. "Please, I'll give you all my gear, just spare my life," another female player begged. Standing before them was a class changer wielding a blade. He was pitiless, his expression icy. Two pieces of trash, begging useless. Splat. A blood-red blade aura slashed out, incredibly sharp. In just a few breaths, he had slaughtered both players. He wore a cyan robe with a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. The weak have no path but death. Looking at the corpses at his feet, he actually wore an excited smile. As if killing people gave him immense pleasure. He held a narrow-bladed sword in one hand, his entire aura extremely dangerous. He was Lei Chengguang, the top expert from Wuyang City this year. Initial class, Blade Maniac. 10-star innate talent, just like Su Ming. That's why he was a sought-after genius the moment he appeared. After entering the dungeon, he stirred up a bloodbath. He went on a crazed killing spree against other players. Because he discovered that the EXP gained from killing high-level players was far greater than from ordinary mobs. To maximize leveling efficiency and claim the crown, he chose the bloodiest path with the most EXP. Wherever he went, there were no survivors. Thus, his leveling speed was also astonishingly fast. He had already reached level 13. His first promotion quest was already completed. Now, he had already transitioned into a first-tier Blade Maniac. His combat power had climbed another level. Powerful classes like the Blade Maniac can choose to promote into subclasses like Blade Fanatic, Blade Knight, Blade Cultivator, or Blade Demon. Or, they can choose to stay as a first-tier Blade Maniac, without changing the class, simply gaining more skills and attribute points. This is a path of constant refinement. However, by the third promotion, there will be stronger blade-related classes, which is when a change should be made. At this very moment, there was a girl in white standing before him. She clutched a giant scythe, propping herself up with it, her breathing heavy. It was Ji Yao. A bloody, shocking wound ran across her chest. It was caused by Li Chengguang's blade. Currently, 3 skeletons wielding bone swords stood before her, protecting her. 3 was her summoning limit. But even these 3 skeletal swordsmen were battered, their bones fractured. The Blade Maniac Li Chengguang was simply too strong. She and some classmates had formed a team, making good progress and reaching level 7. However, just as they were preparing to leave this area, they were suddenly ambushed by Lei Chengguang. She had watched with her own eyes as several of her companions died at his hands. So at this moment her heart was filled with rage and hatred. Lei Chengguang, expressionless, gripped his blade and slowly walked toward her. "You're Ji Yao from No. 1 High, right?" Ji Yao's expression was icy upon hearing this. "How do you know my name?" Her lips were bloodless and she was exhausted, yet she never begged for mercy. "Hey, before the novice dungeon opened, I had already obtained the list of all the geniuses from your school this year from the principal. I've studied all your classes and talents. This dungeon is actually my hunting ground." Lei Chengguang sneered. The blade in his hand was also a low-grade gold-tier weapon. The gear on his body was also worth a fortune. The Blade Maniac class, combined with a 10-star talent, was too hot to ignore. So before he even entered the dungeon, he had already received investments from various parties, including gear, money, and skill scrolls. That's why the moment he entered the dungeon, his strength far exceeded everyone else. Plus, his extreme cruelty treating people like monsters to be farmed made his leveling efficiency terrifying. Zhuanjing No. 1 High schools from Namian City, various high schools from Datong City, they are all trash. You are all too weak, you disappoint me. Might as well turn into EXP, and become my nourishment, helping me reach the peak. Lei Chengguang said with a dark expression as he slowly closed in on her. He had already killed many players, not just from Zhuanjing City. Students from all cities had souls that died under his blade. To him, they were all just EXP. Ji Yao's frail body was covered in wounds. Her clothes were soaked with blood. The only healing potion she had was already used, and she was completely out of options. Lei Chengguang, however, was ruthlessly destroying this flower without any intention of holding back. He held his blade across his body, activating the Blade Maniac skill, Blood Blade Horizontal Slash, and swung with precision. Whoosh! A terrifying bloody scar appeared in midair. He swept past, attacking Ji Yao. This strike was meant to take her life. At this critical moment, Ji Yao was extremely calm. She channeled her last bit of strength. One of the skeletons before her turned into blue soul shadows and suddenly shifted position. It blocked the fatal blow for her, and she herself vanished, leaving the spot instantly. Undead Summoner skill Body Swap. She swapped her position with a corpse that was at the furthest distance. Lei Chengguang's strike hit empty air. He turned around and saw Ji Yao's figure disappearing into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. Little lamb, you can't escape. He activated his movement technique and gave chase. Like a grim reaper claiming a life.
Ji Yao was fleeing in a panic through the dense forest. Her breathing was ragged, and she coughed up blood from time to time. In the end, she had no choice but to escape into a cave. The cave was filled with blood-red rocks, looking extremely eerie. But to save her own life, she had to plunge right in. To her shock, there were no monsters in the cave at all. Instead, it was filled with monster corpses. Has someone been here already? Who could be this strong? She was shocked to her core. Even an elite team wouldn't necessarily be able to kill so many monsters. And in such a dark cave, no less. She had no time to think, running with all her might. She could faintly hear Lei Chengguang's footsteps behind her. Don't run. His voice echoed throughout the cave. I will find every genius from your no. 1 no, 2 and no, 3 high schools this year and kill them one by one. I will make sure your Chuanjing city has no next year, and it will never recover. Lei Chengguang's voice sounded manic and intoxicated, as if he thoroughly enjoyed the hunting process. The sound drew closer, and Ji Yao's despair grew with it. If she were caught, she would definitely die. Soon, Lei Chengguang's voice was right upon her. What about Su Ming and Yan Zi? I heard their talents are 10 stars and 9 stars respectively. Why don't they dare to fight me? But that's fine, I'll ferret out these 2 cowards and kill them both. A bloodthirsty, cruel grin appeared on his face. He was too fast. The distance was constantly shrinking. Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. He was getting closer and closer. Just as Ji Yao was about to be caught, a ray of daylight shone into the cave. The exit was ahead. A figure appeared from the front and blocked her path. They grabbed her and vanished into the darkness. Sweat beaded on Ji Yao's forehead. Everything blurred before her eyes, and then she was out of the cave area. It was as if that person had carried her for dozens of meters. They ducked into a patch of tall grass. She looked closely and saw a boy in green clothes. He carried a large bow on his back, had fresh, short hair, and possessed an impressive aura. Yanzi, the 9-star talent awakener from No. 1 High, second only to Su Ming in talent. Although they weren't in the same class, Ji Yao recognized him. You're Ji Yao from Class 1, the Undead Summoner class, right? Yanzi asked calmly. Ji Yao nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. She still hadn't fully recovered her senses. No need to thank me. We're schoolmates, I couldn't just watch you die. Yanzi said. Although he appeared cold on the outside, he was kind-hearted deep down. Yanzi, why are you here? Ji Yao asked. Yanzi's expression turned grave. That's a long story. I was also in a party, but when I went out to refill on mana, I returned to find that all my teammates had been killed. It was Lei Chengguang who did it. After analyzing the situation, I realized he was too strong. Knowing I couldn't beat him, I've been lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Hearing this, Ji Yao was shocked. You've been lurking and tracking him, waiting to ambush and kill him? That's right. As he spoke, Yanzi pulled a cold glinting arrow from the quiver on his back and held it in his hand. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. I've been observing Lei Chengguang for a while. He's a psychopath. A maniac with a blade, or rather, a hunter. He treats this dungeon like an amusement park, hunting his prey everywhere. And he does have the strength to back it up. As he said this, a trace of worry appeared in Yanzi's eyes. If we don't kill him, the casualties of our No. 1 high school will be even more severe. Ji Yao thought for a moment and agreed that Yanzi's choice was indeed the optimal solution. He is a long-range class, a demon-hunting ranger. If he were to fight the maniac head-on in melee, he would almost certainly lose. Therefore, waiting to ambush him is the only way. What level are you now? Ji Yao asked. Yanzi said. Level 10. I am currently finishing my first advancement quest. I need to kill a beast above elite rank. Hearing this level, Ji Yao was stunned. He's already reached level 10? This speed is too fast. If it's you, maybe you really can kill Lei Chengguang. I will cooperate with you fully to help avenge my dead classmates. Ji Yao said with a flicker of determination in her eyes. Good, Yanzi said. At the same time, both their gazes pierced through the grass to observe Li Chengguang in the distance. Stop hiding. Come out and die, Li Chengguang said with a cold face and a loud voice. He looked around but couldn't locate Ji Yao for the moment. Follow me, let's retreat. This isn't a good spot for a fight, Yanzi said. He took Ji Yao and left quickly. While fleeing, Yanzi opened his personal interface and sent a message to Su Ming. Su Ming, this is Yanzi from Class 4. Although we don't know each other, as schoolmates, you are the most talented genius in our Xuanjing No. 1 high school, and I cannot withhold this information. The mad blade Li Chengguang from the neighboring city is hunting students from our school. You must avoid him, he is very strong. He is currently in the Bloody Forest Lake area. After sending this message, Yanzi immediately closed the interface. Though strangers, Yanzi was a kind-hearted person. In other words, a warm-hearted guy. He knew that a single message could potentially save a schoolmate's life. As a No. 1 high student, he couldn't keep this information to himself. That was just Yanzi's character. Yanzi took Ji Yao and fled rapidly, but they hadn't run for more than a few miles. Right at the edge of a blood-red lake, their path was blocked by a flying blade beam. Whoosh! The blood-red blade beam was as fast as lightning. It slashed directly in front of Ji Yao. Even the air was cut open. If she had been any faster, she might have been pierced by the blade light. A chill ran down her spine. She turned her head to look. Li Chengguang had already walked over with an expressionless face. Hemp, did you really think I couldn't catch you? You were hit by my blade, and I can track your location through the blade aura. He glared at Ji Yao with a gloomy face. The blood-red long knife in his hand reflected a cold light. It looks like we can't escape. Yanzi's brow furrowed, his expression cold. He began to nock an arrow. Yanzi's large bow was a low-grade silver weapon he had forged using blueprints and materials. It was called the Bone Tough Ranger Bow. Arrows shot from this bow dealt extra physical damage. And it also slightly increased his attack speed. This was very well suited for his class, Demon Hunting Ranger. This is a class that excels in physical attacks. This class hates and counters magic, so its skills are basically all physical damage. Watching the bow and arrow in Yanzi's hands, a hint of surprise appeared in Lei Chengguang's eyes. Oh? Demon Hunting Ranger Yanzi? He seemed somewhat excited. Finally met you. The 9-star genius from No. 1 high. He licked his lips, a touch of fanaticism in his eyes. A genius like you levels up fast. You must be level 10 already. You have the most experience points. After I kill you, I'll definitely be able to level up to 14. He gripped his long knife and charged forward. His speed was extreme. Seeing this, Yanzi's killing intent turned icy. He immediately knocked and shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flashing with cold light shot from his bowstring. 4 tracking arrows in a row. Tracking arrows are basically a skill that every ranger knows. Even those with hidden bow branch classes know this skill. Because it's the lowest level bronze skill, and it's easy to obtain the skill scroll. Yanzi had a high level and high stat values, so his arrows were quite powerful. They tore through the air with a piercing sound. However, when the arrows flew in front of Lai Chengguang, he remained expressionless. He slashed a few times, instantly shattering all the arrows in half. Not a single arrow could harm him. Ji Yao made her move too. She expended mental power to summon 3 skeleton swordsmen. A jet black rune array appeared on the ground. 3 skeletons crawled out from it. Their bodies trembled, emitting the sound of bone joints clashing. They looked terrifying. Wielding bone swords, they rushed forward.
Lai Chengguang, the blade maniac, remained expressionless in the face of these attacks. He unleashed an extremely brutal slashing skill called Chaotic Shadow 5-Blade Strike, a bronze-grade superior skill. In an instant, several blade shadows appeared before him. It was as if he had sprouted countless arms, all swinging his blade at the same time. 5 blade beams struck out in a staggered formation. The 3 skeleton soldiers were instantly decimated. Ji Yao was already severely injured and low on mental energy, so the skeletons she summoned lacked combat power and were no match for him in a single exchange. The 3 skeletons couldn't even hinder his advance. Yanzi unleashed his strongest skill, the Demon Sealing Arrow, a bronze-grade superior skill. This is a signature skill exclusive to Demon Hunter Rangers. It fires a massive soul arrow, and once hit, the target is unable to use any normal skills for a short period. If this arrow lands, there's a fighting chance. Yanzi's eyes flashed with intensity as he drew his bow to its full capacity. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. An arrow, shimmering like mercury, shot through the air. It left a long trail in midair, aiming straight for Li Chengguang's throat. Li Chengguang was too arrogant, he didn't even bother to dodge. Seeing this, Yanzi clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. There's a chance. Li Chengguang, however, secretly shook his head. This arrow is not bad. Too bad it won't hit me. He let out a cold laugh, then held his blade upright with an icy expression. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, lunging forward with a slash. Whoosh! This slash was too fast. It even whipped up a whirlwind on the ground. Clang! The blade light swept horizontally across. It actually split the Demon Sealing Arrow completely in 2. Sliced right down the middle. The arrow dissolved into specks of blue light and vanished. Yanzi was completely stunned. This was his strongest skill, and it was broken so easily. Is the gap between a 10-star talent and a 9-star talent really this massive? He wanted to notch another arrow, but the next moment Li Chengguang was already upon him. Squish! Li Chengguang thrusted his blade forward, piercing straight through Yanzi's chest. Blood flowed freely. Seeing this, Ji Yao's face turned ghostly pale, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it. She brandished her crescent scythe and slashed at Li Chengguang. As a summoner, melee combat was her weakness. By choosing to charge in now, she was clearly blinded by fury. Chengguang turned and slashed, cutting directly into her shoulder. Ji Yao tried to parry with her scythe, but she was sent flying back in a wretched state. She coughed up blood, unable to continue the fight. Lai Chengguang flicked his blade, sending the blood on it splattering away. With a cold, dark expression, he looked at the fallen Yanzi and Ji Yao with utter contempt and disdain. Too weak. Too weak. I heard Zhuanjing know. One high school had several talented class changers this year. I thought I'd have some real fun. Who knew they were all just useless trash? He was extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. He didn't even find Yanzi with his 9-star talent to be any challenge. What a waste of my time. Now it's time for you both to die. Lei Chengguang's eyes turned sinister as he slowly walked toward Ji Yao. A blood-red glow appeared on his blade. Ji Yao's health was bottomed out. If she took another hit, she would definitely die. At this moment, she bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't want to die, but she was powerless against such a strong enemy. Yanzi was also dragged down by her. Her heart was filled with self-reproach. In her final moments, she closed her eyes. The image of someone she had admired for years surfaced in her mind. Su Ming. He came from humble beginnings, yet his grades were excellent and he was remarkably resilient. Ji Yao always liked to steal glances at Su Ming while he was studying intently. Too bad there would be no more chances now. And her hardworking parents. Without her, they would have no one to rely on in their old age. Thinking of this, Ji Yao couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow, and tears began to flow. Lei Chengguang raised his blade, and a blood-red light surged toward her. Despair grew in her eyes. Suddenly, an out-of-place sound resonated nearby. A sword's hum echoed from the distance. A pitch-black swan steel sword shot through the air like a beam of light. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. This sword was incredibly fast. It sliced through the air, creating two distinct vortices in its wake. The sword shimmered with a cold light that was chilling to the core. In almost a split second, it pierced through. It shattered the blood-red blade light Lei Chengguang had unleashed. Lei Chengguang himself was sent flying back by the sheer force. He was absolutely shocked. He had to take 3 or 4 steps back on the ground before he could barely steady himself. Someone was able to shatter his blade light head-on. Amongst rookies, that was nearly impossible. His face went cold, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The dust settled. A young man in gray robes walked slowly out of the dense forest. He flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh. The black swan steel sword turned and flew back, hovering beside Su Ming. The hovering swan steel sword emitted a series of clear, vibrating hums. It was Su Ming. He had arrived at full speed. His gaze was calm as he surveyed his surroundings. He immediately grasped the situation. What caught him by surprise was that Ji Yao was here too. In his past life, Yanzi had challenged Lei Chengguang one-on-one and was killed. He hadn't expected Ji Yao to be present this time around. It seems that events in this timeline won't unfold exactly as they did in the previous one. People's relationships are like a giant web woven together. The butterfly effect can cause many originally unrelated events to change. Su Ming stepped forward, moving with the fluid grace of a drift, and arrived instantly beside Ji Yao. He slowly crouched down. Su Ming? Ji Yao's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. She couldn't even tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su Ming reached out and gently wiped the blood from her face. At the same time, a murderous intent surfaced in Su Ming's eyes. Ji Yao's injuries were extremely serious. If he had arrived even a moment later, they might have been separated forever. His face was icy cold, and the sword hovering beside him trembled incessantly. The sharp, cold light made his entire presence feel terrifying. Jiang Yanqing followed closely behind Su Ming, having jogged all the way. She slowly raised her hands. In the next instant, a dark purple glow surged through Ji Yao's body. Her injuries were healing slowly, and the speed was remarkable. Healing abilities like this usually require at least a first circle healer. Ji Yao was astonished. To think Su Ming knew such a powerful healer. Yanzi was shaken to his core seeing this. A sword hovering in midair? Is this skill sword control? But that's a late-stage skill for a sword master. How did Su Ming learn it so early? 1,000 questions flooded his mind. He sat up with a pained expression, clutching his chest. Had he shifted just a few centimeters differently, his heart would have been pierced. One could say his life was a stroke of luck. Then he saw Jiang Yanqing raising her hands toward. She was even healing his wounds. His face showed pure shock. This healer can treat 2 people at once? Impossible. Unless she's a soul healer above the first circle, she shouldn't have this level of efficiency in the early stages. By this time, Lei Chengguang had readjusted his stance. He looked at Su Ming, his eyes holding a hint of gravity. All his arrogance and disdain had vanished, because he realized he had encountered a true opponent. Just a moment ago, he had taken Su Ming's sword skill head-on. The power of that sword strike was something he would not easily forget. He slowly raised his weapon, and noticed a notch had appeared on the edge of his blade.
A cold, sinister gleam appeared in Lei Chengguang's eyes. His blade was a gold-tier weapon. To be able to chip his blade, what kind of terrifying strength and powerful skill would that require? What he didn't know was that Su Ming's dark steel sword was merely a silver-tier weapon. Using a lower-quality weapon to damage a higher-quality one requires an absolute crushing advantage in skills and stats. If he knew this fact, Lei Chengguang would be even more shocked. So you are that 10-star sword wielder from Zhuanjing Note 1 High, Su Ming. I have to admit, your strength really exceeded my expectations. His eyes were fixed firmly on Su Ming. His aura, no longer held back, exploded outward with a roar. First turned sword maniac. He was already level 13. Looking across the entire dungeon, his current ranking was number 1. Oozing killing intent, he raised his blade abruptly. In this dungeon, you are the only one worthy of being my opponent. But that is all you will ever be. You will certainly die under my blade. He sneered, pointing the tip of his blade at Su Ming, challenging him to a fight. Sword wielders are not strong in close combat during the early stages. As long as he could close the distance to Su Ming, he could kill him. Therefore, Li Chengguang had no fear and struck immediately. A blood-red icy glint flashed across his blade. He flew forward. "Su Ming, look out!" Ji Yao said with a worried expression. In the distance, Yanzi under the tree was also staring intently at the scene. His expression was tense, and he didn't have high hopes for this battle. Although Su Ming had come to save them, he was just a sword wielder. Early-stage combat effectiveness simply couldn't compare to a sword maniac. Thus, both of them were filled with pessimism. Now that they were severely injured and unable to help, they could only watch. Su Ming, however, looked at the incoming blade with a calm expression. "What a weak blade," he said with genuine regret. Once these words were out, everyone present was slightly startled. Facing a 10-star genius from Wuyang City, wasn't Su Ming being a bit too arrogant? Li Chengguang's gaze turned dark and gloomy. His eyelids twitched twice. Instantly, killing intent flickered in his eyes. Who dared to provoke him like this? This was simply asking for death. Along the way, he had killed countless people, treating students from various cities and top universities like mere wild monsters to be slaughtered. He considered himself invincible. A measly little sword wielder couldn't possibly hinder his hunting pace. Su Ming's words had clearly enraged him. He attacked with all his might. This slash, imbued with unstoppable momentum, was unleashed with a roar. "I will kill you with one slash and make you a little sword wielder. Face reality," he said through gritted teeth, his voice icy cold. Facing the sword maniac's full power blow, Su Ming was as steady as a mountain. He neither dodged nor retreated, standing right where he was, completely motionless. He lifted his hand slowly with a blank face. He grabbed the dark steel sword floating beside him. The next instant, lightning flashed. Violent thunder crackled and raged. A mystical sword hum echoed all around. Seeing this, Li Chengguang sneered. "Hmp, you stupid dog, as a sword wielder, instead of keeping your distance, you choose to engage me in close-quarters blade combat. You are just asking for death." Sword wielder is a class that excels in both long and short ranges. To win, one must utilize their long-range advantage. Yet Su Ming chose to fight directly at close range. And in close combat, how could he possibly be a match for a sword maniac? So in his heart, Li Chengguang had already sentenced Su Ming to death. However, the next moment his expression froze. Because Su Ming had actually swung his sword. Hum! In a split second, Su Ming unleashed a slash. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving a brilliant sword scar in midair. Fast. Extremely fast. Origin sword body, 10-fold power, 10-fold speed. It was simply overwhelming. With the same level and talent, it was absolutely impossible to defend against. Li Chengguang didn't know yet that he wasn't facing a mere sword wielder class, but a sword god. Li Chengguang's face was horrified, unable to even react in time. The next moment, Su Ming had already closed in for the clash. Crash! A loud noise erupted. The blade in his hand snapped right in the middle, shattering into two halves. Cut through by Su Ming's sword. Then, a massive wound appeared on his chest as well. Su Ming's slash had torn his chest wide open. Sword energy pierced right through his body. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. What kind of sword strike was that? So fast that his eyes couldn't even track it. Extreme shock washed over his eyes. He was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood sprayed into the air as it gushed from his chest. His health points bottomed out in almost an instant. It was truly a one-sided slaughter. Seeing this, everyone on the scene stood petrified. Ji Yao and Yanzi were stunned, their eyes blank with disbelief. How could this be? Isn't Su Ming a sword wielder? How could his close combat ability be so terrifying? Jiang Yunqing, however, was used to such scenes. She had long since witnessed Su Ming's terrifying strength. Throughout their journey, even in beast tides, Su Ming slaughtered them with ease. Li Chengguang fell to the ground, coughing up more blood. He struggled to get up, swaying as he raised his blade, only to find that his weapon was completely broken. He gasped, horrified to the core. How is this possible? Su Ming walked slowly toward him, frost gleaming in his eyes. How is it not possible? He asked back. A gaze of true killing intent is cold and calm. Looking into those eyes, Li Chengguang felt something for the first time. Fear. This was an emotion he had never felt before. In front of Su Ming, his own killing intent was like child's play. This gaze was the gaze of a god of slaughter. Su Ming walked over, sword in hand, his face icy. Li Chengguang had seriously injured Ji Yao. For that alone he had to die. On the blade in Su Ming's hand, azure electric arcs crackled and surged. The next strike would be enough to destroy this Li sword maniac. Li Chengguang stepped back, disheveled and frantic. In his eyes there was still disbelief. He could not accept the fact that he had lost. He had been defeated in just one move. This completely crushed his confidence and pride into the dirt. Refusing to accept it, he pulled a red healing potion from his personal space. He drank it in one gulp. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and his stamina recovered slightly. Impossible, that move must have cost a huge amount of energy. You can't use it again. Right, you must just want to use that sword strike to intimidate me. I cannot lose. He roared and charged again with his broken blade. He activated his strongest skill. Rainforest Rapid Blades, Silver Grade Low Tier Sword Skill. Blade momentum like rain, continuous and endless. His blades turned into blood-red icy glints, striking like raindrops. Su Ming remained expressionless. He sheathed his sword. Draw Sword Flash activate. Su Ming unleashed a long trail, his figure turning into a blurry afterimage as he rushed out. This strike was entwined with lightning. It shattered the remaining remnant blade in Li Chengguang's hand into pieces. This strike was even faster, peerlessly fast. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Seeing this strike, Li Chengguang's eyes filled with massive waves of shock to the extreme. There was actually an even stronger strike? Why is this Su Ming so strong? I am truly no match for him. This completely shattered his worldview. The next moment. Puff! Su Ming's blade was already slicing toward his throat. He clumsily raised the hilt to block the strike. Swish! Su Ming's strike directly turned his hand into mangled flesh. The hilt shattered. However, even though he barely managed to block the attack, Su Ming's set bonus triggered. Shadow Slash. When using a sword skill, there is a 60% chance to generate a shadow, dealing an additional strike equivalent to your normal attack power. A shadowy figure identical to Su Ming, looking like ink, appeared behind him, almost overlapping. The shadow, holding an ink-colored sword, struck suddenly. Swish! This strike was not physical damage, but dark attribute damage. The blade grazed straight across Li Chengguang's throat. Blood flowed, and he was completely defeated. Li Chengguang fell heavily to his knees. He had no power left to fight. No, this is impossible, I haven't lost. His lips trembled as he muttered hoarsely. His face was bloodless, and the light of life faded rapidly from his eyes. No matter what, he could not believe the fact that he had lost. He thought this dungeon was his hunting ground. Little did he know that he was the prey all along. Su Ming's strength shocked everyone.
Su Ming gazed down at him from above, his eyes calm. In fact, his initial sword strike could have instantly killed Li Chengguang. But at that time, Ji Yao was right in front of Li Chengguang, way too close. To avoid hurting her, Su Ming chose only to deflect his attack. And at this very moment, Su Ming truly revealed his terrifying power. Wuyang City's top genius, the 10-star Blade Savage, is this all you've got? Su Ming said coldly. These words hit like true damage. Li Chengguang's eyes trembled as if struck by lightning. Then Su Ming slashed with his sword. This strike was aimed at Li Chengguang's head, intended to end him completely. Hum! In that instant, a blue light flashed. A barrier shimmered into existence around Li Chengguang. It engulfed and enveloped him like water. Then Li Chengguang was instantly teleported away. His figure disappeared into thin air. Su Ming's killing strike failed to hit. He looked at the empty ground with a grave expression. Tietsk, a life-saving accessory, huh? He managed to escape. These defensive items that combine protective barriers and teleportation are basically one-time use. They are extremely expensive, often costing tens or even millions of descent coins to craft. It seems Wuyang City has invested a fortune to protect this genius. Next time 10 life-saving devices won't be enough to save you. Su Ming sheathed his sword and said firmly. As long as the sword technique is fast enough, the life-saving gear won't even have time to trigger. Su Ming was confident he would reach that level of strength by the next time he saw Lei Chengguang. Or perhaps he might never see him again. After today's battle, Li Chengguang's spirit was already broken. His hand had been crippled by Su Ming and would be hard to heal in the short term. His dignity, his spirit, and his pride had been completely crushed by Su Ming. For a genius, this was an absolutely devastating blow. Lei Chengguang would likely spiral into despair and might even need psychiatric treatment. Su Ming turned around and looked at Ji Yao and the others. "Are you all right?" he asked Ji Yao and Yanzi with concern. I'm fine, thank you." Yanzi stood stunned for a moment before answering slowly. His injuries had been healed by 50% by Jiang Yunqing, so his life was no longer in danger. Ji Yao's eyes reddened. She rushed forward and gave Su Ming a hug. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqing pouted. "Hemp, I didn't expect someone to have already beaten me to it. No wonder he was so cold to me." But she didn't lose heart. As the saying goes, if you wield the hoe well enough, no corner of the wall is impossible to break. "Su Ming, you just now? How are you so strong?" Ji Yao asked, still in shock. Su Ming shrugged. "It's just that he's too weak." The crowd was left speechless by this. Lei Chengguang is weak? If that's the case, then who else in this world can be called a genius? But they didn't have much time for idle chatter. Because in the center of the blood-red lake ahead, a massive whirlpool appeared. The next instant, a knight clad in blood-red armor leaped out from it. He stood several meters tall, looking like a giant. His hulking frame was covered in armor that glinted with a cold light. He sprinted across the surface of the lake toward the shore. A terrifying pressure closed in rapidly. Warning, hidden boss appearing. Warning, hidden boss appearing. Seeing this warning, everyone's faces turned pale with horror. "Su Ming, let's retreat. Hidden bosses are very strong, it's too dangerous," Yanzi suggested, looking alarmed. No. Su Ming stood his ground, his expression calm. "Ji Yao, you and Yanzi leave first. Jiang Yunqing and I will challenge this hidden boss here." That was his plan all along. Seeing Su Ming's determined gaze, Ji Yao refused to leave. "I'll challenge it with you," she said without hesitation. Yanzi stood by in silence for a moment. Then he could only let out a resigned sigh. "Sigh, if I run away now, I'll truly look like a coward. Since you all have such guts, I guess I'll just have to stay and fight too." Although challenging a hidden boss is extremely perilous, the rewards are equally great. As they say, the higher the waves, the more valuable the catch. Ji Yao and Yanzi request to join the party. Accept. Su Ming didn't push them away. Having Ji Yao and Yanzi join the party wasn't part of the plan. But one must learn to adapt. With 2 extra people, the probability of success will indeed be higher. The blood-armored knight came charging across the water. His eyes glowed with murderous intent, filled with fury. He gripped a massive, heavy sword in his hand. A sword as big as a person, enough to leave anyone bewildered. "Intruders must die!" He roared and leaped onto the shore. The massive, heavy sword came crashing down towards Su Ming. Su Ming sidestepped, dodging the strike by the narrowest of margins. Afterward, he immediately scanned the boss's data. Hidden boss, Blood Lake Guardian, red armored undead knight. Level. Strength, 3/1. Constitution, 250. Agility. Spirit, 100. Luck. Skills. Heavy Armor Mastery LV.5, Thick-Bladed Horse Cutter, Water Screeching Blade Gathering, Blood-Sucking, Heavy Blade Shockwave, Solid Skin. The terrifying stats left him slightly shaken. This far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, Su Ming had never seen this hidden boss in person. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he felt it was truly horrifying. The red armored undead knight's stats far surpassed those of bosses in F-tier starter dungeons. It could even rival a boss from an E-tier dungeon. Ordinary newcomers would basically be dead on arrival. If he had known how terrifying this boss was, Su Ming might have reconsidered whether to challenge it. But now the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Su Ming formed a sword finger with his hand, his thoughts stirring. Whoosh! The steel sword on his back hovered into the air on its own. The pitch-black blade shimmered with cold light as it hung in midair. Using his sword control skill, he maneuvered the sword to hover and fight. The tip of the steel sword suddenly pointed at the red-armored, undead knight and shot forward. Clang! The red-armored undead knight let out a roar and swung his sword fiercely. The massive heavy sword carried terrifying kinetic energy. The steel sword was knocked back, spinning and plunging into the ground. But the next instant, the blade trembled and hovered up again, continuing to slash. Under Su Ming's mental control, the steel sword was like an unkillable cockroach. It kept flying over, confronting the knight, maneuvering, and parrying the giant sword. At the same time, Su Ming raised his hand and gripped the air. A sword as black as ink rose up from his own shadow and landed in his palm. Platinum-grade weapon, Shadow Stream Sword. Seeing how this sword appeared, Ji Yao and Yanzi were both amazed. This sword had no physical blade. The edge looked like an extension of his shadow, appearing very ethereal. For Su Ming to possess such a weapon, he must have encountered great opportunities. Yanzi stepped back quickly, drawing his bow. As a long-range DPS, he had to provide cover for Su Ming from the rear. His quiver was running low on arrows after consuming too many in the battle against Li Chengguang. He pulled out his starter dagger and casually cut 2 branches that fell in front of him. Then he gripped his hand. All the branches turned into brand new arrows and flew into his quiver. This was the ranger's exclusive skill, material arrow crafting. It allowed him to convert any wild material into arrows. The better the material, the more powerful the arrow. With arrows replenished, Yanzi knelt, his eagle-like eyes locking onto the red-armored undead knight. Drawing his bow, tracking arrows shot out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrowheads were swift and silent, but they had little effect when hitting the boss. To the massive red-armored undead knight, these arrows were like toothpicks. Moreover, he was encased in heavy armor, making such piercing attacks ineffective, causing them to shatter. Ji Yao rushed to Su Ming's side and chanted a spell. 2 undead skeleton soldiers materialized from a dark magic circle. Wielding bone swords, they charged at the boss without regard for their own safety. However, they were too fragile. Under the heavy giant sword, they couldn't even resist a single strike before crumbling into dust. Jiang Yunqing looked grave and tense. She wasn't an offensive class, so her best choice was to support from the rear. She quickly ran to a tree in the back, raised her hands, and provided buffs to the 3 of them. Block buff, bronze. Designate a teammate to continuously increase their block probability at the cost of spirit energy. She immediately activated this skill, boosting Su Ming's block probability. Su Ming watched this scene with calmness. Although these 3 teammates couldn't play a decisive role in the battle, they were all trying their best to contribute. They could, to some extent, slow down the boss's actions. As long as they created some hindrance, it was enough for Su Ming. He knew that he was the primary damage dealer. He gripped the Shadow Stream Sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. So, the hidden boss is fierce, huh? Today, I'm going to slay this hidden boss.
The sword blade flashed with a cold, dark attribute shimmer. Su Ming has made his move. He gripped his Shadow Stream longsword, his footwork strange and unpredictable. He actually took the initiative to approach the crimson-armored undead knight. His fighting style did not resemble that of a swordsman at all. Instead, he looked like a ruthless assassin. His attacks were tricky, his movements light and fluid. These were the combat skills he had forged through countless life-or-death trials in his past life. It was not about any special ability, but his pure battle experience. Intruder, leave the blood lake. Get out of here. The crimson-armored undead knight roared and swung its massive greatsword. Su Ming ignored him completely and immediately activated the Thunderstrike sword technique. A brilliant blue bolt of lightning surged and extended outward. He tilted his body, thrusting forward in a direct confrontation. This single strike managed to hold the boss's attack firmly in place. That massive stone sword was actually blocked by such a small shadow sword, unable to advance even an inch. In that instant, Su Ming was also activating his sword control skill. High in the air, the black steel sword danced and slashed horizontally. The crimson-armored undead knight, furious, had no choice but to pull back its stone sword to parry the harassing black steel sword. It moved with agility, swinging the thick stone sword to swat the black steel sword away. Su Ming pressed his advantage, giving it no chance to catch its breath. He gripped his shadow sword and unleashed a flurry of wild slashes. The black steel sword danced in the air, assisting with attacks from the side. His offensive was like a downpour of rain. The blade in his hand struck with extreme speed. The sound of violent thunder exploding was deafening, and white smoke began to rise in the surrounding air. Both swords attacked simultaneously. The black steel sword swirled around the boss like a nimble killing tool, constantly launching harassment attacks. The Shadow Stream longsword carried dark attribute damage, something the stone sword couldn't defend against. As Su Ming swung, the blade seemed to turn illusory, bypassing the boss's block and cutting directly into its shadow. The crimson-armored undead knight was unable to parry and forced into a continuous retreat. Its massive frame kept backing away. The affix effect Spirit Drain on the Shadow Stream longsword had taken effect. The boss's mental energy was constantly draining, which was equivalent to its mana bar being eroded. Chunks of stone were chipped away from its massive greatsword. New scratches began to appear on the boss's armor as well. There's a chance! Ji Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. Su Ming is too strong, even a hidden boss is being pushed back. Go for it. She cheered for Su Ming and simultaneously summoned another skeleton, charging behind the boss to launch a sneak attack. Yanzi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He drew his bow and notched an arrow, activating the Demon Sealing Arrow skill. A massive arrow resembling flowing liquid mercury shot out. It struck directly into the boss's eye socket, where there was no armor to defend it. This hit was amazingly effective. For a moment, the boss was sealed, unable to activate any of its skills. Ji Yao's skeleton took the opportunity to strike wildly from behind. A bone sword thrust forward, shaking the boss to its core. The boss, overcome with rage, spun around with a sword swipe. The skeleton was smashed to pieces instantly. After all, Ji Yao didn't have much stamina left, so the summoned skeleton was a bit frail. But it had, at the very least, drained some of the boss's strength. Su Ming's advantage grew even greater. The crimson-armored undead knight let out a painful roar and stumbled back a few steps. Great, at this rate, we're sure to win! A sharp glint flashed in Yanzi's eyes. He continued to fire his bow. Arrows rained down like a downpour. Up front, Su Ming's expression remained calm as water. Unlike the other's optimistic assessment of the situation, deep down his sense of unease never faded. It's no good. It has too much HP. This boss has incredibly high defense, and the steel armor is exceptionally tough. I'm basically just scratching it. So far, the boss's HP has only dropped by about 10%. Yanzi's Demon Sealing Arrow is indeed effective, but it can't be used continuously. Once the effect of that arrow fades, the boss will be completely enraged. As expected, the next instant the effect of the sealing skill vanished. The crimson-armored undead knight trembled with rage, its giant sword emitting a brilliant blood-red light. Intruders, all must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, its power is unquestionable. It is the king of this dungeon. It brandished its greatsword and activated a skill. BM. A terrifying shockwave erupted from its blade. Su Ming hurriedly raised his sword to block. Ban! The boss's terrifying strength attribute took effect, sending Su Ming flying backward. Even a large patch of grass on the ground was smashed and uprooted along with him. Dust and dirt flew into the air. Su Ming frowned, readjusted his stance, and barely managed to steady himself. He was covered in dust and grime. This hidden boss is a level 19 monster after all. The level gap is just too wide, he thought to himself. Although Su Ming had reached level 14 and was undoubtedly leveling up the fastest among the newcomers, it was still too low to face this crimson-armored undead knight. This boss, both in attributes and skills, was ridiculously powerful. If not for his primal sword body, which multiplies the speed and power of all sword techniques by 10, he would have been killed instantly. If not for that, Su Ming likely would have been one-shotted long ago. Even an ordinary dungeon boss would require more than 10 teams to grind down over a long time. Let alone the fact that Su Ming only has 4 people here. Therefore, the boss's HP bar was dropping very slowly. Su Ming was also having a very difficult fight. But he never once thought about giving up. He took deep, steady breaths, adjusting his stamina consumption as much as possible. Then, he focused his mind and activated the Thunderstrike sword technique. He charged forward again, unleashing a frantic melee assault. Su Ming's swordplay was flexible to the extreme. Furthermore, he could trigger the set effect from time to time. An ink-black shadow separated from his body, striking out a few times when least expected. Shadow Slash. When using sword skills, there is a 60% chance to manifest a shadow, dealing an additional strike with power equivalent to your normal attack. As long as his swinging speed was fast enough, the probability of triggering this Shadow Slash effect could be increased infinitely. So Su Ming knew that he had to replace defense with offense to have a chance at winning. His sword speed became faster and more ferocious. He was moving like a whirlwind of thunder. Gradually, he felt he had realized a new sword skill. New skill learned. Torrential Rainblade Technique, Silver Grade, Medium Quality. Proficiency 2000. The sword momentum is like a torrential downpour, continuous and unrelenting, capable of unleashing numerous attacks in a short time, winning through pure speed. In an instant, Su Ming's sword momentum intensified. As long as one continues to use their class-appropriate weapon and steadily reaches mastery, they will occasionally learn new skills. What Su Ming obtained was a silver tier skill. For most other class advancers, newly learned skills usually start at bronze tier. But he started right off with a silver tier 1. This sword style was truly violent, with an extremely high number of strikes. The equipment's Shadow Slash effect triggered crazily. The ink-black shadow followed Su Ming's technique, unfolding a tempestuous assault as well. By now, the boss's HP depletion speed had begun to accelerate. A few minutes later, its HP dropped below 60%. Good. At this rate, we're sure to win, Jiang Yunqing, who was providing support from behind the battlefield, clenched her fists and said excitedly. Excellent. Yanzi narrowed his eyes, took aim, and kept firing. But the next moment... Roar! The crimson-armored undead knight let out a roar. It stomped its foot, and a massive shockwave radiated outward, briefly pushing Su Ming back. Then it slammed down. The massive, thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be accurate, the stone shell on the outside shattered, revealing the massive blade underneath. This greatsword looked like it was made of flesh and blood, covered in red, serrated barbs. This was the boss's true weapon, and one could even say it was a new form. Afterward, the boss grabbed this blood sword and charged toward Su Ming. Beneath the armor, one could faintly see its head, a mass of rotting flesh with only 2 glowing eyes emitting a baleful light. The boss's face was angry, already brimming with murderous intent. Both its speed and power had increased. Su Ming raised his sword to block. Ban! With a deafening crash, Su Ming was sent flying backward. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, his expression icy. Second phase, then... He showed no fear at all. Instead, a somewhat manic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this very moment, he was actually filled with anticipation.
Seeing Su Ming injured, Jiang Yunqing rushed over to heal him. However, she had already exhausted much of her energy healing the wounds of Yanzi and Ji Yao. Her remaining mental power, along with the soul energy she had absorbed from the corpses, was running low. With insufficient energy left, the healing effect was naturally not as strong as it could be. Though she was anxious, she had no other choice for the time being. Su Ming was well aware of this, so to recover faster, he simply took a healing potion from his personal space and downed it in one gulp. This potion could instantly restore a portion of his health before slowly healing the remaining wounds. With most of his injuries healed, Su Ming regained his spirit and dove back into the fight. He fixed his gaze on the boss, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It was actually a good thing that it had reached its second stage. It meant the boss was truly enraged. The crimson-armored undead rider charged forward violently, brandishing its greatsword. It unleashed a ferocious boss skill called Heavy Blade Horse Slasher. It raised its broad, blood-red greatsword high above its head. Taking a step forward, it smashed the weapon towards Su Ming. The red glow flashing on the blade spoke volumes about its power. Cracks appeared on the ground where the boss stepped, showing just how fierce the force behind the strike was. With a thought, Su Ming commanded the dark steel sword hovering in midair to fly over and parry the strike. However, the moment it made contact, the dark steel sword was knocked away. The greatsword carried a terrifying amount of inertia and massive potential energy. The impact must have been heavy enough to crush bone. A blood-colored beam of light surged from the tip of the greatsword, hurtling toward Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes turned icy as he sheathed his shadow flow sword. He stepped forward. Incredibly, he rushed directly toward the incoming strike. It was truly fearless. He was going to use his sword flash skill to confront it head-on. Normally, the crimson-armored undead rider made small movements, and its armor covered its body completely. Its heavy refined steel armor turned most attacks into mere scratches. But when it used the heavy blade horse slasher skill, there was a momentary stiffness, making it difficult to fully block all attacks. The boss had its hands raised high, exposing the flesh where the armor segments connected. Su Ming had to seize this opening to inflict maximum damage. The risk was great, but the rewards were equally significant. His body transformed into a streak of light as he slashed through the air. Swoosh. This strike was incredibly fast. He unleashed his sword flash skill at full power. A terrifying sword mark shimmered in the air, a remnant of his strike. The sword produced a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Su Ming swept past the boss's body. The deep blue sword trail struck precisely at the gap in the boss's arm armor. Splurt. Dark yellow, pus-like blood sprayed outward. The boss's health was slashed by more than half in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained completely unharmed, because at that exact moment, he had activated Spirit Concealment Step. This ultimate untargetable footwork made Su Ming vanish momentarily, as if he lacked a physical form, allowing him to pass straight through the boss's blade. The crimson-armored undead rider roared in uncontrollable rage. His body was covered in wounds, his face twisted, and a clicking sound echoed throughout his entire frame. The blood-flesh greatsword in its hand began to morph. Eventually, it took the form of a giant hammer. The boss let out a distorted, whale-like scream and launched a final assault on Su Ming. Behind it, the blood lake surged as if boiling, rising into massive waves. Countless droplets of blood gathered into the shape of blades, dancing along with the great hammer. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise. He knew this was the boss's strongest skill, roaring waterblade convergence. As the boss swung its weapon, it pulled in vast amounts of lake water to form blood daggers, attacking Su Ming. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of blood daggers condensed and shot out. Countless trails of blood flickered in the air. Su Ming's expression turned grave as he acted with extreme caution. He immediately activated his fastest attack skill, Rainstorm Sword. Suddenly, the Shadow Flow sword in his hand unleashed countless jet-black flashes of light. The flying blood daggers were all intercepted and sliced apart by Su Ming. At the same time, Su Ming controlled the dark steel sword to hover by his side, slashing and parrying the daggers. But there were simply too many blood daggers. This was originally an area of effect skill, more than enough to overwhelm a dozen players. No matter how strong Su Ming was, how could one person block them all? As the number of daggers increased, Su Ming began to feel the strain. Damn it! He growled through gritted teeth. Su Ming's figure flickered as he prepared to activate Spirit Concealment Step again to force an escape. But doing so would consume a terrifying amount of his mental energy. In a single battle, Su Ming could only trigger that skill once or twice. If he used it now, his mental energy would be depleted, making the rest of the fight extremely difficult. Fortunately, at that moment, a dozen arrows came whistling in. It was Yanzi. He was also a ranger with a 9-star talent, and his arrows were powerful and highly accurate. Those arrows shattered quite a few blood daggers, easing the pressure on Su Ming. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to use Spirit Concealment Step. He could save that precious mental energy for the boss's final strike. He continued to swing his Rainstorm Sword while charging forward. At that moment, thunder flashed along the blade in his hand. Meanwhile, he took a step forward. The dark steel sword flying through the air landed in his hand. Su Ming's eyes filled with killing intent. He would hold nothing back anymore. With the dark steel sword in his left hand, he unleashed the Thunder Rush sword technique. With the Shadow Flow sword in his right hand, he unleashed Sword Flash. Two silver mid-grade sword techniques activated simultaneously. Hum. A deafening sound of swords echoed all around. A chasm even opened up in the ground. Su Ming's figure turned into a brilliant thunder sword beam that slashed past in an instant. Splurt! The twin swords slashed, shattering the crimson-armored undead rider's helmet instantly. Its head was fully exposed to the world. It was an incredibly ugly mass of flesh, covered in withered wood and rotting meat. It turned out this crimson-armored knight was just a vengeful spirit guarding this place, based on a remnant desire. Its body had already rotted away. At its core, it was no different from the monsters summoned by a necromancer. With a dazed look in its eyes, it fell to its knees. Pus-filled yellow blood, like the fluids inside a decomposing corpse, poured out, merging with the blood lake behind it. Su Ming had successfully killed it. At that instant, a message echoed through the world channel. Announcement: Hidden Boss defeated. A Sword Master player has killed the hidden boss. Dungeon settlement initiated. Congratulations to all players, prepare for your triumphant return home. Instantly, a sound echoed in the minds of all players in the dungeon. Suddenly, the chatter exploded like a super bomb. No, impossible. Hidden boss? How is that even possible? What on earth is a hidden boss? We haven't even found the shadow of the normal boss, and he's already killed the hidden one? The person who got the first kill seems to be a sword master too. Could it be the same person? Damn, is this kid cheating? Crap, we haven't even grinded levels. The dungeon has only been open for 10 hours. This speed is just ridiculous. The discussions were endless. Normally, novice dungeons take days and nights to find the boss. Then dozens of players need to join forces to challenge it. Even with a dozen teams challenging it together, it takes half a day to grind down the boss's HP to kill it. And from the start of the dungeon until now, only 10+ hours have passed. Who on earth is that guy? For a moment, everyone was filled with shock. Soon the world rules began to settle the scores. Player Li Guanggren killed 3 passionate mad rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty feathered chicken. Total kills x4. Rewarded with 400 myriad race coins. Player Song Ju killed 1 hairless claw cat. Rewarded with 150 myriad race coins. Player Jiang Xiaoyu killed... Player. The chatter grew louder and louder. Because at this point, players didn't even care about their own scores, they were more concerned about who that slayer really was. Damn, I only got 600 myriad race coins and only reached level 4, I can't even face anyone when I go out. Sigh, he speedran the boss and the dungeon settled, what a bummer. Stop barking, even if that Swordmaster big boss didn't speedrun, you wouldn't have leveled up much, you might have even died to the monsters. Right, this dungeon is full of crises, you could be killed by wild monsters at any time. Since a big boss is speedrunning, we're basically tagging along, clearing the dungeon without the risk, just lying back and winning. But his speed is a bit too fast. If we can't level up, we can only go to the dangerous areas outside the city to challenge beasts, sigh. The world channel was in total chaos. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the dungeon, a man holding a long-handled purple crystal hammer and wearing a set of luxurious golden armor had a look of extreme bitterness. It was Zhang Tang. Behind him, several top newbie experts followed, forming an absolutely elite squad. Everyone looked grim. These members were all bodyguards arranged by his family. This was a squad made entirely of 8-star talents. Moreover, Zhang Tang was equipped with full golden grade gear. Before entering the dungeon, his family had already given him this gear. So his starting point was definitely faster than everyone else's. His strategy after entering the dungeon was also simple. Aim for first place. He scoured the entire map for the boss, preparing to finish the kill and become number 1. Being first in the novice dungeon would grant a bloodline power reward, something that was rare and highly sought after. So he barely grinded mobs, constantly searching for the location of the world boss. However, before he even found a shadow of the boss, someone had already taken down the hidden boss. The dungeon was settled directly, and he was forced to settle and exit as well. You could say his momentum was completely shattered. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he would surpass that so-called blade madman Li Chengguang. Even though he only had an 8-star talent, he had the resources of the Zhang family. But now it was in jeopardy. His plans were completely ruined. He was furious to the point of rage. Damn it! How is that possible? Who on earth is it? His voice was trembling. At the same time, there was another thing bothering and confusing him. He hadn't been able to get in touch with Ren Xiaoman since last night. What exactly happened? Su Ming had no time to check the discussions on the World Channel. Now the sounds of settlement were ringing continuously in his head. Killed hidden boss, Crimson Armored Undead Rider. All team members experience bus 6292 each. Su Ming leveled up twice, reaching level 16. Jiang Yunqing level 10. Yan Zi level 12, almost at 13. Ji Yao's increase was even more terrifying, jumping from 7 to 10, a direct 3-level boost. If she wasn't stuck on her first transition quest, she might have been able to keep going. Yan Zi also finished his first transition quest by killing one elite-level monster, and even leveled up twice. The amount of experience was terrifying. Ji Yao and Yan Zi were both a bit stunned. Su, successful. But how can there be so much experience? Ji Yao was very surprised. Even with a 4-man team killing a boss, there shouldn't be this much experience. At this time, Jiang Yunqing ran over and smiled slightly. My skill, Soul Buff, can double the experience earned by everyone in the team. When these words were spoken, Yan Zi was startled. This skill was at least platinum grade. To think that in the novice dungeon stage, Jiang Yunqing had already learned it. Having a financial consortium behind you really makes a difference. He attributed the merit to the Jiang'an consortium. But Yan Zi overlooked the most important point. That is, newbies are all level 1 before entering the dungeon. At level 1, the strongest item one can equip is restricted to golden grade. It was impossible for her to have obtained a platinum grade skill scroll from her family before entering the dungeon. Normally, only certain divine artifacts lack level restrictions. Ji Yao was also slow to recover, her level had increased too much. Su Ming kept a calm expression and walked forward slowly to the boss's corpse. He saw that a huge amount of loot had dropped.
Skyfalling Stone Sword Skill Scroll, Platinum Low-Grade Sword Skill. Corrupted Heart Necklace, Platinum Low-Grade. Blood Lake Corpse Rot Soldier Summoning, Gold High-Grade Skill Scroll. Death Talker Bone Bow, Platinum Low-Grade. 40,000 Myriad Race Coins. Most of these are Platinum Grade rewards. As the team leader, Su Ming had the authority to distribute them. He didn't think for long and immediately distributed the Myriad Race Coins in equal shares. After all, everyone had contributed. 10,000 for each person. Myriad Race Coins are a currency governed by world rules. They can be used not only on Blue Star, but also in dungeons and the Myriad Worlds shop. This is the most liquid divine level currency in the world. In the Myriad Worlds shop, you can buy anything you can imagine. Rare bloodlines, ancient divine beasts, primordial talents, extraordinary skills. There's just too much, they have everything. It can be said that Myriad Race Coins are the universal currency of this world. Distributed by world rules, they are rare and precious. At the same time, Myriad Race Coins can be exchanged for arrival coins, which are used for internal human transactions on Blue Star, at a rate of 1 to 10. Arrival coins can also be exchanged back into Myriad Race Coins at a rate of 10 to 1. Afterwards, Su Ming used his Myriad Things sublimation talent to sublimate all the loot. Sublimation successful. Skyfalling Sword Grave Skill Scroll, Platinum Mid-Grade Sword Skill. Soul Heart Necklace, Platinum Mid-Grade. Blood Armored Undead Knight Summoning, Platinum High-Grade Skill Scroll. Spirit Suppressing Rot Draining Bow, Platinum Mid-Grade. Almost all of them upgraded to Platinum Mid-Grade. The Blood Armored Undead Knight Summoning even upgraded to Platinum High-Grade. It was originally only Gold Grade, but it jumped straight to Platinum, making it the biggest improvement among them. These could easily sell for millions of arrival coins. Su Ming wore a solemn expression as he scanned the information on these items. The Soul Heart necklace has a very powerful effect. It can increase the storage limit of soul power and improve absorption efficiency. So-called soul power is a type of occupational resource. It is equivalent to a blue bar. Taking Ji Yao and Jiang Yunqing as examples, their professions are undead summoner and soul healer, respectively. Their skills require soul power to be unleashed at full strength. Soul power must be obtained by absorbing dead bodies on the battlefield. Su Ming directly allocated this necklace to Jiang Yunqing. She is a healer and needs to consume soul power continuously, so this necklace is best for her. Although Ji Yao also needs soul power, she mainly relies on summoned creatures to fight. Once the monsters are summoned, her own consumption is minimal. Although Su Ming favored Ji Yao, he also understood the importance of using things to their full potential. Now that a few people had formed a temporary team, he had to take responsibility and couldn't act recklessly. When it came to resource allocation, he certainly couldn't be biased. Then, Su Ming gave the blood-armored undead knight's summoning platinum high-grade skill scroll to Ji Yao. Only her profession could use this skill, so Su Ming naturally gave it to her. Once this skill is learned, she can summon a blood-armored undead knight. That's right, exactly the same as the hidden boss. Of course, his own summoned creature couldn't compare to the boss's combat power. The boss had a very high level and special stat bonuses. The one summoned by a player is obviously not that powerful. After all, there's always a nerf when moving from mob to player control. But it should not be underestimated. Once summoned, this knight would definitely crush most monsters and players of the same level. Pushing through dungeons wouldn't be a problem. As Ji Yao's strength increases, the summoned creatures will also become stronger. One day, it might even surpass the real boss. As long as she reaches the 4th advancement, the blood-armored knight she summons will be on par with the real boss. If she improves her proficiency in this skill, it could continue to evolve. The next level should be the Blood Crown King guarding Sword Knight from the Blood Lake Undead Summoning Branch. This is a higher-tier Sword Guard Knight. In the lore, it was one of the 2 twin swords that guarded the king, with extremely savage combat power and a diamond grade rank. Most importantly, this skill scroll has no level requirement. Most skill scrolls require reaching a certain level before they can be learned. Silver skills require level 10. Gold skills require level 20. Platinum requires level 30 or higher. But after Su Ming sublimated this scroll with his Myriad Things sublimation talent, its effect changed, and it no longer had a level requirement. This allows Ji Yao to learn this skill right now. Of course, Myriad Things sublimation doesn't erase level requirements 100% of the time. These things are random. Ji Yao took the scroll and crushed it instantly. Her eyes were full of shock. She had actually learned the skill right away. Even with a 10-star talent, the skills learned in the early stages usually start from bronze grade. Even for someone as talented as the blade maniac Li Chengguang in Wuyang City, his strongest sword technique is only silver low grade. For most people, mastering skills is a step-by-step process. From bronze to silver, then to gold, this is the path most people take. Yet Ji Yao, at level 10 and without even finishing her first transition quest, had learned a platinum grade skill. If this were known, it would absolutely drop people's jaws. After all, not everyone is Su Ming's teammate. Only has the Myriad Things sublimation talent. Then Su Ming gave the spirit-suppressing rot-draining bow to Yanzi. Yanzi is a demon-hunting ranger, and this bow is perfect for him. Yanzi took the dark red longbow and examined it carefully. Spirit-suppressing rot-draining bow, platinum mid-grade. Level requirement, Profession requirement, ranger proficient in bows. Affix, rot-draining arrow. When drawing the bow, you can convert corpses into arrows, increasing power and adding 50% corrosion damage. Affix, spirit suppressing. Consume spiritual energy to imbue all arrows shot from this bow with random enchanting effects. Yanzi's eyes trembled, his pupils shined. His original bow was only a silver-grade weapon. And now, it had been upgraded directly to platinum. Before this, it was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. The only downside was the level requirement. He couldn't equip it yet and needed to keep leveling up. He put the bow away, did not decline the gift, and thanked Su Ming solemnly. Thanks, Su Ming. He was serious and meticulous. From today on, you are my comrade. He knew very well that in this battle, Su Ming had done the vast majority of the work. He himself had mostly just dealt a little bit of damage from the back. Yet Su Ming was willing to allocate such a weapon to him. It could be said that he had done more than enough. Having a person like this as a friend was definitely Yanzi's luck. Su Ming nodded without saying much. Then he looked at his own loot. Sky-falling sword, grave sword skill, platinum mid-grade. Giant sword sinks into the grave, heaven falls to suppress evil. Sword intent reaches the heavens. Summon a huge stone sword to smash down, dealing massive damage. Su Ming crushed it instantly. Skill learned. Proficiency, 0,000. Su Ming raised his hand and clenched his fist. Boom! A shadow appeared in the sky, and then a huge, pitch-black stone sword crashed down. This stone sword was larger than a person. It was practically like a massive tombstone, deeply embedded into the ground. The giant stone tombstone was incredibly heavy and had cracked the ground upon impact. The pitch-black sword grave was made of a material harder and denser than steel. It was inscribed with many incantations. Just by its sheer weight, it could crush monsters to death. If the hidden boss were still alive, Su Ming would definitely have easily broken its armor from the start using this move. This was Su Ming's first platinum-grade active damage skill. He was in a great mood. At this moment, he noticed everyone's bodies becoming illusory and floating. The dungeon was and it was time to leave. Su Ming, call me for the next dungeon, Yanzi said while carrying his bow on his back. Hey, Su Ming, thanks for saving my life. We'll see each other again soon, Jiang Yunqing said, waving and laughing heartily as her figure faded away. Ji Yao stepped forward, tucked her hair, and looked at Su Ming. A moment later, her figure disappeared too. Su Ming himself entered an alien space. Dungeon settlement in progress. Player Su Ming. Gray-backed wild wolves killed, 33. Or eating dark-feathered chickens killed, 12. Cave salamanders killed, 24. Cave salamander king killed, 1. Hidden boss defeated. Killed. A massive list expanded. After frantic calculations, Su Ming's score kept rising. In the end, it almost went off the charts. No damage passage through the Red Rock Cavern area. Super fast clear. Dungeon first kill. Perfect challenge. Final evaluation S rank. Title obtained, Rookie King. Effect, all attributes plus 15, all skill proficiency gain plus 10%. Rank settlement in progress. Then a ranking list appeared before Su Ming. Novice Dungeon ID 44. Settling rankings. 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang level 7. 9th place, Planter Li Qianglong level 8. 8th place. This is the dungeon ranking list. The top 10 all receive extra rewards, and the first place prize is even more generous. Su Ming's expression was calm. He basically already knew the outcome. He would definitely be first. To reach level 16 in a novice dungeon. This is a level that is essentially unprecedented. At this very moment, not just Su Ming, and not just the players in the dungeon. Even on the outside on Blue Star, countless people were eagerly waiting and watching this ranking. Right now, all the leaders at Suanjing No, one middle school were intently watching the rankings. What's going on? This year Novice Dungeon No, 144 ended so quickly, it hasn't even been a day. Why is the settlement starting already? Could something have gone wrong? Several school leaders stared at the ranking list, stunned. Normally dungeons take a few days or even a week to end. And this novice dungeon has been open for less than 24 hours. It's simply a Godspeed clearance. In front of the school leaders, there was not only the ranking list. All around, there were several rows of holographic screens displaying the leaders of all the high schools in the surrounding cities. Dozens of people in total. Every year, the novice dungeon is actually equivalent to a big competition. Teachers from surrounding city high schools would gather to watch and hold meetings. On one screen, from a high school in Wuyang City, a sneer came. "Hey, you teachers from Chuanjing know. No need to be too surprised. The reason this year's dungeon is settling so quickly is all thanks to our genius from Wuyang No. 3. Li Chengguang. 10-star talent, Blade Maniac profession, truly invincible in this batch. I suggest you in Chuanjing City cherish the final resources of this year. Because next year, I'm afraid your quota for the Heavenly Tower Association won't be guaranteed," the man said with a sigh. It was the principal of Wuyang No. 3. Si Shulong. Once the qualification for the Heavenly Tower Association is revoked, it means this city will never again enjoy funding from the Dragon Kingdom government and will never have resources again. And it will be hard for genius students to emerge. This will be a vicious cycle. Once it falls, there is almost no chance to rise again. Hearing the taunts from the principal of Wuyang No. 3. Si Shulong, the teachers of Xuanjing No. 1 were all furious. But there was no way to refute. They had to admit Li Chengguang is indeed very fierce. Him taking first place this year is basically a done deal. Not just in Xuanjing City, among the 5 surrounding cities, not a single genius can compete with him. The 10-star talent is one thing, but the scariest part is that his profession is Blade Maniac. This is one of the most powerful hidden professions in the early stages. Its combat power is extremely savage. Wang Tingshan, however, remained calm. He wasn't angry in his heart because of Principal Zi Shulong's taunts. He remained unmoved. No matter what, one cannot lose in spirit. He looked calm, and speaking across the screen, he said loudly, "Principal C, nothing is settled yet. There is no need for such wild words. The fact that this year's dungeon is settling so quickly may not necessarily be the merit of that Blade Maniac of your school. There are too many geniuses this year. Just in the neighboring Namian City, there is a 9-star healer girl. Sonyu City's No. 3 High also has an 8-star enchanter and many other high-talent students. Our school also has a 9-star demon hunting ranger, Yan Zi, an 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang Tang." At this point, Wang Tingsen paused. As well as 10-star sword-wielding master, Su Ming. Su Ming had not appeared on the ranking list, so he estimated that Su Ming had either perished in the dungeon or was hiding inside, not daring to fight monsters. Either way, it would mean that this student, Su Ming, had almost no future. But he still had to say it. Because Su Ming is a 10-star talent, the only child with the same talent as Li Chengguang. He used him to boost the school's morale. The rankings might be lost, but the spirit cannot be. If it were in years past, any one of these children could have been the undisputed first. But this year, I don't know how, so many top talent students emerged in a burst. The competition is too intense, and their strength is also stronger than in previous years. Clearing dungeons faster is perfectly normal. Being so impatient to take credit for everything for your students at Wuyang No. 3 is a bit beneath you. Wang Tingshan narrowed his eyes, his words sharp as he said this. It must be said that as a principal, his judgment of the situation is quite advanced. His words immediately made the other teachers and principals from other cities nod in agreement. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals immediately stood up for Wang Tingshan. Xi Shulong heard this and sneered coldly. Haha, no matter what you say, Principal Wang, the first place is definitely ours at Wuyang No. 3 anyway. Not just Li Chengguang, our school also has 2 9-star talents and several 8-star talents. His words were full of confidence and pride. Wuyang City was already a first-tier city with more resources than Zhuanjing, so they naturally had more geniuses this year. Two principles, let's stop arguing. Having high talent and many good seedlings is the good fortune of our human race. No need to bicker over this. An old professor from another city said. Let's continue watching the rankings. Wang Tingshan nodded and looked at the ranking list. On the surface, he wouldn't bow his head, and his words were sharp. But in reality, he was still somewhat worried. This year, there must be a student in the top 3 for Zhuanjing City to have a future. There must be a top 3. He had already started praying silently in his heart. The teachers from Zhuanjing City were also full of tension in their eyes.
Rank 7 Necromancer Ji Yao, level 10. This name appeared on the leaderboard. The teachers from Zhuanjing No. 1 High School were stunned when they saw the name, followed by a surge of pleasant surprise. A surprise, an extra surprise! This female student is a necromancer with a 7-star talent. While not the most outstanding this year, she has successfully reached 7th place. That is great, she really brought honor to our school. This girl must have worked extremely hard killing monsters to reach level 10. Everyone had already started imagining how hard Ji Yao must have worked. However, they had no idea that it was Su Ming who killed the hidden boss, causing her to jump directly from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance department adjusted his glasses and boldly announced, "Give her a spot for this year's 3rd-class scholarship." Several professors also gathered their attention, staring intently at the screen. Meanwhile, the principal of Wuyang No. 3 High School, seeing this scene, secretly sneered. Sigh, so happy over 7th place. Zhuanjing No. 1 High School really has fallen. Shi Shulong shook his head slowly and teased mockingly. His mocking words were highly provocative. Several principals stared at him with cold eyes, their fists clenched tightly. People wanted to say something in retaliation, but they couldn't. This year, Wuyang City produced a Lai Chengguang, so Shi Shulong had become endlessly arrogant, suppressing other schools. He was so cocky his head was practically in the clouds. This had already caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Several school principals had long harbored grievances against him. But unfortunately, no student could defeat Li Chengguang. In the adult world, you need strength to speak. With no student under them capable of crushing Li Chengguang, everyone could only watch him be arrogant. Rank 6, Sand Controller Weisha, level 11. Rank 5, Demon Hunter Ranger Yanzi, level 12. Seeing this ranking, the teachers in the Zhuanjing No. 1 High School office were filled with joy. Good, 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 our school has 2 students in the top 10, that is great. Yanzi is 5th, that is wonderful. The teachers were overjoyed. Wang Tingshan, however, had a terrible look on his face when he saw this. This meant that they had lost their qualification for the Heavenly Tower competition next year. Yanzi was almost his only hope. This student had a full 9-star talent and was also a hidden class Demon Hunter Ranger. Everything from his class to his talent was top tier. Unexpectedly, he failed to make it into the top 3. It is over, everything is over. Wang Tingshan's expression turned grim. At this moment, Shi Shulong seized the opportunity to launch a round of sarcastic taunts. Heh, Principal Wang, it seems the situation is not optimistic. He quipped, looking at Wang Tingshan from the screen. His words were full of provocation. It is already a foregone conclusion, you know. 1 High School. No, your entire Zhuanjing City will have no future. Next year, your Heavenly Tower competition qualification and government funding for Zhuanjing City will all go to our Wuyang City. That is effectively double the resources for us. Thank you, our Wuyang City will only get stronger and stronger. He laughed until he was beaming. The more resources there are, the stronger students can be cultivated. And that maintains their position. As the saying goes, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That is how it works. Wang Tingshan was livid after hearing his words. But he couldn't lash out. Principals from other schools in various cities were also extremely displeased and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Yet, no one could help him speak up. There is no help for it. Without students with strong talents under them, no principal has the confidence to step forward. The list continued to flash. Rank 4, Magic Hammer Fighter Zhang Tang, level 12. At this point, the new players on the dungeon settlement page were shocked. Zhang Tang? Could it be that young master from the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families in the Dragon Kingdom? You guessed it, it must be him. Well, he already had an 8-star talent after all. For a moment, the whole place was filled with shocked murmurs. In the meeting room, Wang Tingshan's face turned cold upon seeing the name. This dealt the final heavy blow to Wang Tingshan's heart. Zhang Tang, the direct descendant of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even as a principal, when Wang Tingshan met Zhang Tang, he had to smile and respectfully call him young Master Zhang. This shows how terrifying his family's strength is. With the financial resources of the Zhang family, they had enough to give him the top-tier equipment. After all, the Zhang family has so many resources. It is even possible that Zhang Tang had a full set of gold-tier equipment when he entered the dungeon. Gold-tier equipment is the strongest gear a newcomer can wear under the level restriction. That is basically unstoppable, cutting through anything. With the background of the Zhang family, it is perfectly normal for Zhang Tang's ranking to surpass student Yan Zi. However, even Zhang Tang only reached 4th place. This was undoubtedly the final straw that crushed the principal's hope. Even Zhang Tang couldn't make it into the top 3. Sigh. The names of the students with the strongest talents in Zhuanjing Wan High School have all appeared. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, he was in total despair. As for Su Ming, his name had never appeared on the leaderboard. He no longer held any hope for that student. Beside him, Si Shulong was delighted. Then the leaderboard flashed. Rank 3, Soul Healer Zheng Yanqing, level 13. Haha, 3rd place is the genius from my Wuyang 3 High School, Jiang Yanqing. This girl is the 2nd young lady of the Jiang and Consortium. Her talent goes without saying. This gave Xi Shulong even more capital to be arrogant. Sigh, it looks like the top 3 this year will all be claimed by my Wuyang city, he said, his face glowing with joy. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth, his fists trembling. Then, the 2nd place result was announced. Everyone's eyes trembled when they saw this name. Rank 2, Li Chengguang, level 14. The moment this appeared on the list, a significant commotion broke out on the World Channel. Li Chengguang? The Blade Maniac prodigy from Wuyang City? What is going on? Why is he only in 2nd place? No way, with the Hidden Blade Maniac class plus a 10-star talent, how is he only 2nd? I remember looking earlier, he was 1st. How did he suddenly fall behind? Damn, stop looking only at the ranking. Even though he is 2nd, he is already level 13, it is terrifying. He even finished his first job advancement quest, 2 OP, I am only level 5, hey. This is the difference in talent. But still, he is level 14 and only 2nd, then what kind of monster is in 1st place? The discussions were endless. Inside the meeting room, all the principals and teachers were stunned for a moment, especially Si Shulong. His expression was shocked beyond measure. How could he be 2nd? He had high hopes for Li Chengguang, who had received multiple resources and even entered the dungeon with gold-tier weapons. How could he only be 2nd? No matter what, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing Li Chengguang in 2nd place, many other teachers and principals from various schools also started discussing it.
Hiss, could there still be a hidden master this year? No way, is there really a student with talent higher than Li Chengguang? Several principals looked on in disbelief. Xi Shulong's expression turned ugly. At this moment, someone even started to mock him. Tesk, Principal Xi, it seems your Wuyang 3 High School won't be sweeping the top 3 this year. The principal of the Namian City Warrior Vocational College chimed in with a sneer. His words stung Xi Shulong's heart like needles. His face turned livid as he stared at the list, refusing to believe it. He just had to see who on earth was ranked 1st. Who could actually surpass his blade maniac Li Chengguang, his pride and joy among students? Then the next rank appeared. Rank 1, Sword Controller. Su Ming, level 16. Sword Controller Su Ming, ranked number 1. The moment they saw the name, the shock exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. The entire venue fell dead silent. Only the players in this instance were frantically discussing it on the World Channel. My god! How is that possible? Sword Controller, the weakest class in the early stages, only slightly better than a lifestyle class. Su Wai, oh wait, no, Su Ming? He actually managed to get 1st place? Is he cheating? Rematch. We want a rematch. This guy isn't some rich kid with a family fortune to buy him god-tier gear, and his class is trash. How in the world did he get 1st place? Don't you guys know? He's a 10-star talent sword controller, just like Blade Maniac Li Chengguang. Stop joking, are you seriously comparing a 10-star sword controller to a 10-star Blade Maniac? The Blade Maniac kills sword controllers with ease, yet the Blade Maniac got second and the sword controller got first. If you told someone that, they wouldn't even believe you. But the supreme rules of the instance world don't lie, it's real. It is just too hard to believe. In the meeting room, all the principals, teachers, and professors were stunned for a long time. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock. Especially Si Shulong, it was as if he had become a different person, his eyes filled with disbelief. His previous arrogance had completely vanished. Wang Tingshan stared intensely at the leaderboard screen in front of him. The shock in his eyes was even greater than Ji Shulong's. He knew Su Ming's situation better than anyone. Although he had 10-star talent, his class was too weak, so no major faction wanted to equip or invest in him. He was the only one, as the principal, who had given him a piece of silver quality gear. Under these circumstances, Su Ming was actually able to take first place. What kind of opportunity and strength must this require? Wang Tingshan watched this scene, unable to snap out of it for a long while. After a long time, he finally awoke from his shock. He clenched his fists so hard they bled, his heart filled with extreme excitement. Good! Very, very good. He clapped his hands and laughed aloud. Looking at the leaderboard, his emotions had been like a roller coaster. He had initially thought that since Zhuanjing No. 1 high school didn't have any students in the top 3, it had no future. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? In the end, it was Su Ming who gave him such an enormous surprise. Not only did he enter the top 3, he was number 1. He accomplished something that Yan Zi and Zhang Tang could never do. Zhuanjing No. 1 high school has a 50-year history, yet not a single student had ever been first in the beginner instance. The beginner instance is like a college entrance exam, with incredibly fierce competition. Zhuanjing City is already a small city, and the educational resources here are quite average, making it naturally difficult to produce geniuses. And Su Ming, he did it. He successfully led Zhuanjing No. 1 high school, and the entire city of Zhuanjing, into a bright future. Next year, not only will they retain their quota for the Heavenly Tower Association, but they'll likely get even more. There might be 12 tokens from the Heavenly Tower Association issued next year, to distribute to the next batch of students. And all of this was earned by Su Ming for his juniors. It is fair to say that he is the well-deserved hero of Zhuanjing No. 1 high school, and even for all the students, principals, and leaders of Zhuanjing City. In the meeting room, all the teachers cheered and rejoiced. Conversely, for Principal Shi Shulong of Wuyang City, at this moment, he looked like he had aged a few years, his face pale. He simply could not believe this fact. No, impossible, he muttered to himself. A student from Zhuanjing No. 1 high school actually took first place. If Li Chengguang failed to get first, then next year, a portion of the teaching resources for all schools in Wuyang City would be diverted to Zhuanjing City. Every year, the total amount of quotas for the Heavenly Tower Association is fixed. It neither disappears nor increases. Whichever city's students are stronger will get more quotas next year. Wuyang City didn't perform poorly this year, so they'll definitely still have qualifications next year. They won't be utterly defeated. However, a large amount of teaching resources that belong to Wuyang City will be transferred to Zhuanjing City. When that happens, he will absolutely be held accountable by the mayor and many high-ranking officials in the department. One could say that Zhuanjing City has won a complete victory. At this moment, his heart was broken. Just then, Wang Tingshan gave a faint smile. He looked at Si Shulong with an air of indifference. Principal Si, how come your genius Blade Maniac was surpassed by my student? Wang Tingshan took his time, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile. His mockery was turned up to the max. A few teachers also echoed him. Principal Shi, it seems your Wuyang City isn't so capable after all. I wonder if you could repeat that arrogant display you just gave. The principals of the other cities were all beaming with joy. Principal Shi, why don't you get in touch with that Blade Maniac student of yours and hold a second-place appreciation meeting? We'd be more than happy to attend. Tiskieski, Principal Shi, where did that arrogance go? We're not used to you being this quiet all of a sudden. Everyone laughed and said. At this moment, Ji Shulong wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. Like the saying goes, in the adult world you speak with facts. His student failed to take first place and was surpassed by Xuanjing City. Anything he says now is just an excuse. He was disgraced and had no choice but to remain silent. Gritting his teeth, he shut down the screen. He disappeared directly from the venue. He just ran away. How boring, he ran off like a whipped dog. Wuyang City hasn't really lost much. After all, they are a large city with a long history and plenty of talent. Even if they only got second place this year, their teaching resources for next year won't drop all that much. It's just that a portion will be shifted to Xuanjing City. That's just normal capital flow. The teachers chatted away. He just feels too ashamed. He was as arrogant as can be, and now he is just as embarrassed. All the oppressive atmosphere had vanished. It was all thanks to Wang Tingshan, who had vented some frustrations for all the city and school principals. This year, Wuyang City was showing off, suppressing all the other schools. Fortunately, the kid from Xuanjing No. 1 high school took first place at the right time, dampening his sharp edge. Principal Wang, what's the deal with your sword controller student? Yeah, he's strong, we've never heard you mention him. Wang Tingshan simply gave a meaningful smile. Haha, esteemed principals, no need to ask, I won't say a word. Actually, even I was surprised by this student. He said. His explanation clearly didn't convince anyone. Their smiles slightly stiffened. They believed Wang Tingshan had seen it coming all along. That he had hidden this ace on purpose. TSTSK Principal Wang, you were actually hiding a genius student. You rarely even mentioned this student. I'll trade you 4 7-star talent students if you transfer Su Ming's student registration to me. A group of principals suggested. Wang Tingshan only smiled faintly, blew on his teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. Deeply hiding his achievements and fame. The meeting room was lively and buzzing. At this moment, Su Ming, on the instance clearing screen, was looking at a panel in front of him. First place. Rewards. Discounted purchase of low-level items in the Myriad Races Store X1. Custom title card X1. Myriad Race Coins X 30,000. Random Bloodline Blessing X1. The next instant, a brilliant light was injected into Su Ming's body. The look in his eyes kept shifting. Bloodline. This was a powerful and rare power. I didn't expect the reward to be a random granting of a bloodline. I wonder what grade it will be. He saw characters jumping continuously in his mind. Newborn Vampire E-grade Bloodline. Wound Cell Remodeling. Dragon Family Orphaness. Earth Spirit Root Practitioner E. Zombie Body. Human Holy Body. It was overwhelming. Finally, the bloodline stopped on a dark blue character, and the randomization was complete. Lobster Man Blood C. An evolutionary branch of humans from eons ago, now long extinct on Blue Star. Your bloodline contains the gene expression of the immortal creature lobster, allowing you to shed your skin every 10 years to restore a youthful body, though your maximum lifespan remains the same as an ordinary person. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This bloodline is really hard to accept. Once the Lobster Man bloodline is bound, will I start looking like a lobster? That is his biggest concern. The effect is not bad though. It's equivalent to not aging. This effect is very powerful. Being able to shed your skin every 10 years to restore youth is useful. Su Ming immediately used everything sublimation to upgrade this bloodline. As long as it's an instance reward, it can be sublimated. Sublimation successful. Ageless body. In your bloodline flows the faint blood of an emperor, which ensures you will never age, and your lifespan is slightly longer than ordinary job changers. When your lifespan reaches its limit, you will still die in a youthful state. Su Ming was overjoyed. Thank goodness, after the sublimation, I'm no longer a lobster and don't need to shed my shell. The next instant, a massive wave of scalding power surged into his body. It lasted for a while before dissipating. Su Ming clenched his fists. He didn't feel anything different. His stats had not increased at all. I've gained youth, but I haven't gained immortality yet. He muttered. This bloodline is of little help in combat, which is why it is only A grade. But he is already satisfied. In a few decades, everyone else will age, and even the most powerful professionals will become weak. But I will remain standing forever. It's just a pity that my lifespan is still the same as an ordinary person's. Meaning, when the day comes that my lifespan reaches its limit, Su Ming will still die. After claiming the settlement rewards, Su Ming's personal space had an extra 30,000 myriad race coins. And a card. Custom title card. You can take a fake title for yourself to show others. This kind of title card is extremely expensive and can sell for a sky-high price of 1 million arrival coins on the market. Su Ming used to be very short on money, but he isn't anymore. So he chose to use it on himself. Su Ming chose a simple name. God of Slaughter. In his previous life, he was the God of Slaughter. In this life, God of Slaughter is his title. Equipping this title does not affect the effectiveness of Su Ming's other title attributes. From now on, all of Su Ming's actions and instances will use this title. This way, he can hide his actions, and even instance results won't show his real name. This way, there's no need to show off his sharp edge, and he can protect himself. Su Ming likes to keep a low profile. He looked at his personal profile. Su Ming. Equip title, God of Slaughter. Active titles, First Blood, Newbie King. Level, XP. Class, Sword God, Mythical Grade unique to the world. Strength, 50. Constitution, 60. Agility, 130. Spirit. Luck. Bloodline, Ageless Body, A. Talent, Everything Sublimation, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills, God of Slaughter Strike, Full Concealment, Stealth God Steps, Eye of Insight. Thunder Rushing Sword Art, Draw Sword Flash, Sword Master, Torrential Rain Sword, Sword Control, Sword Tome Fall. Su Ming had already allocated his stat points. Combined with the attribute bonuses from the First Blood and Newbie King titles, his stats were now truly terrifying. There were basically no shortcomings. The number of skills also far exceeded those of professionals at the same level. The agility stat had reached a full 120 points. The higher the agility, the faster the speed. And thus, sword skills that rely on the speed stat would have even greater power. So Su Ming can be considered invincible at his level. The instance clearance was complete. Su Ming left the empty different dimension. He appeared back in his bedroom. Phew, finally done with the instance. I'm actually a bit tired. Su Ming sighed and stretched. Suddenly 2 sounds came into his mind. Skill, Draw Sword Flash, Thunder Rushing Sword, Art Proficiency maxed out. Skill upgrade. Instant Draw Sword Strike, Silver High Grade. Draw your sword into its sheath, then perform a furious lunge slash with extremely high penetration. The Thunder Rushing Sword Art also reached Silver High Grade. Thunder Coil Sword Art, Silver High Grade. You can wrap thunder around your blade. You can even trigger it if the blade is not in your hand. Su Ming felt the upgrade to the instant draw sword strike was only a minor boost. But the Thunder Coil Sword Art was a true qualitative shift. To be able to trigger thunder from a distance and wrap it around the blade. This means that when Su Ming uses sword control, he can remotely apply thunder damage to his swords. That's quite fierce. Su Ming was secretly delighted. His current strength was already terrifying. Second promotion won't be long either. With the auto-cultivation talent, he can increase his proficiency just by lying down, and his skills will keep leveling up continuously. He opened his personal space and looked at the large amount of loot. All of it dropped in the instance. Iron-breaking clawbone Wolf King Heart. These are forging materials dropped from the silver-backed Wolf King, which can be used to forge or strengthen weapons and other equipment. Mutated Salamander Meat X18. This meat tastes excellent and can be sold at a high price. There are also a lot of other materials, like mutated black armored turtle shell, carnivorous ape claw, monster eyeball. There are also many bronze-level pieces of equipment that Su Ming doesn't need. Wolf bone bow, wolf bone shield, lighting necklace, etc. Su Ming is planning to discard them all. There's just too much. They can all be listed on the auction house. Su Ming checked his supplies, and then listed them all on the auction house.
Su Ming made a rough estimate that after selling all these items, he should be able to earn about 150,000 Advent coins. You could say he won't be short of money for a while. In the Dragon Kingdom, 500,000 Advent coins can buy a house in a good location. So it is easy to imagine that the purchasing power of 150,000 Advent coins is also very high. For an ordinary laborer, this much money is enough to buy their freedom, escape exploitation, and live for decades without any problems. And for an ordinary class advancer, this much money is enough to buy several sets of powerful equipment. Su Ming looked at his personal profile tab. By killing the boss, he was awarded 10,000 myriad race coins. Then, after securing the first place ranking, he received another 30,000 myriad race coins. Now he has a total of 40,000. This is a very precious universal currency that can be used to buy anything you want in the Myriad Worlds shop. Su Ming opened the Myriad Worlds shop. His eyes scanned through the contents. The dazzling array of items left him overwhelmed. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, pills, bloodlines. These are the main categories. Below them are even more detailed subcategories. For example, under weapons, the subcategories include blades, swords, axes, throwing daggers, staves, and so on. All weapon types for every class are available. From the lowest white-quality common weapons to legendary grade weapons, there is a rich variety. Of course, there are also firearms. After the Day of Advent, the physical laws of the world changed. Many of humanity's former firearms became useless. For instance, missiles, guns, and nuclear weapons. These technologies were completely unusable and were abandoned long ago. Modern guns are basically postmodern technological firearms, powered by some form of thermal energy crystals. The gun bodies and ammunition casings are generally made from the remains and bone materials of various monsters. Firearm-type weapons consume expensive ammunition, so ordinary people cannot afford to use them. Crafting guns also requires a blacksmith who has unlocked the gun-making skill. The vast majority of class advancers use cold weapons. Now I have a full set of platinum equipment, which, for my current level, is more than enough. It's perfectly fine. Even if I bought diamond-grade equipment, I might not necessarily be able to equip it yet. Su Ming rubbed his chin and said slowly. Su Ming was not short of weapons or equipment, so he didn't continue browsing the weapon list. Instead, he turned his attention to other items. There were just too many things in the shop. Su Ming browsed through them roughly. In the Divine Beast category, he discovered some monsters that interested him. Living mutated poison python egg, F rank. It takes 90 days to hatch a mutated poison python larva. Mutated poison pythons are a relatively common type of monster. They don't just appear in dungeons. These snakes are also found lurking in the forests outside human cities. Although they are low-level and not high-tier monsters, they have high lethality, and the venom in their fangs can easily be fatal. Most importantly, this type of snake has a strong evolutionary ability. If you feed them the corpses of powerful monsters, they can continuously molt and evolve. If you could raise one as a pet, it would be excellent. However, this snake egg is only the lowest F rank, yet it costs 500 myriad race coins. Su Ming didn't think it was very worth it. Besides, the incubation time is too long. It takes 90 days to hatch a larva. The larva would need another year or two to grow up, and it wouldn't have real combat power until adulthood. Obviously, Su Ming doesn't have that much time to waste. He considered it for a moment and decided against buying the egg. However, there were other monsters available for selection. Young Flame Slime, D. A blob of burning red slime. It can cast low-level fire spells to burn enemies. When you are hungry in a dungeon, you can dig out a piece and eat it like jelly. It regenerates automatically and can serve as your portable ration. Price 10,000 myriad race coins. Adult mountain-swallowing giant python. A super mutated giant python over 20 meters long. It can easily crush most ordinary monsters below the 5th rank. It is the best choice for your protection in dungeons. but it is best not to keep it in a city. Price 6,000 myriad race coins. Ancient black mysterious bird egg, S. The destined mysterious bird, descending to give birth to the Shang dynasty. A top-tier ancient exotic beast. Price 80,000 myriad race coins. Su Ming felt a tingle on his scalp. Expensive, it's fucking expensive. He only had 40,000 myriad race coins after taking first place in the novice dungeon, only enough to buy F, E, or D grade exotic beasts. He thought about it and decided to forget it. Afterward, he focused his gaze on bloodlines and skills. These two things could truly enhance himself, so he wouldn't mind spending any amount of money. After watching for a while, Su Ming immediately bought a swordsmanship skill. Spiritual Spirit Blade, Silver High Grade. Consume mental power to condense a phantom blade, driven by willpower, to hover in mid-air and slice enemies. With this skill, combined with sword control, it means Su Ming can simultaneously control two blades to slay enemies while they hover in the air. Of course, the sword control skill itself could also control multiple weapons in the air to kill. However, the drain on mental power would be too high and wouldn't be sustainable. But with this skill, Su Ming's long-range combat capability would be greatly improved. The most important thing is, with this skill, I won't leave behind a murder weapon when I kill someone. Su Ming said with a concentrated expression. The spiritual spirit blade can disappear into thin air after killing the target. This way, no trace will be left behind. Of course, he doesn't need such methods to kill in a dungeon. But on Blue Star, having this skill would be much more convenient. Then, Su Ming exchanged for a C-grade bloodline in the extraordinary bloodline store. Healing factor C. Due to a special genetic mutation, the number of cell divisions in your body can surpass the Hayflick limit. Effect: your healing speed is far beyond that of an ordinary person. After being injured, you can quickly heal at the cost of consuming mental power. This bloodline would allow Su Ming to gain decent self-healing abilities. It's a pity this bloodline doesn't count as loot, so it cannot be sublimated, but Su Ming was satisfied. Su Ming's offensive skills were numerous and very fierce. For evasion, he also had the instantaneous invincibility of the God Hiding Step. He was powerful in every aspect except for healing. This is his only shortcoming. Relying solely on the meager health recovery from killing enemies with the black steel blood-sipping sword is too weak. So he chose to exchange for a bloodline to make up for his weakness in healing. There were many bloodlines that could enhance physical healing abilities. But they were either too expensive or had negative attributes. For example, a vampire-type bloodline allows for healing after blood consumption, and the self-healing speed is very fast. But becoming a vampire means that a craving for blood would accompany Su Ming for the rest of his life. And he wouldn't be able to see the sunlight. It could be said that the negative effects were maxed out. Werewolf self-healing is also very strong, but the price is losing sanity on the night of the full moon. So after thinking it over, Su Ming decided to exchange for this most useful healing factor. Consuming mental power allows for quick healing with no side effects. This would save a lot of healing potions. His myriad race coins were completely depleted. He spent them all. A normal C-grade bloodline would cost at least 100,000 myriad race coins. But because Su Ming got first place in the dungeon, he had a one-time opportunity to buy a low-tier bloodline at a discount, so he was able to purchase the C-grade bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a notification appeared in Su Ming's personal panel. It was actually from the principal, Wang Tingshan. Student Su Ming, I am the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to discuss. Seeing this message, a smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. It must be regarding the Sky Tower Association. This has been a tradition for a long time. The Sky Tower Association is an organization with a very long history. It was established by the officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you join, you are basically considered an officially recognized class advancer. You can take on dungeon quests and hunting tasks that ordinary people don't have the opportunity to take, earning substantial rewards. Of course, usually the difficulty of such tasks is also very high. I took first place in the dungeon rankings, so the school must have benefited from it too. Su Ming smiled nonchalantly. He was socially experienced and naturally knew how all the interest networks operated. Not only could he obtain the qualification for the Sky Tower Association, but even the juniors across the entire Xuanjing city would receive more teaching resource support next year. Principal, I told you long ago, you won't be disappointed in investing in me. He whispered. Su Ming then walked out of the dormitory and headed toward the principal's office. At this very moment in another city, Wuyang City, in a luxurious high-rise building, a girl glowing with white light returned from the dungeon. She arrived home, looking at the familiar environment as if she had been reborn. She let out a deep sigh. Phew, I survived. The novice dungeon was full of dangers. Even as the second young lady of the Jiang'an Corporation, she almost died at the hands of the goblins. And it would have been a miserable death after suffering all kinds of humiliation and torture. So even now, as she recalled it, she still felt a shudder. It's a good thing I met Su Ming, otherwise I would have definitely died. At that moment, several people pushed the door open and entered. They were her parents and her older sister. Yunqing! Jiang Lan's face showed joy as she ran over quickly. You succeeded. I was so worried. She stepped forward and gave her younger sister a big hug. Jiang Lan was also a class advancer who had participated in novice dungeon battles. She knew what kind of fierce fighting that was. One slight misstep, and you'd have no place left to be buried. So she had been very worried about her sister. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing survived. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Yeah. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Then she looked toward her parents with great anticipation. Her mother was gentle, nodding slightly. Yunqing, your father and I both heard that you reached third place in the rankings. Mom will give you some pocket money later. Jiang Yunqing's mother wore a kind smile as she spoke. Although she was over 40, she still retained her elegance. Jiang Yunqing nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on her father. She had always longed for her father's approval. Her father was the director of the Jiang'an Corporation, Jiang Yongli. In the business world, he had always maintained an iron-fisted policy, defeating countless rival companies. He could be called a hard-edged man. Jiang Yunqing had never felt fatherly love from him. There was only ever strictness. Yunqing, you've finally grown up. But today, Jiang Yongli revealed a kindly smile, breaking his usual demeanor. With slightly gray hair at his temples, he walked forward slowly. Jiang Yunqing's eyes stared blankly. She had never seen her father smile before. An auxiliary healer class advancer reaching level 13 in a novice dungeon is unprecedented. It has simply made our Jiang family name resound. This is great. You are worthy of being the daughter of Jiang Yongli. He seemed extremely happy. He stepped forward and patted his daughter on the shoulder. Jiang Yunqing felt a sense of relief upon seeing this, her eyes turning red. Growing up, her father had always used high-pressure education, and she was rarely praised. Actually, she could tell that after the awakening ceremony, when her father found out she was a healer-type class, he was extremely disappointed. Jiang Yunqing had always been under great pressure. She was always afraid of not being able to produce results. As a young lady of the Jiang Clan Corporation, she carried heavy responsibilities, representing the face of the family, so she had to keep moving forward despite the hardships. And now she had finally achieved success. Her father was proud of her performance too. She felt like she had finally made it through. Father, actually, it's not entirely my own merit that I reached level 13, Jiang Yunqing said. Jiang Yongli only nodded upon hearing this. His smile faded slightly, but the fatherly love in his eyes did not diminish. My girl, of course you don't need to tell me, I know that. You are an auxiliary healer, so it is impossible for you to kill monsters by yourself. You must have formed a team. The student who was able to bring you to such a high level probably isn't an ordinary person either. Tell me, who did you team up with? I will personally find someone to send them a gift of gratitude. Jiang Yongli said with a smile, the affection in his eyes undisguised. He actually loved his second daughter, Jiang Yunqing, very much. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Because he knew that children in this world must have pressure to be motivated. If he were too doting, his second daughter would become corrupt and accomplish nothing. So he had put immense pressure on her since she was a child. Now that she had finally achieved success, he didn't need to put on any more pressure. From now on, let Jiang Yunqing develop on her own. The sky is vast for birds to fly, and the sea is boundless for fish to leap. As a father, he only needed to support her from behind. Jiang Yunqing nodded and immediately said, "Dad, that person is a sword controller named Su Ming." Upon saying this, Jiang Yongli's brow furrowed slightly. That number 1 in the rankings? The Su Ming who defeated our Wuyang City's strongest 10-star Blademan student, Li Chengguang. His eyes held a hint of shock. He really didn't expect his daughter to be on a team with him. He had originally thought his daughter had teamed up with Li Chengguang or some other high-talent student in the city. This was quite unexpected. Not just him, but even his wife and elder daughter, Jiang Lan, were quite surprised to hear this. Yunqing, are you saying it was that impudent Su Ming who brought you along in the dungeon? Jiang Lan took a step forward, her expression incredulous. Isn't he very arrogant? He rejected my trade offer, didn't he? She asked suspiciously. Jiang Yunqing was silent for a moment before replying. Sister, that's a long story. However, student Su Ming is a good person, she said firmly. Jiang Lan frowned slightly upon hearing this, but said nothing. Her impression of Su Ming was very bad. But since her sister praised him so much, she wouldn't say anything more. She didn't really have many objections to Su Ming. After all, young people are often arrogant. It's normal. Jiang Yongli looked at his daughter, his expression solemn. A sword controller, yet able to progress faster in the dungeon than a 10-star blade man. This Su Ming really makes me curious. He narrowed his eyes and said, Daughter, when you have time, you must tell me what happened in the dungeon. He said earnestly to Jiang Yunqing. He vaguely felt that Su Ming was an extremely suitable investment object. As a director of the Jiang'an Corporation, he had fought in the business world his whole life. Many companies had his investments and shares. He knew better than anyone the heavy value of a powerful, talented class advancer who hadn't yet risen to fame. It was simply like an undiscovered gold mine. If he could plan ahead and gain his favor, the Jiang'an Corporation would have a powerful ally in the future. That way, after he passed away, his 2 daughters would have someone to protect them in this world. Jiang Yunqing nodded. By the way, I will have someone send a grand gift to that young man, Su Ming, later. After all, he took my daughter through the dungeon. The gift cannot be too light, otherwise my daughter would appear less valuable. Jiang Yongli said with a bold wave of his hand and a smile. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing asked softly, Dad, what are you going to send him? Jiang Yongli was extremely confident and smiled calmly. He had a touch of gray hair at his temples and looked completely sure of himself. A gold-grade high-quality weapon, worth at least hundreds of thousands of advent coins. To a kid from a poor family like him, it's definitely heavyweight. He had long since inquired about Su Ming's background and files. After all, the Jiang'an Corporation had many capable people and abundant information channels. Deciding what gift to send based on the other person's social status was his consistent style. Achieving the best results with the lowest cost. A gold-grade weapon was indeed a very good gift for an ordinary class advancer. You have to know that for the average person, the highest level of loot in a novice dungeon is basically gold. Only monsters like Su Ming, with sublimation of all things, could obtain a large number of platinum-level rewards. Jiang Yunqing felt speechless upon hearing this. She pouted, feeling very unhappy. She thought to herself, Dad, Do you even know what kind of gear Su Ming had in the dungeon? A full set of platinum gear. Your gold grade gift is worth 10 times less. If you bring this over, student Su Ming might not even spare it a glance. Most importantly, Su Ming gave her a platinum grade high-quality skill scroll. This skill scroll alone is worth millions of advent coins. She immediately felt that her father was really underestimating him. So she shook her head slowly and said with a look of disappointment, "Dad, Su Ming saved my life." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yongli's expression suddenly became serious and his smile vanished. "I see." Sharp glints flashed in his eyes. "Save my daughter's life. It seems that my gift just now was indeed too hasty." His evaluation of Su Ming in his heart climbed another level. And right, Su Ming is a level 16 class advancer. He must have had his own opportunities as well. For me to send a gold-grade weapon was indeed a bit like looking down on him. I've been too busy lately, my mind has been too tense, and my judgment has been a bit flawed. Sorry, daughter. It was Dad's lapse in judgment. I will have someone send him a reward later. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you. From the moment Su Ming saved Jiang Yunking's life, the meaning of this gift changed. It was no longer just a gift. It represented the weight of the daughter, Jiang Yunking, in his fatherly heart. So, he had already decided to spend some money to send a big gift. At that moment, an old man in a suit, looking quite refined, walked over slowly outside the door. He knocked on the door lightly. "Chairman, there is an important meeting." Jiang Yongli nodded. "Yunking, I have to attend a meeting later. You guys rest at home. Let me know if there's anything." He then turned and left, closing the door. "Old Lei, what meeting is so urgent?" Jiang Yongli said while walking. His expression was a bit solemn. The old man's name was Lai Chen, a 4th rank class advancer. He was his personal secretary and bodyguard, and also the financial steward of the Jiang'an Corporation. He had already given instructions that he was not to be disturbed today, unless it was an emergency. And yet, old Lai still disturbed him. This meant that the situation was very serious. Steward Lai, with a solemn face, opened a panel in front of him. "Chairman, this matter is of great importance. People from the Zhang family have recently been attacking our crystal mining and sales business nationwide. They are fighting for the market, not even hesitating to use unlawful violent means. Many of our merchants, branch managers, and wholesalers have been secretly taken out by the Zhang family's hitmen. We have suffered heavy losses during this period." Upon saying this, Jiang Yongli's expression became heavy. The Zhang family, they are getting more and more out of line. His eyes were cold. The Jiang'an Corporation is also one of the top chaebols in the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, he could not tolerate this. A secret war between a great corporation and a powerful family was brewing.
Xuanjing First High School. Inside the school conference room, Su Ming walked in slowly. The principal and a group of teachers had been waiting there for a long time. Besides him, there were 3 other students, Zhang Tang, Ji Yao, and Yan Zi. When the teachers saw Su Ming, they couldn't hide their smiles. "Su Ming, come here." Su Ming walked to Ji Yao's side. Zhang Tang looked at Su Ming, a gloomy gleam flashing in his eyes. He had already guessed who killed the world boss. Who else could it be but Su Ming? From the moment the dungeon opened until it ended, only a few hours had passed in total. Even a meat grinder, constantly slaughtering monsters in the dungeon, couldn't have reached level 16. Unless Su Ming killed the world boss. That is the only way he could have reached level 16 and taken first place. It was Su Ming who disrupted his plan, causing him to fail to kill the boss. He took away what was supposed to be his first place. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, his heart filled with gloom. This novice dungeon was extremely important to him. It was his chance to prove himself to his family. It was incredibly precious. Yet it was ruined by Su Ming. At this moment, his heart was full of jealousy and hatred. You know, although the Zhang family has immense resources and unfathomable roots, being one of the 3 major families in the Dragon Kingdom, the interior of the Zhang family is not exactly united. It can be said that the power struggles are deeply intertwined. Although he is the eldest son of the family head Zhang Tianlong, it doesn't mean he will definitely inherit the Zhang family in the future. With the elders and the board of directors keeping watch, his father doesn't have the final say on everything. So this novice dungeon was very important to him. He needed to show enough potential and strength to win over more people within the family for his own use. Right now, besides resentment, he was also feeling confused. Su Ming is just a sword sovereign, and even with a 10-star talent, they are very weak in the early stages. How exactly did he kill the hidden boss? This was what puzzled Zhang Tang the most. Another point was the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoman. Ever since he sent Ren Xiaoman to find Su Ming, there had been no news. There was no way to contact her by any means. He didn't see Ren Xiaoman's name on the dungeon leaderboard either. Could it be that Ren Xiaoman is dead? Thinking of this, Zhang Tang stepped forward and gave Su Ming a hypocritical smile. Su Ming, congratulations on taking first place. I have something I'd like to ask you. Have you seen Ren Xiaoman lately? Hearing this, Su Ming's expression remained calm. Haven't seen her. Only these 3 words as plain as water. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Zhang Tang was shocked. A chill emerged in his eyes. You. He choked out a word, but ultimately decided not to say it. He stepped back slowly, no longer engaging with Su Ming. He stood between the 4, lowering his head slightly. No one saw that at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the ground, full of gloom. That's right, he figured it out. Or rather, Su Ming never intended to hide it. Su Ming had always been a simp for Ren Xiaoman, which is why Zhang Tang sent her to approach and tempt him. However, now that he mentioned Ren Xiaoman's name, Su Ming was completely unmoved, as if he were a different person. This is too abnormal. Anyone with eyes could figure out what happened. He guessed that Su Ming must have found out about his and Ren Xiaoman's plan by some means. Su Ming must have realized his intentions and already held hostility toward him. Then there was no need to pretend anymore, nor any need to interact. Zhang Tang clenched his fists, recalling the look in Su Ming's eyes just now. The coldness and ruthlessness Su Ming displayed made him feel unfamiliar. He even suspected that Su Ming had already killed Ren Xiaoman. This is not impossible. Su Ming was originally just a poor kid, yet he managed to become the dungeon champion. This shows that he is not as harmless as he appears on the surface. Looking at the way Su Ming seemed to have everything under control, it's hard for Zhang Tang not to assume that Su Ming is actually a meticulously minded person who has been biding his time for years. This kind of person is the most terrifying. The more Zhang Tang thought about it, the deeper his murderous intent became. If someone like Su Ming were allowed to continue developing, he would become a major threat to himself and even the Zhang family. A genius who cannot be used for one's own purposes is an enemy and must be strangled. Otherwise, he will surely be retaliated against by Su Ming in the future. He made up his mind. He would find a time to have someone get rid of Su Ming. A cold sneer tugged at his lips, though he wasn't too worried about it. Although Su Ming had surprised him for a moment, that was all. A genius. The Zhang family is least afraid of geniuses. With the entire family's background, they could easily kill this guy. Just like crushing an ant. Su Ming watched Zhang Tang from the corner of his eye, his expression calm. He could roughly guess what was going through Zhang Tang's mind. Su Ming didn't care at all. Truth be told, if the situation allowed, the moment they met, Su Ming would have wanted to use his instant sword draw to kill Zhang Tang instantly. But he couldn't. There were too many witnesses here, teachers and the principal were all present. Most importantly, Su Ming didn't know what quality of life-saving gear Zhang Tang possessed. The Zhang family has a deep background, even more imposing than a behemoth like the Jiang'an Corporation. Zhang Tang must have top-tier life-saving equipment. With his current strength, attacking rashly might not result in a kill. So Su Ming held back. What he wanted was a single fatal blow. If that wasn't possible, he would wait for other opportunities. Su Ming has plenty of time. At this time, Wang Tingshan walked to the front of everyone. He was smiling, clearly in a great mood. Ji Yao, Zhang Tang, Yan Zi, and student Su Ming. You are the pride of First High. I called you here today to announce something very important. As he spoke, Wang Tingshan beckoned. Several teachers brought over 4 brocade boxes and walked up to them. Su Ming opened the box and found a jade-white token inside. On it was a pattern of a 100-layer golden pagoda. It was indeed the Heaven Tower Society token. This is the token of the Heaven Tower Society. There are only a few spots every year, a total of 4 in Zhuanjing City, and this year our school has claimed them all. I am distributing them to you now. Wang Tingshan said with a smile. Anyone could tell that he was in an excellent mood today. Thank you for your battles in the dungeon. From today on, you have officially graduated. The Heaven Tower Society is a heavy responsibility, representing a limitless future. Shortly, seniors from the Heaven Tower Society will take you to attend the induction ceremony. As he said these words, Wang Tingshen looked at Su Ming. It could be said that Su Ming alone turned the tide and saved Xuanjing First High. His eyes held deep appreciation. He was already looking forward to seeing where Su Ming would soar to in the future. At this moment, several young people wearing modern, sophisticated gear slowly stepped forward from the side. They all had a Heaven Tower Society token fastened to their waists. Clearly, they were the seniors sent by the society to receive them. Follow us, everyone. As they spoke, the people tapped their fingers on their tokens. Immediately afterward, they vanished. They entered a transdimensional space. Ji Yao was quite surprised. She didn't expect this token to also function as a teleportation device. Yanzi mimicked their actions and tapped his token. The next instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Zhang Tang and Ji Yao did the same. Su Ming also tapped his token lightly. In the next moment, everyone entered a strange space. Here was a massive city where the buildings were antique, reminiscent of ancient architectural styles from the Dragon Kingdom. But the sky here was a golden blur with no sun, moon, or stars. The streets were bustling with class advancers wearing black robes and tokens at their waists. People were carrying various weapons and gear, looking very hurried. In the distance, at the center, stood a huge tower, rising into the clouds. It looked to be at least 100 stories tall. This is the headquarters of the Heaven Tower Society, the Heaven Tower Realm. The seniors who brought Su Ming said, "Everyone here is a member of the Heaven Tower Society. You can only enter this place by tapping the token when you are not in combat and are within a human safety zone. You cannot enter while in a dungeon or during combat. This is a self-contained space that is extremely stable." The guide introduced. "Now follow me, I will take you to complete the induction ceremony." Ji Yao, Su Ming, Zhang Tang, and Yanzi followed closely behind. Along the way, they could see many other newly inducted prodigies from other provinces, cities, and schools. This world is huge and has all kinds of facilities. Auction houses, smithies, equipment manufacturing shops. There are so many. This is a one-stop universal world where you can get anything you want. But its main function is to accept quests. The essence of the Heaven Tower Society is actually a bounty organization. Soon, they crossed the streets and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, many teams were accepting tasks. On the walls, all kinds of bounty quests were posted in a dazzling display. Su Ming's expression was calm, his eyes showing no surprise. One could even say he was already very familiar with this entire process. In his previous life, he had also joined the Heaven Tower Society.
The seniors in charge of receiving them led Su Ming and the others to the innermost area. It was a luxurious hall with several attendants standing beneath a screen. Assign entry quests to these new recruits. The senior in charge led the four of them to the front and spoke. Understood. The woman was beautiful and wore a professional smile. Then she moved quickly, tapping her fingers lightly. Numerous quest bars immediately appeared on the giant screen. New hunters, please choose your own quests. Once you complete any quest, you will officially become a member of the Heaven Tower Society. Her smile was charming, but her words were even more alluring. Officially joining the Heaven Tower Society. Those 7 words held supreme magic. Among the hundreds of millions of people who change jobs every year, perhaps only a few tens of thousands can join the Heaven Tower Society. Becoming a member of the Heaven Tower Society means supreme glory. This is every student's dream. The quest difficulty ranges from lowest to highest, FEDC BA with S being the highest. As newcomers, you must accept and complete a quest to become official members. Your initial hunter rank will be determined by the quest you complete. Now, pick your quests, the woman said with a smile. Her voice carried a faint sense of seduction. At this moment, those senior guides all turned and said, "4 students, we know you all have great talent and achieved excellent results in the rookie dungeon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have qualified for membership. But don't be arrogant, or you'll suffer a miserable death. Even the lowest F-rank quest must be completed with all your might. We've been in the Heaven Tower Society for over a year and have seen too many deaths. We hope you can live for a few more years." A scruffy bearded senior said with a solemn expression. Alright, it's up to you four whether you want to team up or complete the quests individually. Once finished, just come back to the Heaven Tower realm to turn in your quest. Our guidance is done. See you again if fate allows. The seniors said calmly and turned to leave. To them, all of this was just business as usual. After giving their instructions, they left. For members of the Heaven Tower Society, time is very precious. Su Ming looked up at the menu with a solemn face. There were many quests on it. At this time, the servicewoman said with a smile, "Students, as newcomers, I suggest you take the lowest F rank quest for your evaluation. That way, your survival probability will be higher. Of course, if you want to challenge high difficulty quests, that's not impossible. If you complete a D rank quest, you will be rated as a Platinum Hunter. If you complete an E rank quest, you will be rated as a Gold Hunter. Even the lowest F rank quest will make you a Silver Hunter once completed. The Heaven Tower Society does not have a Bronze rank. The choice of which quest to accept is entirely up to you." Su Ming gazed at the quest list, lost in thought. F rank: hunt 3 corpse-eating squirrels in the forest outside Xuanjing City. Reward: 1 bronze low-tier skill scroll. E rank: hunt 10 bronze bone statues wreaking havoc outside Xuanjing City. Reward: 1 bronze high-tier weapon. E rank: collect the bodies of 5 Heaven Tower Society members who died in the wilderness, so they don't lie exposed. Reward: 1,000 myriad race coins. D rank: hunt a flaming giant bear ravaging a village outside the city. Reward: 10,000 EXP, 3,000 myriad race coins. None of these quests posed much of a challenge to him. The Heaven Tower Society offered generous rewards, including a large amount of myriad race coins and descent coins, as well as many extra spoils of war. The higher the initial quest rank completed, the higher the hunter rank and the more privileges one gets. That would mean starting at a higher level than others. This is a massive advantage. Once the initial evaluation is done, it's very slow to rank up later. So Su Ming decided to take the highest level quest available to newcomers. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said to the woman, "I want to take that D rank quest in the 3rd row." As soon as Su Ming said this, the attendant's eyes froze. D rank: subjugate the Python King. Hunt a Python King in the wilderness forest of the Nanli district. Reward: 10,000 myriad race coins, 1 random platinum skill scroll. Is this a quest a newcomer can complete? That Python King is terrifying. Many people have tried to hunt it, only to return in defeat. But she didn't ask again and helped Su Ming complete the paperwork immediately. Her job was to process the paperwork. Persuading people not to seek death wasn't in her job description. Those who come to the Heaven Tower Society are all highly talented young job changers with pride. Honestly, she had seen plenty of people like Su Ming. It could be said he was courting death. Even with great talent, it's impossible to challenge a D-rank quest right after starting. This is the highest level quest a newcomer can take. Once completed, one is directly evaluated as a platinum level hunter. This is simply outrageous. 18 years old, Platinum Hunter. It's like a dream. She used to advise them, but now she just turns a blind eye. She can't say much to those looking for death. She buried everything in her heart and finished the paperwork quickly. Your quest has been accepted. Please view it in your personal quest panel, she said with a forced, empty smile. Su Ming nodded. Ji Yao and Yanzi were both shocked. Su Ming, you actually accepted such a difficult quest? Even if we teamed up, the success rate probably wouldn't be high. Su Ming, you're being too reckless this time. Su Ming remained calm. You're overthinking it. I never intended to team up. I will complete this quest by myself. Yanzi was amazed. He thought Su Ming accepted the quest because teaming up would increase his odds. He didn't expect Su Ming to plan to challenge it alone. No, the difficulty is too high. Let me join you, Yanzi said earnestly. He had genuinely come to regard Su Ming as a friend. Therefore, he was willing to face danger with him. Ji Yao also stepped forward and grabbed Su Ming's hand. Su Ming, I'm going with you too. Su Ming shook his head, still insisting on going alone. I am going by myself. The reason he was so insistent was something the others wouldn't know. This quest was basically free credit. If he brought everyone along, it would only cause Su Ming to lose EXP and rewards. So naturally he chose to go alone. Su Ming had the experience of his previous life and knew a very secretive piece of information. This quest was actually very simple. That giant snake is indeed powerful, but every mid-June it falls into hibernation. Ordinary snakes hibernate in winter, but that mutant giant snake hibernates in summer. This was intel that basically no one else knew except Su Ming. Since that giant snake is about to hibernate, killing it would be as easy as child's play. That's why he insisted on going alone. Completing this would allow him to claim all the rewards for himself. Ji Yao's mouth opened slightly, still wanting to persuade him. Su Ming placed a finger over her red lips, leaving her unable to speak. She blushed slightly. There's no need to talk about this any further. We'll have plenty of opportunities to team up in the future. I've made up my mind. Su Ming frowned. Then he said to the two, Ji Yao, Yanzi, you two should go team up with Jiang Yunqing. Although she's from Wuyang City, she probably obtained a Heaven Tower token too. As Su Ming was speaking, she arrived. In the distance, a pretty girl was jogging over, a Heaven Tower token hanging from her waist. Su Ming, Ji Yao, Yanzi. She waved with a smile from afar. She ran over quickly. I got a Heaven Tower token too. I'm here to join the rookie quests. How about we team up? She looked at everyone with a smile. Yanzi stepped up and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Su Ming and didn't try to stop him. Her bright, watery eyes were full of understanding. Su Ming, if you insist on going alone, then go. Unexpectedly, she didn't try to talk him out of it. Then she turned to look at Ji Yao and Yanzi. Ji Yao, Yanzi, let's team up and let Su Ming go alone. We'll take an E-rank quest and be evaluated as gold-level hunters, that's enough. She said to the two. Because she was very clear about Su Ming's combat power. Even more so than Ji Yao and Yan. It could be said that she had 100% trust in Su Ming. If Su Ming insisted on challenging the impossible alone, there must be a reason for it. She didn't want to disrupt his plans. This was absolute trust. Ji Yao was finally moved as well. She nodded and said, all right. Actually, we do need some real training. Su Ming did all the heavy lifting when it came to killing the hidden bosses, and we just tagged along, yet we reached such high levels. We only have the levels, but our combat experience and skills aren't strong enough. So teaming up with him would only hold him back. Let's team up. Ji Yao agreed. Yanzi had to nod as well. Su Ming smiled and said to her, great, I'm heading out. I'll get in touch after I finish my evaluation. Su Ming said. Then he walked away quickly. At this time, Zhang Tang on the side was also slightly shocked. But then a sneer curled on his lips. He really didn't expect Su Ming to take a quest of that rank. D rank. If a newcomer doesn't have an escort, taking such a quest is simply courting death. Su Ming had no powers backing him up. So he thought Su Ming was being too arrogant. He believed Su Ming completely underestimated the difficulty of a D-rank quest. Monsters in D-rank quests are basically no less difficult than bosses in E or D-rank dungeons. Even if Su Ming could win first place in the F-rank rookie dungeon, he couldn't easily complete this quest. Su Ming was getting carried away. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang even felt a sense of relief. It seems Su Ming isn't such a meticulous genius after all. Just an ordinary person who can be arrogant and conceited. Maybe him getting first in the dungeon was just pure luck. Then such an opponent is not worth worrying about. Of course he still had to be killed. Su Ming killed the hidden boss and ruined Zhang Tang's plans for the rookie dungeon. Just for that alone he had to kill Su Ming. Thinking of this, Zhang Tang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to some of his family's trusted bodyguards. Kill someone, Su Ming. He accepted a D-rank quest and will go to the Python King's nest in the Nanli district, lie in wait for him there. He will go there within 10 days. Zhang Tang's henchmen were all high-level experts at rank 2 or higher. Having them kill Su Ming would be a breeze. Yes. Understood. They replied. Honestly, even without an ambush, Su Ming would likely be swallowed by the Python King, so he wouldn't need to intervene. But for the sake of caution, Zhang Tang still gave the order. He was a very cautious person. Young Master Zhang, you're here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Tang turned to look. It was a middle-aged man. Zhang Fengliu, a third-rank wave-striding swordsman. An elder of the Zhang family and also one of Zhang Tang's personal guards. Zhang Tang nodded. I'm going to take a D-rank quest to complete my Heaven Tower evaluation, he said. Zhang Fengliu heard this, remained calm and nodded. Standing with his hands behind his back, he looked elegant and possessed formidable combat power. Very well, as long as it's below a C-rank quest, I have confidence in keeping you safe. He smiled and said. Ambition flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Su Ming taking a D-rank quest was courting death. But for Zhang Tang, taking a D-rank quest was just natural and ordinary. Why? Only because he was the eldest young master of the Zhang family, with the family behind him. In the rookie dungeon, he couldn't bring family elders, so he had to rely on his own strength. But the Heaven Tower rookie evaluation quest is different. It doesn't matter who you team up with. So Zhang Tang could take the highest difficulty quest, and then have family elders carry him to an easy win. It's both safe and would get him evaluated as a platinum-level hunter. Why wouldn't he? This is the power of a family. Su Ming walked alone through the streets of the Heaven Tower realm. He walked all the way to a smithy, and found the owner there. Young man, what weapon do you want to forge? A burly man walked out slowly and said. Su Ming took out a pitch-black longsword and slammed it onto the table. Upgrade this sword into a gold quality weapon. How much? Su Ming said. His Shuanggang blood-drinking sword was only silver quality and honestly wasn't enough anymore. So he chose to come here for an upgrade. The man picked up the Shuanggang blood-drinking sword, looking solemn. He flicked the blade with his finger. Clang! The sword hummed crisply. Not bad, the quality is quite good for a silver weapon. I can upgrade it to a gold medium-tier weapon. It will cost 70,000 decent coins. The blacksmith said. Su Ming heard this and his face turned solemn. That's almost as much as buying a new gold weapon. If I provide my own materials for reinforcement and fusion, how much cheaper would it be? Su Ming asked. The blacksmith thought for a moment. Well, that depends on the quality of your materials. Su Ming smiled faintly. He took out many high-quality materials directly from his personal space. Iron slicing wolf king claw bones, deep shell turtle shells, salamander king fang stones, goblin leader's yellow teeth. All were hard base materials. Extremely suitable for forging steel. The blacksmith owner was shocked to see so many high-level materials. Tieske, young man, you don't look very old, you must only be 18. Where did you get so many high-level materials?
Most 18-year-old newly awakened class changers have only cleared the beginner dungeons. Elite monsters in beginner dungeons are naturally rare and hard to come by. For a rookie like Su Ming, just encountering and killing one would be incredibly lucky. Not to mention the impact of drop rates. You could kill many elite monsters and still not get a single base material drop. Yet Su Ming pulled out so many enhancement materials from elite monsters. It is no wonder the blacksmith is so surprised. Su Ming just gave a faint smile and said, "Just lucky, that is all." With a solemn expression, the blacksmith could only categorize young Su Ming as a rich kid. These materials of yours are excellent. They should be able to smelt into very high-quality steel. In that case, I might be able to help you upgrade this sword to a high-grade gold tier. Usually, the most expensive part of reinforcement is the materials, but since you have provided them yourself, then I will only charge you for the labor. 20,000 arrival coins. The boss stated a flat price. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately initiated the trade from his personal panel. Some of his materials had already sold on the trade market, and the gold coins were already in his account. That is why he paid without any hesitation. The boss accepted. "Young man, come back in 3 hours to pick up your sword," he said. Su Ming nodded and left. An experienced blacksmith can upgrade a weapon quite quickly, in just a few hours. Su Ming decided to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence during this time. The Tower of Heavenly Silence is the central structure of the Tower world. It is said to be a supreme construct built by the laws of the world. This sacred tower stands a full 100 floors high. In human history, no one has ever reached the 100th floor. It is said that if you reach the 100th floor, you will know the truth about the world and the day of arrival. In his past life, Su Ming only managed to reach the 80th floor. Each floor of the Tower of Heavenly Silence offers different rewards. As you progress, the rewards get better and better. The rewards are also completely random, ranging in all kinds of categories. They can help one grow stronger rapidly. Su Ming walked forward briskly. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Silence. Many young people had gathered here. Many of this year's new class changers, after obtaining their eligibility for the Tower Society, the first thing they want to do is challenge the Tower of Heavenly Silence. You won't die in the Tower of Heavenly Silence. If you are defeated, you're simply kicked out. However, everyone only has one chance to challenge the tower each month. So it is a precious opportunity. Su Ming approached the gate with a calm expression. In front of the tower was a holographic screen displaying the rankings. Rookie rankings. 1. Sun Xiaoyang stopped at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Sha stopped at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking shows the rookies of this current year. Su Ming stretched his body, preparing to start the challenge. At this moment, many people were walking out of the tower looking dejected. It is too hard. I only reached the 4th floor before getting kicked out. That is nothing. I met a giant minotaur on the 3rd floor that tossed me, and I was killed instantly. You guys have it easy. I was defeated by that longsword knight on the 2nd floor. It is too hard. Really, it is too hard. But the rewards in this tower are also amazing. I will come again next month. A crowd of people clenched their fists, full of motivation. At this moment, Su Ming noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. It was actually Li Chengguang. His right hand was gripping a dark green long blade, a silver quality weapon. After Su Ming shattered his blade, he replaced it with this silver quality weapon. Also, his right hand had an injury. 2 of his fingers had been cut off. The way he held the blade looked noticeably unnatural. In his eyes, there was a flash of sinister anger and resentment. He walked with determined strides toward the Tower of Heavenly Silence. He had to become stronger. He had to take revenge. After he lost his #1 spot, all the major factions were deeply disappointed in him. Many original investments were terminated. The principal of Wuyang No. 3 High School was even held accountable by various factions and nearly lost his position. He is now just a vice principal. This made Li Chengguang feel the agony of falling from the clouds. He blamed everything on Su Ming. This hatred made his rage skyrocket. So, after obtaining his qualification from the Tower Society, he hurried over without delay to seek an opportunity to become stronger. Seeing Li Chengguang here, the surrounding players were quite surprised. Some stepped forward to greet him, hoping to team up. They were trying to curry favor with Li Chengguang. After all, he was still a blade maniac with 10-star talent. Even though he was ranked 2nd and surpassed by Su Ming, he still carried weight. However, in return for their friendliness, Li Chengguang ignored them completely. He did not pay attention to anyone, just walked alone into the Tower of Heavenly Silence. Where there are people trying to make friends, there are naturally others mocking him. Yo, isn't this the #1 genius, Li Chengguang? How have you become so pathetic in just a few days? Li Chengguang, didn't you say you were going to slaughter students from Namian City and Xuanjing City to become the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom? How come your hand is crippled? Don't tell me the monsters were too ferocious. People laughed wantonly. Because Li Chengguang had been too arrogant before, single-handedly oppressing all other students. Plus, the principal of Wuyang No. 3 High School was also a provocateur who went around speaking ill of and suppressing other schools. Now, all of that has come back to haunt them. So Li Chengguang is currently in a very bad position. He is surrounded by jealousy, hatred, and people waiting to see his downfall. He is truly a tiger fallen from grace. All his former glory has turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now people are naturally happy to see him decadent and failing. There are many people kicking him while he is down. Li Chengguang, I remember you once said you would treat students like wild mobs to grind for experience. Why are your hands crippled now? Someone spotted his injury right away and hit him where it hurts. People didn't know who caused Li Chengguang's injury, and were actually a bit curious. If it were in the past, Li Chengguang would have been furious and charged over to kill them. But now his expression was gloomy and calm. In his heart, there was only Su Ming. He had to surpass Su Ming and kill him. Other than this purpose, there was nothing else. He walked firmly into the Tower of Heavenly Silence, and his figure disappeared. Su Ming had been watching coldly from the side. He stood in the crowd, keeping a low profile. He did not let Li Chengguang discover his presence. Su Ming's eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. It is just a pity that in this small world, the rules prevent killing. Su Ming felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, the moment he saw Li Chengguang, he would have attacked and killed him, then used his god stealth step to leave without a trace. Su Ming shook his head, clearing all distracting thoughts from his mind. He walked to the entrance of the Tower of Heavenly Silence and stepped inside. With that step, the world before him changed instantly. The space inside the Tower of Heavenly Silence is completely separated. It can accommodate countless people challenging it simultaneously, yet they do not affect each other in the slightest. This tower can only be challenged alone. Before Su Ming was an antique-style inner tower world, a space designed like an arena. A few large characters hung in midair. First floor. Monster, purple fur-wicked tiger. The next instant, a giant mutated purple-furred tiger appeared in the arena. It immediately lunged towards Su Ming. Every floor of this tower has a boss-level monster. Su Ming remained very calm and immediately scanned the monster's information.
Monster, purple-haired vicious tiger. Level. Strength 59. Constitution 25. Agility 25. Spearine 10. Skills giant paw slam, bite, and more. This is only the first floor of the Tower of Heavenly Silence, and the monsters are already level 5. It is no wonder that the newcomers are so easily defeated. Many people get stuck around the 3rd floor. Even the 10th ranked expert of the 144th instance dungeon only made it to the 8th floor. That just shows how difficult the Tower of Heavenly Silence is. It is just a pity that this tiger met Su Ming today. A level 5 monster is really nothing in his eyes. Su Ming had a cold look in his eyes as he raised his hand and clenched it. Suddenly, a long sword floated up from his shadow. It was the Shadow Flow Sword. Su Ming's entire set of equipment is of platinum quality. Combined with his level 16 status, killing this tiger is just too easy for him. He does not even need to activate a skill. A simple basic attack is enough to slay it. The tiger roared and charged at him, fearless of death. Su Ming stood still, his gaze calm. Swish! He slashed his blade. The tiger's body collapsed with a loud thud. Its neck was sliced open, and it turned into specks of blue light, dissipating into the air. Experience plus 302. Su Ming gained quite a bit of experience. Successfully cleared the 1st floor. Please claim your reward. In the center of the arena, a small wooden treasure chest appeared. It looked like it was made of bronze. It was the lowest tier chest. Su Ming immediately used his all things sublimation ability to upgrade it. This Tower of Heavenly Silence is considered an instance dungeon after all. The material of the chest changed instantly, and its appearance became more high-end. Sublimation successful. Brocade wooden chest, bronze mid-tier. Tisk, my luck is really bad this time. It only sublimated from bronze low tier to mid-tier. Su Ming muttered to himself. Afterward, he kicked the chest open. He looked inside. A ring with intricate wood grain patterns appeared in the box. Loot. Small strength boost ring, bronze mid-tier. Equipping this increases your strength attribute by 5 points. Su Ming curled his lip. Better than nothing, I suppose. Such a small amount of stats is really not worth looking at for him. But Su Ming still equipped it. Even a mosquito's legs are still meat. After looting the spoils, he immediately started the challenge for the next floor. Poor rewards on the 1st floor are normal. Su Ming was already mentally prepared. The monster on the second floor was a vicious flying bat with a massive body. Its wings were covered in black fur, and when fully spread, they could completely wrap around a person. The bat had sharp, cold fangs and eyes glowing with red light, flying midair while occasionally launching ultrasonic attacks at Su Ming. This was a wide-range, indiscriminate attack that caused continuous health loss. But to Su Ming, it was completely painless. He did not even frown. He raised his sword and slashed. A flash of sword light. Su Ming easily killed the monster. It could even be called a one-shot kill. The reward for this stage also appeared before Su Ming. It was another bronze low-tier chest. Su Ming immediately used all things sublimation to upgrade it. Sublimation successful. Title Shadow Chest. Quality Gold High Tier. His luck was excellent this time. It sublimated directly to gold grade. Su Ming stepped forward, opened the chest, and took out the loot. It was a skill scroll. Hound Step Gold High Tier. Level requirement 15. A fast, agile, and ethereal footwork that allows your movement speed to soar in a short time, just like a hound. Su Ming learned it immediately. Afterward, Su Ming continued to challenge the tower. With the brand new skill Hound Step, his combat power had received a significant boost. His movement speed became exceptionally rapid, allowing him to easily dodge the vast majority of the monster's attacks. Coupled with the passive talent of the Origin Sword body, all sword technique power is multiplied by 10. This made Su Ming truly invincible. He swept through the first 7 floors with overwhelming force. His progress was incredibly fast, and he kept on pushing forward. Right at this moment, outside the tower, the crowd stared at the screen in front of the Tower of Heavenly Silence. It displayed the leaderboard. No, 4 Lei Chengguang, 5th floor. No, 3 Lei Chengguang, 6th floor. His name kept climbing up the records. People looked surprised. Lei Chengguang is truly worthy of being called the 10-star Blade Maniac. Even though he suffered a serious hand injury, he was still able to reach the 6th floor at such a fast pace. He is too fierce. People looked solemn. One had to admit that Lei Chengguang still had the strength. The exclamations of the crowd were not over yet. The next instant, the image on the list changed again. No, 2 Lei Chengguang, 7th floor. No, 1 Lei Chengguang, 8th floor. Lei Chengguang has broken through the 9th floor. Directly to the 9th floor. This speed was extremely fast. The crowd was amazed. How is he so fierce? Is he gonna break through the 10th floor? The crowd was in a state of wonder. Is this the strength of a first-turn Blade Maniac? He is simply a monster. Is he going to get this year's Platinum Chest? Looking at this momentum, it is very likely. Every year, the first newcomer to break through the 10th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Silence receives an extra reward gifted by the supreme rules of the world. It is a Platinum Chest. It can contain Platinum-grade equipment. Such a thing is full of infinite temptation for newcomer job changers. It signifies infinite possibilities and attracts newcomers every year. Every year, newcomer job changers who join the Tower Society flock here to challenge it. But ordinary players who have passed the beginner instance are usually only around level 8 or 9, making it extremely difficult to pass the 10th floor. Even geniuses usually stop at the 8th or 9th floor. For anyone, this is an extremely difficult challenge. Some people are devastated after being defeated, and others become more courageous with every setback. Perhaps the Blade Maniac Lei Chengguang is the latter. Someone said. As soon as this was said, those who had previously mocked Lei Chengguang felt a chill run down their backs. Thinking back to the cold look in Lei Chengguang's eyes just now, if he grows up in the future and stands at the pinnacle of the world, can those who mocked Lei Chengguang, really get away with it? Thinking of this, everyone felt a sense of fear. The 10-star Blade Maniac Lei Chengguang had his top ranking snatched away by Su Ming, a swordsman from Zhuanjing No. 1 high school. I guess once he gets the Platinum Chest, his strength will improve significantly, and then he will find a way to get revenge on Su Ming. That Su Ming might be in for some trouble, people sighed and said slowly.
Tesk, now that you put it that way, I'm actually getting curious. Who exactly is this Su Ming? A mere swordswinger, a class so weak in the early stages, actually managed to surpass the Blade Maniac in the dungeon, trampling Lei Chengguang, who was once the talk of the town, under his feet. It's simply inconceivable. A commotion broke out in the crowd, with everyone discussing it back and forth. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem ridiculous. That Su Ming must have either had insane luck and stumbled upon some kind of opportunity, or he's actually got real talent. Anyway, personally I'm leaning toward the former. We're in for a good show this year. Li Chengguang is likely looking to make a comeback. It's hard to say who will come out on top between him and the sword swinger Su Ming from Xuanjing No. Wanhai. Resources are limited and there can only be one strongest genius. At this moment, Su Ming was frantically hacking through monsters in the dungeon. Swish! With a fully unleashed instant sword slash, a hulking minotaur in front of him crashed to the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the 10th floor. You are the first player to clear the 10th floor. Clearance reward, Platinum Treasure Chest. Following that, a jade white chest appeared before Su Ming. The texture looked incredibly noble, carved with many mysterious patterns. Su Ming slowly sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. He had taken a bit of damage, but he had cleared the 10th floor after all. That's right, he successfully cleared the 10th floor. He was just too fast. The monsters everyone encounters are all different. So, in reality, there is a certain element of luck involved. If you happen to encounter weaker monsters along the way, you might be able to reach the 10th floor faster. But for Su Ming, it wasn't luck. It was purely individual strength. He looked at the treasure chest and scanned it. Jade white chest. Quality mid-tier platinum. Su Ming immediately used sublimation of all things. Sublimation successful. Gold scale chest. Low tier diamond. The appearance of the chest had changed. It was covered in golden scales, with crystal-like structures interspersed between them. It actually upgraded into a diamond chest. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's eyes. This would be his first diamond chest. Su Ming stepped forward and gently opened the chest with both hands. Inside he saw a long sword lying there. The blade had two colors. In the very center of the blade, there was a faint trace of a fracture. Dragon inlaid broken sword, long sword and short sword dual type weapon. Quality low tier diamond. Level requirement 4th awakening. Once a long sword, it broke into two during a great battle. Later a craftsman used a precious dragon scale as a core to reforge and bond it, restoring it to its peak. This sword is incredibly sharp and can carry immense killing intent. Affix fire scale. This broken sword has a fire dragon scale inlaid in its center, which provides a 200% fire attribute damage bonus to this dagger. Split blade. The edge of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by the owner's will to hover and slay enemies. Broken blade. Because this weapon was once a complete long sword, it is classified as a sword-type weapon. However, after the split blade detaches, the remaining part is a broken sword of dagger length, qualifying it as a short sword or dagger-type weapon. This is commonly known as a dual-type weapon. It's actually a diamond-grade sword. Su Ming felt a tremor in his heart. And it's a dual-type weapon at that. This means the sword can benefit from his origin sword body bonuses. And once he activates the edge to fly out as a projectile, the main body turns into a short sword, which is a dagger-type weapon. At that point, he can activate God-Slaying Blade. God-Slaying Blade is a skill for the God-Slayer class, which originally required a dagger or short sword to unleash its full power. With this sword, Su Ming can seamlessly switch between the two forms of skills. His combat strength is going to take a massive leap forward. Su Ming felt a touch of excitement. He immediately took the sword in his hand. He held it up to inspect it closely. The texture was cold to the touch, yet there was a subtle, hidden heat within it. Lifelike dragon patterns were carved onto the blade. The part of the blade near the hilt shimmered with a golden glow. The tip of the blade, however, had the humble gray of mysterious steel. The level requirement for this sword is 4th awakening. But don't forget, Su Ming has the passive skill Sword Master. He ignores all restrictions and can equip any sword-type weapon, so he could wield it with ease. Su Ming focused his mind. Click! The golden crack in the middle of the sword shuddered suddenly. The longer part of the blade at the front flew off. It turned into a flying sword dancing in midair. The effect was very similar to sword swinging, but this wasn't a skill. It was a special effect granted by the weapon itself. Su Ming could control the sword with his mind to dance, hover, and slay enemies. What remained in Su Ming's hand was a broken sword. The diagonally cut cross-section created a natural sharp angle. This made the broken sword look just like a dagger, as if it were born that way. Su Ming held the broken sword up and looked at it. In the center of jagged, broken edge, a fiery red dragon scale was wedged. It was perfectly inlaid into the blade. Su Ming gave a stylish flick of his hand. Whoosh! The flying blade suddenly darted back, hovering and flying back to him. It clicked perfectly back onto the broken sword, reuniting into a complete long sword. I don't know which craftsman's handiwork this is, but it's brilliant. Using this dragon scale in the middle to bond the flying blade and the broken sword together. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the great wisdom of the blacksmith profession. Dragons are among the highest level monsters and are incredibly fierce. Dragon scales are also super rare materials. And since this sword is embedded with one, the grade of this sword naturally couldn't be low. When Su Ming strikes, fire flows along the blade, adding fire attribute damage. Very good. Su Ming smiled slightly, gripped the sword, and walked to the next floor. He would not stop at the 10th floor. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heaven on the 10th floor, Blade Maniac Li Chengguang was panting as he hacked the giant armored knight in front of him with one blow. He was covered in wounds, and after using his strongest skills, he had finally cleared it by the skin of his teeth. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 10th floor. Hearing the voice of the world's rules, a savage grin appeared on his face. Haha, I cleared the 10th floor. Very good, this year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th floor receives a platinum treasure chest. For a newcomer, this is a very high-tier reward. As long as he gets it, he will definitely rise. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the dungeon, Li Chengguang's heart was filled with gloom. He must have his revenge. Su Ming must die. Then, little blue sparkles of light coalesced in front of him, eventually forming a high-tier silver treasure chest. Li Chengguang stared blankly, feeling a bit sluggish. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where is my platinum treasure chest? His voice trembled as he looked up and asked. But no one answered. The world rules wouldn't bother with a mortal. Could it be that someone got ahead of me and cleared the 10th floor? He couldn't believe it. In the end, he braced himself and opened the chest. Inside, there was only a silver grade necklace, and it wasn't even for his class. It was a fucking mage necklace. Li Chengguang felt like he had been tricked. Abandoned by the world. Mocked by fate. He trembled with rage and couldn't help but let out a roar. Damn it.
Su Ming continues to push forward. Cleared the 11th floor. Cleared the 12th floor. Cleared the 13th floor. Cleared. His progress is too fast. You could even call it lightning speed. Many bosses cannot even withstand 3 strikes from his sword. Compared to other new class changers who mostly stop at the 6th or 7th floor. This makes Su Ming appear even more terrifying. However, it is worth noting that after the 10th floor, the combat power of the monsters on each level has increased significantly. Su Ming can feel it quite clearly. The first 10 floors were basically trials for newcomers, and the rewards for passing them were all bronze treasure chests. But starting from the 11th floor, the real challenge begins. Although Su Ming is clearing stages quickly, the wounds on his body are also constantly increasing. Recovery potions cannot be used here. He can only heal his wounds through his own abilities. Su Ming uses his mental power to stimulate the self-healing factors in his bloodline. Soon, his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this is not a long-term solution. His mental power has already been largely exhausted. I must save some of it, Su Ming said in a low, focused voice. He chooses to only partially heal his wounds rather than fully recovering them. Otherwise, the consumption of mental power would be too great. He needs to save some mental power to use his skills so he can go further. His goal is to at least break through the 15th or 16th floor. Whoosh! Su Ming flicks his hand, condensing a spiritual sword in midair. This is Su Ming's skill, Spiritual Blade. The blade is a deep blue color, with light flickering along its edge. Whoosh! It flies away with a whistle. It pierces directly through the eye socket of the boss in front of him. Then, Su Ming himself steps forward, gripping the Longxiang broken sword in his hand. Splatter! This strike is ferocious. It directly decapitates the purple-skinned zombie monster in front of him. Congratulations, you have cleared the 15th floor. Su Ming's breathing has become heavy, and he slowly retracts his sword. In front of him, the reward for this stage appears. It is a gold treasure chest. Su Ming uses sublimation of all things to upgrade it. Lenyu treasure chest. High-grade platinum. His luck wasn't as good this time, only managing to sublimate it to high-grade platinum. Su Ming looks solemn and opens the lid. A necklace appears inside the chest. He picks it up and scans the information. Hidden necklace, high-grade platinum. Agility 50. Once equipped, all your movements will become silent. It actually adds 50 points of agility. This piece of equipment is quite powerful. Su Ming's current agility attribute has already reached 130. If he uses this necklace, it will be 180 points of agility. Su Ming equips it immediately. Also, having cleared over a dozen floors of the Tower of Heaven's Silence, Su Ming has leveled up twice as well. He has now reached level 18. Putting all his attribute points into agility brings him to 200 points. 2 more levels, and he can complete his second-class change. Moreover, Su Ming opened over a dozen treasure chests and obtained a large amount of loot rewards. However, many items are not as good as the Shadow Sword set he is currently wearing, so those things are basically only useful for selling or having someone break them down into basic materials later to strengthen his weapon. This Tower of Heaven's Silence is rich in experience. I reached level 18 so quickly. Although the monsters are getting stronger, and I'm starting to feel a bit exhausted, I can't give up. Su Ming grips his sword, his eyes resolute. I can only challenge this once a month, so I absolutely must not waste the opportunity and must charge ahead with all my might. Su Ming clenches his fist, deciding to push harder and continue climbing the tower. Outside the tower, the crowd watching the spectacle stares intently at the records. Lei Chengguang has reached the 9th floor, fueling everyone's expectations. Everyone is eagerly waiting to see if he can make it to the 10th floor. But suddenly, a name leaps straight to the top, like a dark horse charging all the way, ascending rapidly from the very bottom. In no time, it surpasses Li Chengguang. The name is God of Slaughter. Player, God of Slaughter clears the 8th floor. God of Slaughter clears the 9th floor. God of Slaughter clears the 10th floor. The title God of Slaughter replaces Su Ming's name. Charging through the rankings, fast to the extreme. People feel that in the blink of an eye, Su Ming is about to reach the very peak. It's like riding a rocket. Everyone rubs their eyes, unable to believe it. What the hell is happening? Everyone is dumbfounded. Is there another expert? Who is this person? Can someone explain? Is it even possible to climb the tower like this? There must be a bug. This person isn't climbing the tower, he's riding a rocket. God of Slaughter. Who is the God of Slaughter? Not to mention Xuanjing City, Wuyang City, or Namian City, even in our entire province, among the lists of geniuses, there is no such God of Slaughter. I've never heard of this name, have you guys? We've never heard of this name either. Could he be from another province? Everyone stares in astonishment. They all look at each other, shocked. They had originally thought that Li Chengguang taking over 10 minutes to charge from the 1st to the 9th floor was already a terrifying speed. Yet, they didn't expect someone even more ferocious to appear the next second. Everyone looks up, watching this scene, barely able to believe it. Su Ming's speed is simply too fast. Charging through all the way. Who exactly is this sacred entity? People's eyes are dazed. Because after the God of Slaughter reached the 10th floor, he didn't stop. Dozens of seconds later, he reached the 11th floor. This means that this player called God of Slaughter is one-shotting monsters all the way. Killing the boss of the 11th floor in a single encounter is almost impossible among newcomers. Even the blade madman Li Chengguang struggled for a long time on the 9th and 10th floors before barely passing. Is this god of slaughter not a newcomer? Someone asks. That's basically impossible. Results in the Tower of Heaven's silence are saved. If someone has challenged it, they will continue from their previous results the next month. In other words, a powerful class changer cannot repeat the challenge of the previous dozen floors. And look closely, this is the newcomer ranking list. Only awakened from our current class can be listed. Then, this god of slaughter really is a monster. People's gazes become fearful. Is that guy really human? At this moment, Li Chengguang's name appears at the bottom of the rankings. Player, Li Chengguang, cleared the 10th floor, ranked 2nd. This no longer stirs up any excitement among the people, because the platinum treasure chest has already been snatched by the god of slaughter. Li Chengguang didn't get the platinum treasure chest. I wonder what his expression is inside right now. Haha, having worked so hard to break through the 10th floor only to get no reward. If it were me, I'd probably go crazy. Some people have already started to gloat.
While everyone was in shock, Su Ming's ranking continued to rise. Player Killing God has cleared the 12th floor. Once this news appeared, it stirred up 1,000 waves, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Everyone was stunned to the extreme. I can't believe he can still keep pushing. The scariest part is it didn't even take him much time. This means that this player named Killing God is still one-shotting bosses even in the high difficulty areas past the 10th floor. That is absolutely terrifying. Player Killing God has cleared the 13th floor. Killing God has cleared the 14th floor. Killing God has cleared the 15th floor. The continuous stream of notifications made people's eyes go numb. For a moment, the previously noisy outside area became deathly silent. People's voices were trembling. They were left speechless. Inside the tower at this moment, Su Ming had already reached the 19th floor. The boss here was a massive amethyst, dragon-blooded rhinoceros. Fierce beast, amethyst dragon-blooded rhinoceros. Level 23. Strength, 3. Constitution, 300. Agility, 5. Spirit. Luck. Skills, Dragon Blood Self-Healing, Crystal Giant Horn, Ruthless Trample, Terrifying Roar. This rhinoceros monster has some ancient dragon blood in its lineage. Its ancestors were a crossbreed of a dragon and a rhinoceros. While the dragon blood is thinned by this generation, it is still present. Seeing the monster's stats, Su Ming's expression became cautious. This monster's strength is already on par with the Blood Lake Guardian, the hidden boss of the Novice Dungeon. He was afraid that succeeding in this challenge would be quite difficult. But Su Ming never considered backing down. He raised his hand and cast Sword Tome Descent. Boom! A sword's hum echoed through the sky, followed by a massive stone sword tombstone crashing down. The rhinoceros roared and charged forward violently. The sword tome fell, smashing the midsection of the dragon-blooded rhinoceros into pulp. Entrails flowed out and blood gushed toward the sky. The power was strong. But it wasn't quite what Su Ming had expected. It was so fast it actually dodged. Su Ming's expression was grave as he muttered to himself. He had originally intended to hit its head. Sword Tome Descent is currently his most powerful sword-related skill. If he had hit the head, he might have been able to severely injure or even instantly kill this monster. A pity is a pity, but he still had to kill it. The brute rushed over, its huge amethyst horns gleaming with a cold light as it lunged forward with incredible speed. Su Ming nimbly dodged to the side while simultaneously taunting it. Dragon-blooded rhinoceros, I don't know what kind of freakish species your ancestor was. To think it could actually settle for a rhinoceros that rolls around in the mud all day. And created such a hybrid bloodline like you lot. How hilarious, haha. Su Ming's voice was filled with biting sarcasm. This was a form of tactics. As long as he could win, Su Ming never hesitated to use any means necessary. Verbal provocation is a very effective method to disrupt an enemy's rhythm and plans. He didn't know if this monster could understand human language, but he had to try taunting it anyway. Trying can never be wrong. Besides, this monster has a spirit stat of 15 points, which is already higher than many humans. Su Ming guessed it was highly likely that it could understand human speech. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Ming's taunts, the rhinoceros flew into a rage and charged forward with a thunderous roar. The amethyst horn on its head flashed with dazzling light and then exploded. A beam of death ray shot towards Su Ming. Su Ming sneered. A brute is a brute, falling for such an obvious provocation. It directly activated its most powerful trump card skill. Now that he knew this move, Su Ming could deal with it without any reservations. He triggered his hidden god step for a split second, dodged the beam, and then shook his hand. Click! The dragon-inlaid broken sword instantly shattered, and a blade fragment flew out, piercing the rhinoceros's eye and blinding it. Su Ming then sidestepped into its blind spot and gripped the broken sword at an angle. At this moment, the broken sword became a short sword. He could trigger the killing god blade strike. This strike must be an instant kill. A flash of pure, ruthless killing intent crossed Su Ming's eyes. Whoosh! This strike carried a sea of overwhelming killing intent. Seeing this blow, the massive mutated amethyst giant horned rhinoceros actually looked a bit terrified. Because this was a legendary grade skill, enough to chill its heart. A blood-red blade trail swept across in an instant. Squelch. The massive rhino head rolled to the ground. The amethyst horns also snapped and fell to the floor. The killing god blade is incredibly powerful. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 19th floor. Su Ming gained a massive amount of experience. He leveled up directly to level 19. He is just one step away from level 20. His breathing was a bit ragged because using the killing god blade took a heavy toll. Then he looked at the ground. Loot amethyst rhino horn, platinum high-grade material X1. This thing is a rare forging material, top-notch for making weapons. Su Ming immediately tucked it into his pocket. Then a large treasure chest appeared in front of him. It was a gold high-grade chest. Su Ming directly used all things sublimation. Platinum high-grade? Su Ming flipped the lid open. Suddenly, a blueprint appeared inside. Platinum high-grade weapon, Soul Screaming Scythe Blueprint X1. Required materials. Any platinum high-grade core weapon-based material X1. Yellow Ape Pump Blood Heart X1. Water Ghost Vocal Cords X1. Refined Steel Mysterious Iron. There are many materials, but basically, all of them can be bought at the auction house. Nice, I can make this scythe for Jie Yao to use. Su Ming curled his lips slightly. Storing the blueprint, he stepped directly into the 20th floor. As soon as he entered the 20th floor, the scenery had changed. Underfoot was pitch-black volcanic rock, with rivers of flowing lava on both sides of the road. A burly knight clad in lava fire armor stood ahead. He carried a giant hammer on his shoulder and looked incredibly formidable. He had his back to Su Ming and didn't even turn around to look. You are only level 19, yet you made it to the 20th floor? You are indeed strong. He turned around with a calm expression. But you are no match for me, please go back. The Lava Knight advised. Su Ming scanned its stats. 20th floor boss, Lava Knight. Lenny 5. Strength, 400. Constitution, 350. Agility, 80. Spirit, 158. Luck, 100. Skills, Lava Execution Hammer, Flowing Armor, Blazing Fire. Its attributes have no weaknesses in any aspect. Its agility is even higher than Su Ming's. A boss is a boss. It's only 6 levels higher than Su Ming, yet the total attribute difference is in the hundreds. Cold sweat formed on Sung's forehead. This boss is just a bit too fierce. Even his pride and joy, his agility stat, doesn't measure up before it. If he doesn't trigger Hidden God Step, Su Ming is afraid he wouldn't even be able to dodge a single normal attack.